Chapter 87. Long Chen had reached the mortal core realm. He wasn't like Huang Feiyang, who showed off his strength unscrupulously. Instead, he hid his aura. Now that he had someone to rely on, he felt much more relaxed. He looked at Wuxia and the other two walking towards him with a smile. Long Chen, are you ready now? Seeing Long Chen's fearless expression, Huang Feiyang mocked him in his heart. Long Chen didn't look at him. He said to Yan Baitian, town leader Yan, I was delayed because of some important matters. I'm really sorry. Being ignored by Long Chen, Huang Feiyang naturally felt uncomfortable. However, he was past the age of being impulsive. He squinted his eyes, and a cold gleam appeared in his eyes. This kid seems a little different. However, I can't tell what's different. Looking at Long Chen with a gloomy expression, Huang Feiyang's heart was filled with killing intent. This brat, he looked unwilling before, but now he's smiling at me. He's definitely faking it. After being forced by me, he must hate me to the bone and want to cut me into pieces. But little brat, the real torture will befall you in a while. Long Chen could guess Huang Feiyang's thoughts in a moment. Hearing Long Chen speak to him first, town leader Yan was a bit depressed. He was a cunning man, and he knew that Long Chen was purposely provoking Huang Feiyang. Looking at the immature Long Chen, Yan Baitian felt a bit of pity. However, his daughter's life was at stake. He quickly said, since the three of you are ready, let's go to East Yan Mountain. All right. Long Chen nodded. Acting calm in front of me? Let's see how you die. Thinking of this, Huang Feiyang looked at Yan Baitian's anxious expression. He waved his hand and said, let's go to East Yan Mountain now. Long Chen, you better perform well this time. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Although he looked calm, his killing intent towards Huang Feiyang was no less than Huang Feiyang's. It was just that he concealed it better than Huang Feiyang. Under Huang Feiyang's instructions, Yan Baitian stayed in Yan Luo town while Long Chen and the other two followed Yan Baitian's instructions and headed for Yan Dongshan. East Swallow Mountain was not far. Soon, Long Chen's group of three arrived at this remote mountain forest, a place with few people. The three of us will split up and search in three different directions. Try to make as much noise as possible. If an expert appears, as long as you shout loudly, we will definitely protect you immediately. Huang Feiyang behaved like a senior brother. Long Chen turned around and smiled coldly at him. Then, without saying anything, he walked to the front. After Long Chen walked away, Wuxia frowned and asked, I keep feeling that there's something strange about this kid. If we don't kill him now, I'm afraid something bad will happen. He's just a clown. He's just pretending to be calm in front of us. I'm guessing he's already scared out of his wits. In this deserted East Swallow Mountain, in front of us, two mortal core warriors, what can this kid do? Huang Feiyang had a smile on his face. He was very confident. What I need to do is to let them kill him. Wuxia, when the time comes, if there are many of them, try not to kill them all. Let the news spread so that Lord Deacon will believe that I didn't kill Long Chen. Wuxia could only nod his head and say, all right. But Lord Deacon really values him. Will it be risky for us to do this? Values him? Huang Feiyang sneered, no matter how much he values him, can he compare to Boss Feng Wuqian? We have Boss Feng Wuqian's protection. Lord Deacon will give him face, so he won't do anything to us just because of a dead man. Seeing that Long Chen had gone far away, Huang Feiyang and Wuxia hurriedly followed him quietly. What Huang Feiyang was plotting, Long Chen knew very clearly. Looks like he wants to use the Red Blood Church to get rid of me. He wants to do it secretly. But since you've created such an environment, why can't I make use of it? First, he had to lure out the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's people. This was not an easy task, but Long Chen had some small tricks up his sleeves. East Yen Mountain also had quite a few first and second-grade yellow-grade demonic beasts. When Long Chen found a second-grade yellow-grade dog-type demonic beast's den, he drove out a dozen demonic beasts. These low-level demonic beasts were in a state of panic, causing quite a bit of commotion in Yendong Mountain. Long Chen also continued to provoke other demonic beasts, causing Yendong Mountain to be in chaos. On the other side, looking at Long Chen's actions, Huang Feiyang laughed and said, "If a strong warrior appears, we shouldn't attack first. Wait until we find their lair, then things will be easier. You can kill 2 birds with 1 stone." Wen Ye patted Huang Feiyang's shoulder and said, "This East Swallow Mountain wasn't as big as the Great Desolate Mountain, but there were quite a number of low-level demonic beasts." Very quickly, Long Chen caused more than half of the low-level demonic beasts to go berserk. Not long after, Long Chen noticed that other than Huang Feiyang and the other man, there were other people staring at him. These bastards from the Red Blood Church, they really haven't left this place. Although he did not know where it was, Long Chen's feeling was still very strong. After a while, there was a sloppy middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe. His cultivation was only around the 8th Dragon Vein realm. When he saw Long Chen from afar, his eyes lit up and he praised, "What a handsome young man, it suits my taste. Unexpectedly, he wants to take advantage of me? It seems like the heavens are really kind to me. Why is this guy's gaze so disgusting?" Long Chen originally had a stomach full of anger. He could not deal with Huang Feiyang yet. Seeing that this wretched middle-aged man seemed to be envious and drooling at him, he had already turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards him before the other party even got close. There was indeed a red dot between the middle-aged man's eyebrows. Red Blood Church, we meet again. Chapter 88. The wretched middle-aged man thought that he had suddenly gotten lucky and could finally vent his anger. Therefore, when the handsome youth in front of him walked towards him, he opened his mouth and laughed. Long Chen never imagined that this middle-aged man would have such a strange and disgusting hobby. The one he liked was not young girls, but Long Chen. Being stared at like that, Long Chen felt like he was going to vomit. Fuck, what does this person mean? Long Chen did not understand. At this time, the wretched middle-aged man laughed and said, "Little darling, come. Let this uncle serve you." Hearing this, Long Chen almost vomited. He thought of a strange type of man. Their preference was not for women, but for men. The middle-aged man in front of him was clearly one of them. Just as he finished speaking, the wretched middle-aged man was about to make a move, Long Chen's body turned into a shadow in front of him. That fleeting shadow caused the eyes of the Scarlet Blood Sect's disciple to narrow. At such a young age, he actually has martial strength. He must be a disciple of a nearby family. It's more fun to play around with him. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the speed of Long Chen's fleeting shadow instantly increased by 100 times. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already disappeared. In the next instant, a fist that was so heavy that it could even make him vomit overnight food struck his lower abdomen. The wretched middle-aged man immediately let out a pitiful howl as he painfully bent down. Like a cooked shrimp, he curled up. What's going on? How can this youth's speed be so fast? Could that be a movement battle technique? Does this brat actually have a great background? He had spent so many years in the shadow of blood, so although his abdomen was in pain, he did not lose his mind. Thinking that Long Chen might be one of those great forces favored sons of heaven, Li Yan's eyes darted around in pain and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. With snot and tears running down his face, he pleaded, "Young master, Li Yan, have never done anything bad in my life, and I have never offended you. I hope that young master can be magnanimous and spare my lowly life." "Is that so? Didn't you just say you wanted to serve me?" The sound of Long Chen gnashing his teeth entered Li Yan's ears. "I don't dare. How could I dare? Young master's talent is outstanding and is not something that a small character like me can blaspheme. Li Yan said pitifully. This fellow is acting pitiful in front of me, but am I, Long Chen, someone easy to trick? His entire body is filled with blood. I estimate that he has harmed many people in his life. The Scarlet Blood Church is very mysterious, it is not a place for good. Long Chen had wanted to take Li Yan's life, but when he remembered that Li Yan was still useful, he kicked Li Yan's head. Li Yan's head smashed into the ground, and Long Chen stomped on it. This heavy blow caused Li Yan an even more intense pain than before. He had never imagined that Long Chen, who was dressed in a harmless manner, would be so ruthless in his attacks. The fiery pain on his head made Li Yan dizzy, but he didn't have time to lose consciousness. The foot on the back of his head was like a knife pressed against his head. Li Yan was beaten in confusion, but he could only beg for mercy. The current his life was completely in the hands of Long Chen. I am too lazy to waste words with you. I'll give you two choices. First, die. Second, you still die. Li Yan quivered in fright. His face turned pale. Thinking that he would die in this place, his face that was pressed against the mud instantly revealed a look of despair. Seeing this fellow sobbing, Long Chen could tell that he was not a strong-willed person. His heart was filled with joy. What are you crying for? I was just joking with you. Now I'll give you two choices. First, die. Second, bring me to your Scarlet Blood Holy Church's hideout. The despairing Li Yan heard Long Chen's words and was filled with joy. Then he was filled with shock. When Long Chen said this, even if Li Yan was stupid, he knew that Long Chen's goal this time was the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. In that short period of time, his brain was spinning rapidly. This little brat is making noise to lure me out and then ask about the whereabouts of the others. From his appearance, he should be trying to save the girls we captured in Yanluo town. This little fellow is really daring. He's only this young and he dares to commit suicide to come up the mountain. That's fine, I'll bring you there. In front of the two protectors, I'll see how you die. You've hit me twice. I, Li Yan, will remember this grudge. Seeing this fellow's sneaky eyes, Long Chen knew what he was planning. His current task was to find the stronghold of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. As for when he arrived, he would leave it to Huang Feiyang to deal with. He did not care what kind of tricks Li Yan had. What, after hesitating for so long, have you made your decision? You want to die, right? Li Yan was shocked and quickly said, Sir, this little one chooses the second option, this little one chooses the second option. I'll bring you there right now. Oh. Long Chen looked at him with interest. Can you guarantee that you won't have any tricks up your sleeves? This little one definitely wouldn't dare. Long Chen smiled indifferently and said, As long as you're in my hands, as long as you have any bad thoughts, I'll make you regret coming to this world. In any case, your Scarlet Blood Holy Church doesn't lack people like you. I'll lure another one and we'll still be able to find the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's hideout. Yes, yes. Sir is right. Li Yan quickly nodded. Only then did Long Chen let him go. Seeing this middle-aged man crawl up and flatter him, Long Chen raised his gaze and Li Yan immediately obediently led the way. Long Chen looked provocatively in Huang Feiyang's direction before smiling and following behind Li Yan. In the distant forest, when he saw Long Chen's provocative gaze, Huang Feiyang's eyes turned cold. What are you so proud of? When we reach there, it'll be your death. Brother Huang, isn't this Long Chen a beast warrior? He's only at the 8th Dragon Vein stage and didn't even use his beast spirit transformation. How could he so easily defeat an opponent of the same level? Thinking about this, Wen Ye felt that something was wrong. Huang Feiyang also frowned and said, This little brat is even stronger than when he was in the family selection. He must have broken through again. He should be at the 9th dragon vein stage. It's not surprising. This Longchen really has some talent. We only saw the tip of the iceberg with that movement technique, but it's already not bad. But why do I feel that this technique is somewhat familiar? This is the Lingwu family's dragon 9 heavens roaming steps. Although he did not believe it, Huang Feiyang still said helplessly, he has only obtained the dragon 9 heavens roaming steps for about 5 days and can actually barely use it. This kind of talent, in our Qingyang Hall, probably only boss Feng Wutian can compare to him. But Wenya, Huang Feiyang's face darkened and said, the more such a person is, the more we have to kill him in the cradle. Otherwise, if we give him time to grow, there will be endless troubles in the future. Although he was not willing to become enemies with Long Chen, because of his good friend Huang Feiyang, Wenya was also very helpless. Let's go, let's end this troublesome guy's life. In this East Yen mountain, after crossing a few mountains, they arrived at a forest area where the trees were starting to turn yellow. There were strange rocks here and it was extremely hidden. The nearby monsters had already been cleaned up by the people of the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. The monster's lair could be used as a temporary residence, and it could also be used as a prison to imprison those captured girls. Sir, it's just in front. Us brothers are currently drinking and eating meat. Those captured girls are all in the depths of the cave. I can guarantee you that they are absolutely unharmed. Arriving here, Long Chen could already faintly feel the presence of people in front of him. There was a faint smell of meat and wine in the air. In the distant forest, there was a faint smoke from a bonfire rising up. At this point, there was no longer a need for Li Yan. Li Yan was currently nervously looking at Long Chen. This was definitely a matter of life and death for him. He had already made all his preparations and wanted to seize the perfect opportunity to attack Long Chen and then escape. He did not need to defeat Long Chen at all. As long as he escaped, he could have the people of the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church protect him. Seeing that the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church was right in front of him, Li Yan thought that Long Chen would rush over. He never thought that Long Chen would stop at this time and smile at Li Yan. Sir, our people are just in front of us. Sir said that you would spare me, could it be that you want to go back on your word? No, I'm just waiting for someone. Long Chen calmly replied. Waiting for someone? Li Yan was confused when he heard this. However, he quickly saw that there were actually 2 experts walking out from the forest. These 2 people had cold eyes and their auras were erupting from their bodies. That kind of might was even more terrifying than Long Chen's. Li Yan was instantly frightened. He finally understood that he had underestimated Long Chen. Originally, he thought that Long Chen was just a hothead who would go up the mountain alone for a woman and fight with so many of them. However, he never thought that there would be people behind Long Chen. 3 people had appeared in a row and they were all young experts. In Li Yan's mind, a phrase that made him tremble with fear appeared. You guys, are the Lingwu family? You guessed correctly. Huang Feiyang and Long Chen instantly appeared in front of Li Yan. At this time, Huang Feiyang coldly smiled and punched towards Li Yan's chest. Although it was a simple punch, under the attack of a mortal core expert, if Li Yan was hit, he would definitely die. This Huang Feiyang's eyes were much more sinister than Long Chen's. When Huang Feiyang appeared, Li Yan knew that he was almost done for. At this moment of life and death, he exploded with all his strength and wanted to escape. You think you can escape from my hands? Huang Feiyang's heart was already filled with anger. He couldn't immediately attack Long Chen, so he could only vent his anger on Li Yan. At the same time, to Long Chen, it was also a very good demonstration. Li Yan and Huang Feiyang were a few realms apart. Under such a close distance situation, he naturally had no chance of escaping. Licking blood on the edge of a knife all year round, Li Yan had long been prepared to die. However, he was still very unwilling to die in the hands of Huang Feiyang. Just when Li Yan was in despair, suddenly a figure blocked in front of him. A fist technique that was dazzling like stars forced Huang Feiyang away. Li Yan focused his eyes and saw that it was actually Long Chen. Chapter 89. For Li Yan, this was a huge surprise. Just as Huang Feiyang was about to kill him, Long Chen, who was originally holding him hostage, suddenly stood in front of him and blocked Huang Feiyang's attack. Li Yan then won the opportunity to escape with all his might. As he escaped, he racked his brains for an answer. Long Chen blocked Huang Feiyang and let Li Yan go. This made Huang Feiyang roar in anger. Long Chen, what kind of stupid thing are you doing? Is there something wrong with your head? I said before that I wouldn't kill him. Now I am just fulfilling my promise. Seeing that Long Chen did not have any intention of lowering his head, Huang Feiyang could not help but make a move. At this time, Wen Ye pulled him back. Huang Feiyang thought about how he had endured for so long. Seeing that he could smoothly kill Long Chen, at this last moment, even if his heart was filled with anger, he still forcefully endured it. Coldly looking at Long Chen, Huang Feiyang said, "You let him go. Now chase after him for me." If he let Li Yan go back first, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's people would scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. If he let them escape, this mission would be for naught. If Huang Feiyang wanted to kill Long Chen, he had to think of other methods. Therefore, he could only order Long Chen to chase after them. Long Chen curled his lips. The group of people chased after Li Yan. Li Yan's speed was not fast. Huang Feiyang's group of 3 knew the direction, so they quickly approached the Sacred Blood Church's stronghold. Huang Feiyang and Wen Ye chased at the very front. As they chased after Li Yan, they also confirmed that Long Chen was following behind. This brat's speed is not bad. In the blink of an eye, Li Yan's figure was already in front of them. In the face of death, a person's potential was endless. Li Yan ran while shouting for help. Instantly, there was a commotion in the distance. Not long later, a group of people with red dots between their eyebrows had actually charged into the withered forest. There were around 11 or 12 of these people. They were all fierce and full of blood qi. It was obvious that they were from the Sacred Blood Church. At this moment, their faces were flushed and they reeked of alcohol. It was obvious that they were having a celebratory feast. Li Yan was probably just an errand boy. That was why he was out at this time. As soon as these people appeared, Li Yan joined them while howling miserably. That group of people also saw Huang Feiyang and the other person who were running at the front. "Lord Guardian, it's the Lingwu family." Hearing the words Lingwu family, the expressions of the people on the other side changed. Among these people, there were 2 men in the lead. One of them was thin and small, his hair and eyebrows were faintly blood red, and his eyes were like bloody arrows. The other person was tall and sturdy with a shiny bald head. From afar, he looked like a round iron ball. These 2 people should be 2 of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's 8 protectors. Of the 2 of them, it was clear that the skinny one was the leader. Long Chen felt that the protector had become even stronger. At this moment, when the protector heard the words Lingwu family, his expression changed. He made a prompt decision and said, "Kill them all, don't let a single one of them escape." For the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, the Lingwu family was too big. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to kill, to completely destroy all traces. Yes, Guardian Qin. On the other side, when Huang Feiyang saw that there were 2 leaders in the enemy's group, he felt happy in his heart. These 2 men, that bald man has just broken through to the mortal core realm, and that skinny Guardian Qin has reached the initial mortal core realm. Their strength is not far from mine. With their strength, they can definitely kill Long Chen. Scarlet Blood Holy Church? How dare you, you actually want to attack the Lingwu family. You dare to do such a thing in the territory of the Lingwu family? Today, on behalf of the Lingwu family, I will kill you all. While Huang Feiyang was speaking, his brain was working quickly. As he spoke, he had already thought of a plan. He instructed Wuxia in a low voice, "In a moment, I will deal with Protector Qin. You will go around them and save those women. That bald man will definitely not dare to fight you head-on. Instead, he will cause trouble for Long Chen." Wuxia understood what he meant. At this moment, under Guardian Qin's order, a group of men from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church started attacking. Among them, there were all warriors at the first level of the Dragon Vein realm. Even if these warriors weren't at the Mortal Core realm, they would still be a powerful force if they worked together. However, right at this moment, one of the three men from the Lingwu family actually went around them and headed towards the back of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. With that kind of speed, besides Guardian Qin, no one in the Scarlet Blood Holy Church could stop him. Guardian Qin and Guardian Shi looked at each other. They both understood each other's intentions. When they saw that there were two early Mortal Core warriors from the Lingwu clan, they were scared as well. But because they saw that their opponents were young, and they didn't have much fighting experience and killing intent, they dared to fight them head-on. These three are all young men with yellow hair. When it comes to fighting, they are definitely not as good as us who live on the edge of a knife. It's just that their realms are higher. I was a bit scared at first, but these idiots actually sent one of their men to save those girls. How stupid. Thinking up to here, Guardian Qin sneered in his heart. He quickly shouted, "All disciples who haven't reached the Mortal Core realm, chase after him and pin him down. Once I'm done with these two, I'll immediately come and save you all." There were a total of 10 warriors at the first level of the Dragon Vein realm. Although they couldn't defeat the opponent, they could at least pin him down for some time. On the other side, Guardian Qin and Guardian Shi could take this opportunity to kill Huang Feiyang and Long Chen. This slightly older young man has a terrifying cultivation level. I need to focus 120% to deal with him. But once old Shi kills that young man, we'll work together to kill this young man. Victory or defeat depends on this. Old Shi, let's go all out this time. Under Guardian Qin's order, all the other disciples chased after them. Only Li Yan was left. Because he had been hit by Long Chen before, and because he was running for his life, he had lost part of his fighting strength. After running for a few steps, his face turned pale and he sat down on the ground. As for Li Yan, Guardian Qin and Guardian Shi were too lazy to care about him. After all, when it came to fighting strength, it didn't matter if he was here or not. Without further ado, Guardian Qin dashed towards Huang Feiyang right after giving the order. The tall Guardian Shi, on the other hand, was facing Long Chen with a gloomy expression. Everything was going according to his plan. Huang Feiyang let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Long Chen who was locked by Guardian Shi and sneered. This baldy won't go easy on him. Long Chen, you're going to suffer this time. As for Guardian Qin, Huang Feiyang had to focus on dealing with him. After all, he was an expert of the same level as him. Between you and Guardian Shi, only one of you needs to die. As for the other one, I'll let you be the witness to prove that Long Chen died in your hands. That'll do. As for Li Yan, who was not far away, he was completely ignored. At this moment, Li Yan was sizing up the battle in bewilderment. If Protector Qin could not get there in time, the people on Wenya's side would definitely be in danger. Therefore, Li Yan did not join in the fun. However, this move by the Lingwu family made Li Yan frown. That young man actually saved me just now. It's obvious that he doesn't get along with the other two. Now that the other two have schemed to let Guardian Shi deal with him, it's obvious that they want to use us to kill this young man. After figuring this out, Li Yan was filled with emotions. I didn't expect this bunch of little bastards to be so ruthless even though they're good at cultivation. It seems like the competition within the Lingwu family is really intense. These two are obviously jealous of that young man's talent and actually want to kill him. Long Chen kept his promise and even personally stopped Huang Feiyang's attack. This made Li Yan feel touched. At this moment, he was staring at Long Chen without blinking and sighed. It's really rare to see such a young man who values friendship and keeps his promise. However, it's really a pity that he died under Guardian Shi's attack. Guardian Shi clicked his tongue in wonder and sized up Long Chen. He sneered. You're a handsome young man. If you were an ordinary person, of course, I'd take you in as my disciple. However, since you're from the Lingwu family, you deserve to die. Long Chen ignored him. Now that Wen Ye had left, Huang Feiyang thought it was a good opportunity to kill Long Chen. But for Long Chen, wasn't this also a good opportunity? Long Chen let out a loud roar. True energy exploded from his body. He used the Dragon Soul transformation skill. Under the shocked gazes of Guardian Shi, Guardian Qin and Li Yan, pieces of orderly and delicate blood-red dragon scales and sharp bone spikes formed on Long Chen's body in the blink of an eye. This young man is a beast warrior. Guardian Shi was startled, then he burst out laughing. This look. Not bad, it's tasty, spicy enough. After saying that, he didn't care how strong Long Chen was and immediately jumped towards him. On the other side, Huang Feiyang and Guardian Qin had started fighting. In front of a mortal core warrior, no matter how strong a dragon vein warrior is, he's just a clown. Thinking of this, Huang Feiyang was at ease as he tangled with Protector Qin. From time to time, he would glance at Long Chen's side. The Red Blood Holy Church's people were in a hurry and Protector Shi's side was the key. Therefore, when Huang Feiyang's side started fighting, Protector Shi had already started attacking Long Chen. He really is a mortal core warrior, his skills are extraordinary. In just a split second, Guardian Shi had appeared in front of Long Chen. His mortal core true energy exploded, and his huge body was like a huge mountain, crashing towards Long Chen. Protector Shi's true qi also has the aura of blood, but compared to my true qi, its nature is far inferior. I don't know how they cultivated their true qi. At this moment, Guardian Shi's eyes turned cold. His true energy exploded, and his violent energy swept across the surroundings. His eyes focused, and suddenly, his fist became like a mountain, crashing onto the ground. Giant meteorite fist. Under this giant meteorite fist, Long Chen didn't move at all. Li Yan's eyebrows moved, and he thought sadly, this young man, he's still too inexperienced. Chapter 90. Using a low profound rank combat skill right off the bat, looks like this guy wants to kill me as soon as possible. But, I, Long Chen, won't let you do as you wish. Sneering in his mind, Long Chen didn't panic when the giant meteorite fist came crashing towards him. He quickly moved his feet. Although Guardian Shi's fist was huge and powerful, its weakness was its speed. Long Chen had practiced the meteorite fist before. The theory behind the meteorite fist was similar to this giant meteorite fist. However, the meteorites in outer space were extremely fast, and when they landed on the ground, their speed was much faster than this giant meteorite fist. Long Chen performed the dragon roaming steps, and immediately, a series of shadows appeared under his feet. Guardian Shi thought he could kill Long Chen with one strike, but just as he was about to hit the stunned Long Chen suddenly turned into a shadow. Like a dragon swimming in the water, with his soft body, he dodged Guardian Shi's strike. Long Chen had actually dodged at this moment. Guardian Shi was shocked, and Li Yan was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He thought to himself, this guy is really a genius, he actually dodged with his movement skill at this critical moment, but, Li Yan shook his head and thought to himself, even if he practiced a movement skill, it's impossible for him to be a match for Guardian Shi, who specializes in attacking. Just as Li Yan was thinking about this, Long Chen had already moved behind Guardian Shi. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. I thought only offensive combat skills were useful, but now that I think about it, when a body-refining combat skill and movement skill are used together, only then can a person fully display the art of battle. With the dragon roaming steps, Long Chen could easily exhaust this guy to death. Although he was only at the mortal core realm, his Jin Qi was 10 times stronger than Guardian Shi's. Only those whose true Qi surpassed Long Chen's were qualified to be his opponent. This Protector Shi was far from enough. On the other side, Huang Feiyang was fighting with Guardian Qin while observing Long Chen's battle. When he saw that Long Chen had used the dragon's 9 heavens wandering steps to dodge Guardian Shi's attack, he was shocked. Long Chen hadn't clashed with Huang Feiyang in front of Protector Qin, so Protector Qin had only thought that Huang Feiyang was concerned about Long Chen. This feeling of being looked down upon made Protector Qin, who was about to kill Huang Feiyang, extremely angry. "Brat, your opponent is me. As for your younger brother, he won't live for long." Protector Qin thought that Long Chen was Huang Feiyang's younger brother. Because of Huang Feiyang's carelessness, Protector Qin immediately launched a barrage of attacks. They were originally at the same level, but Huang Feiyang's distraction caused him to be at a disadvantage. Long Chen hadn't been killed yet, and if Huang Feiyang died in his opponent's hands, he would lose a lot of face. Therefore, Huang Feiyang had no choice but to unleash all of his strength and fight Protector Qin to the death. "You dare to go against my Lingwu family? You are destined to die a horrible death. Is that so? But before that, you little brat can go and die. That brat is your younger brother, right? After you die, we'll torture him." Huang Feiyang was fighting desperately with Protector Qin, and Long Chen had already dodged a few of Protector Shi's attacks. Looking at Protector Shi's furious face, Huang Feiyang was furious as well, and he unleashed his powerful qi. Long Chen was able to dodge once because he was lucky, but when he saw that Protector Shi couldn't hit him at all, Li Yan was stunned. In his mind, Long Chen wasn't just lucky anymore. Right at this moment, Long Chen was furious. This time, when he arrived behind Protector Shi, his mortal core qi exploded. At this moment, everyone was shocked. But when they found out that Long Chen was also a mortal core warrior, Long Chen had already unleashed all of his attacks against Protector Shi. While using the dragon roaming steps to dodge Protector Shi's attack, he quickly formed a hand seal. When he successfully dodged Protector Shi's attack, Long Chen let out a loud shout. Right at this moment, 9 images of divine dragons had formed in his hands. With his loud shout, a destructive attack was unleashed towards Protector Shi, who was right in front of him. Profound Dragon Seal. Long Chen had really fallen in love with this kind of fighting style. After using the dragon roaming steps, he was finally able to unleash all of his combat skills. Protector Shi's attack had missed, and he was now facing Long Chen's mortal core aura. Not only that, Long Chen had used such a fast, powerful, and unexpected combat skill. Protector Shi was shocked, and a crazed look emerged in his eyes. But within this crazed look, there was also fear. This dragon seal directly hit Protector Shi, who had just turned around and made a simple defense. Although it was only a high-grade yellow-ranked battle skill, the enormous power still caused Protector Shi to spit out a mouthful of blood. He crashed into several withered trees, and his tall body fell to the ground with a loud bang. In just a short moment, he was completely dead. From the moment Long Chen unleashed his mortal core qi to the moment Protector Shi was killed, only 2 breaths of time had passed. Li Yan's face was still in a daze. He stared blankly at the young man, and his chin couldn't help but tremble. After some time, he finally managed to catch his breath. He took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen, then he praised, "This young man, he really is a monster. I couldn't even tell that he was hiding his strength just now. Protector Shi's death was witnessed by Huang Feiyang and Protector Qin, who were fighting. Basically, Long Chen's fight would determine the outcome of their fight. Both men were evenly matched, and what they were waiting for was the outcome of Long Chen's fight. But strangely, no matter if it was Huang Feiyang or Protector Qin, they both wanted Long Chen to die. For Protector Qin, once Long Chen died, Protector Shi would be able to help him get rid of Huang Feiyang. For Huang Feiyang, Long Chen's death was his goal. As for Protector Qin and Protector Shi, Huang Feiyang naturally had a way to deal with them. At least, he would be able to hold on until Wen Ye arrived. But what everyone didn't expect was that Long Chen would explode and kill Protector Shi in just 2 breaths of time despite being at a disadvantage. This unexpected situation caused Huang Feiyang's face to twitch. He had meticulously set up a trap to get rid of Long Chen with the help of others. Now that such an unexpected situation had occurred, he had the urge to vomit blood. At this moment, Long Chen had finished off his opponent and was looking at him with a smile. Seeing Long Chen's proud smile, Huang Feiyang's lungs were about to explode. I originally wanted someone else to get rid of you, but you provoked me again and again. Long Chen, you're courting death. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If Lord Warden investigates, I'll deny it. I don't believe that I can't beat a brat like you after working hard for the Lingwu family for so many years. At this moment, Huang Feiyang's eyes were bloodshot. When he saw that Long Chen had killed Protector Shi, Protector Qin's face was full of shock. In his original plan, Protector Shi was the most important part. He didn't expect that Protector Shi, who had been with him for half his life, would die at the hands of Long Chen. Old Shi. Protector Qin looked at Long Chen's eyes, which were now completely red. However, he didn't know what kind of conflict Long Chen had with Huang Feiyang. If he wanted to take revenge and escape, the most important thing for him was to defeat Huang Feiyang. After Protector Shi died, Protector Qin roared and launched an even more ferocious attack at Huang Feiyang. He was completely desperate. When Huang Feiyang fought with him, he didn't use his full strength. Now that the plan to kill Long Chen had failed, coupled with the anger in Huang Feiyang's heart, he had to kill this annoying Protector Qin as soon as possible. Old man, you're courting death. Huang Feiyang's voice was cold. Protector Qin seemed to have gone crazy. He kept launching attacks at Huang Feiyang. It's you who deserve to die. His plan was going well, but he was interrupted by the Lingwu family. That was why Protector Qin was furious. But, Huang Feiyang was even more furious than him. When he saw Long Chen kill Protector Shi, his eyes darkened and he said, "What a troublesome guy. Well, I'll let you have a taste of our Huang family's strongest secret skill, the Heavenly Wheel of Death." Huang Xiang had used the Heavenly Wheel of Death on Long Chen before, but at that time, the Heavenly Wheel of Death was completely defeated by Long Chen's Burning Devil Sun Fist. Huang Feiyang was an initial Mortal Core warrior, and when he used the Heavenly Wheel of Death, the power he unleashed was at least 10 times stronger than when Huang Xiang used it. In an instant, an enormous energy exploded like a bomb. The black and white light wheel that was covered with runes started vibrating rapidly around Huang Feiyang. In an instant, the entire forest started shaking. Witnessing such a powerful attack, Protector Qin's expression changed. In Long Chen's eyes, the Scarlet Blood sect was indeed a big power, but when compared to Huang Feiyang's family, they were still weaker. Facing such a powerful Heavenly Wheel of Death, Protector Qin realized that he had no way to defend himself. The young genius of the Lingwu family, he is indeed someone I can't compare to. Facing a situation where he would definitely die if he tried to escape, and there was still a chance for him to survive if he tried to fight back, Protector Qin, who had been around for most of his life, naturally knew what to do. The Scarlet Blood sect was a bloody place, and everyone here was ruthless. Since Protector Qin was able to take up this position, he wasn't someone who would easily back down. Since you want me to die, I won't let you have an easy time. Hurricane Eagle Strike. Two enormous energies collided, but Protector Qin was still weaker than Huang Feiyang, and was knocked to the ground by Huang Feiyang's attack. Huang Feiyang's face was cold, but his eyes were filled with pride. He rushed forward and killed Protector Qin. After that, he stared at Long Chen with his cold eyes. I've made you wait, haven't I? It's your turn now. Chapter 91. Not long after both sides started fighting, Long Chen unexpectedly killed Guardian Shi, which was out of Li Yan's expectation. And then, Huang Feiyang used his violent strength to kill Guardian Qin in an instant. Li Yan was shocked. The two strongest leaders on his side were killed by the Lingwu family in such a short period of time. Li Yan knew that they were finished this time. Wuxia was also an early Mortal Core warrior. Those second-level Dragon Vein warriors could only hold him back for a while. After a long time, they would all be finished. Therefore, this time, the Red Blood Holy Church was probably going to be wiped out. Li Yan was shocked. Only now did he remember that he should run away. However, at this moment, Long Chen seemed to have seen through his thoughts. Under Huang Feiyang's powerful aura, he turned his head and smiled evilly at Li Yan. If you take even half a step away from here, I guarantee that you won't live past today. Stay here, I guarantee that you'll be fine. Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it contained an irresistible force. Although Li Yan wanted to leave, he remembered what Long Chen had said. His feet were nailed to the ground, and he couldn't move at all. Listening to their conversation, these two are about to have a life and death battle. If I run away, they might send one of them to kill me. If I stay here and wait for both of them to be injured, I might have a chance of survival. However, looking at Huang Feiyang's powerful energy, Li Yan was still a little uncertain. Although this young man is talented, he's still too young. Compared to this young man, he's much weaker. Why does it seem like a stupid thing for me to bet my life on him? Looking at the two who were about to start fighting, Li Yan's mind was in a mess. In the end, he decided to observe for a while. At this moment, Huang Feiyang had just killed Guardian Qin, and he was charging towards Long Chen with a bloody aura. What? The dagger has been revealed. Are you finally going to do it yourself? Long Chen had an indifferent attitude. He looked at Huang Feiyang with a smile that didn't look like he was smiling. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. You only defeated an early Mortal Core warrior by luck. You actually think that you can be arrogant in front of me? Huang Feiyang's cold gaze did not change at all. In his heart, Li Yan was a small character that did not exist. So when there was no one around, he gave a cold laugh and said, Long Chen, in this mission, the person who killed you was the Scarlet Blood Sect's Protector Shi. I killed Protector Qin and Protector Shi, taking revenge for you. What do you think of this explanation? It's nothing much. That's about the level of an explanation an idiot can come up with. What? Huang Feiyang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The aura around his body continued to rise. When he was only 7 to 8 meters away from Long Chen, his anger and aura reached its peak. I have to say, you're the person who has infuriated me the most in all these years. Long Chen, it's your honor to die in my hands. Killing Long Chen, to Huang Feiyang, was something that could not be made public. So what he needed to do was to kill Long Chen in the shortest amount of time possible. Previously, when the two of them killed the protector of the Scarlet Blood Sect, it had only been a short while. Not long after, Huang Feiyang was already rushing towards Long Chen. Profound rank battle skill, brilliant wheel. Compared to Huang Xiang, even if it was the brilliant wheel, Huang Feiyang was much more skilled and powerful. Suddenly, sand and stones flew in the forest. The whistling leaves and dust flew towards Long Chen. Under Huang Feiyang's control, the shining wheel shot towards Long Chen. Along the way, even the thick tree trunks were turned into sawdust. This kind of attack again. So boring, Long Chen smiled coldly. Although Huang Feiyang's speed was several times faster than Protector Shi, compared to Long Chen, it was only a so-so. He used the ninth heaven roaming dragon steps. Instantly, the blood-red figure seemed to transform into a real dragon. It was erratic, and in the blink of an eye, it passed by Huang Feiyang under the brilliant wheel. Huang Feiyang was already very surprised that Long Chen was able to dodge Protector Shi's attack. He didn't expect that Long Chen would even be able to dodge his own attack. This meant that Long Chen was almost at the level of proficiency in the Dragon Nine Heavens roaming dragon steps. How is this possible? It has only been 5 days since he obtained this combat skill. Huang Feiyang revealed a horrified expression. The arrogant youth in front of him made him very afraid. Seeing that Long Chen only dodged and dodged the opponent's attack, his heart calmed down a little. However, it was still not optimistic. He only dares to dodge. Looks like he has no way to resist the attack that killed Protector Qin just now. He won't be able to dodge this move. Should I run away now? Li Yan was so anxious right now that he was like an ant on a hot pan. If I run away now, will they spare some people to kill me? At least that young man won't let me leave safely. But this young man will. Just as Li Yan was in a dilemma, Long Chen calculated the time. He estimated that Wuxia was about to return. At this moment, Huang Feiyang turned around and chased after him with a grin. Combat Spirit Finger Skill, Wind and Cloud Movement. Profound Dragon Seal. Long Chen's attack actually tied with Huang Feiyang's. Huang Feiyang, who originally thought that Long Chen only knew how to dodge, now truly admired Long Chen. He was at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm before. How did he enter the Mortal Core realm now? If he only relied on the corpse of the profound rank demon beast, it would be impossible. Could it be that when he participated in the Lingwu family selection, he actually hid his strength? No matter what, you still have to die today. Staring at Long Chen, Huang Feiyang knew that he didn't have much time left. While he was preparing the All-Heaven Death Wheel, he thought to himself, even if he is at the Mortal Core realm, he probably hasn't captured the beast soul of a profound rank demon beast. A beast warrior like this can't threaten me at all. Both of them wanted to kill each other in the shortest time possible, so the result was obvious. When Huang Feiyang used the All-Heaven Death Wheel, Long Chen also smiled coldly. He used the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps and circled around Huang Feiyang at high speed. At the same time, he quickly prepared an even more powerful attack. Looking at the invisible flames on Long Chen's body and his blood-red eyes that seemed to have turned into 2 balls of flame, Huang Feiyang's All-Heaven Death Wheel had an aura that was completely different from before. Is this the attack that defeated Xiang? Humph. I'll help him vent his anger. Let's see if your attack is stronger or my Huang family's All-Heaven Death Wheel is stronger. This scene was basically similar to the battle between Long Chen and Huang Xiang, but the 2 people fighting this time were much stronger. The turbulence caused was also much stronger than that time. Li Yan looked at this scene in a daze. He felt that the movement on Long Chen's body wasn't any weaker than Huang Feiyang's. He suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He could vaguely guess the relationship between the 2. It was obvious that Huang Feiyang wanted to kill this genius. But what surprised Huang Feiyang was that Long Chen had already grown to the point where he could rival him. This was the 2nd time he used the Devil's Sun Burning Fist. Long Chen felt that the true qi in his body was burning. The mortal core within the mist in his dantian was also burning with a blood-red flame. The majestic true qi that exploded out carried a scorching temperature as it howled within Long Chen's body. This is the combat skill left behind by the mysterious person in the flame. Although it's only a mid-grade mystic class, how can it be simple? At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have transformed into a god of fire. The surrounding temperature kept rising, and on the other side, Huang Feiyang's all-heaven-death wheel that was covered in runes was used again. At this moment, Huang Feiyang's entire body was filled with killing intent. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Suddenly, his figure shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen, go and die. All-heaven-death wheel. Is that so? Long Chen smiled indifferently. When the aura on his body rose to the extreme, he narrowed his eyes and gathered all the power in his body at one point. He roared and punched. Devil Sun burning fist, red flames burning the heavens. A fist and a wheel collided once again. Compared to the last time, Long Chen's true qi had increased by almost 100 times. Originally, the energy of true qi was his weakness, but now it had become his strength. 10 times the nature of true qi. In fact, the power was almost the same as Huang Feiyang's true qi. And Long Chen's breakthrough point was that he had completely surpassed his opponent's Devil Sun burning fist. This was a mid-grade mystic class combat skill. When he used it now, the explosive power was almost 100 times stronger than the last time. At this moment, a faintly discernible human face suddenly appeared in the scarlet flame fist. In the next moment, this human face engulfed the all-heaven-death wheel. The overbearing power shook Huang Feiyang's body. When he saw that the all-heaven-death wheel that he was so proud of was actually destroyed so easily by Long Chen, Huang Feiyang's eyes immediately widened. His eyeballs almost fell out. Impossible, how can his attack be so powerful? Even if it's a mid-grade mystic class combat skill, it's impossible for him to defeat me. Huang Feiyang thought in disbelief. At this critical juncture, he desperately wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the flaming fist mark of the Inferno Devil Yang fist was too terrifying. When Huang Feiyang's entire person was stunned, it had already engulfed him. In just an instant, it burned him into a dried corpse. Huang Feiyang only let out an earth-shattering scream. At this moment, he completely died. Even in death, his eyes were wide open. He had a look of complete disbelief. Impossible, this was the only thought he had before he died. In the collision between the strong and the strong, Long Chen was unharmed, but Huang Feiyang had lost his life. Li Yan looked at all of this in a daze. He thought that he was dreaming. He pinched himself hard and realized that everything he saw was real. God, this young man is really heaven-defying. Li Yan immediately kept quiet out of fear. He didn't dare to say a word. At this moment, Long Chen turned his head, and Li Yan was instantly scared to the point that his scalp went numb. However, Long Chen only said one sentence, "It seems that you are quite tactful." After saying that, he didn't care about Li Yan. In an extremely short amount of time, he put the corpses of Huang Feiyang, Protector Qin, and Protector Shi into his cosmos sack. When he was dragging Huang Feiyang's corpse, Long Chen spat at him. "You want to kill me? You deserve such an ending." At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound. Long Chen knew that the commotion here had completely alarmed Wuxia. Rushing the rankings, third place in the new book's ranking, continue to beg for flowers and distinguished guests. Chapters 84 to 90 have gone through a major revision. The plot of a man dressed as a woman has been removed. Students who want to understand the whole story can go back and take a look. Chapter 92. When Long Chen had just collected the corpses of Huang Feiyang and the two Scarlet Blood Church protectors and cleaned up the scene, Wuxia had already rushed over with a gloomy expression. Seeing that the place was a mess and only Long Chen was here, Wuxia immediately felt that something was wrong. He stared at Long Chen and coldly asked, "Where is Huang Feiyang?" Long Chen pretended that it had nothing to do with him and said, "Those two fellows couldn't beat Huang Feiyang, so they quickly escaped. Huang Feiyang just chased after them. You're too late." Wuxia frowned and looked at Long Chen with a gloomy expression. He planned to use their hands to kill Long Chen, but now he's failed, right? However, with Huang Feiyang's temperament, his target was Long Chen. How could he easily chase after him? Could something have happened? Wen Ye sized up his surroundings suspiciously. He said in a cold voice, "Why is this place in a mess? There is even the smell of fire. I sensed a huge commotion here earlier. Now, you are the only one left. What exactly is going on?" Ren Wenya thought until his brain cracked, but he couldn't imagine that Long Chen had killed them and put them into his cosmos sack. At this time, Wenye saw Li Yan. His gaze instantly turned cold as he walked towards Li Yan and coldly said, "Tell me, what exactly happened here? If you don't want to die, you'd better tell me the truth." Long Chen also looked at Li Yan and faintly smiled. Although his eyes seemed harmless, Li Yan knew that if he were to make a move, he would simply be a king of slaughter. Looking at the cold face of Wen Ye and the indifferent face of Long Chen, Li Yan's heart instantly made a decision. He immediately pretended to be frightened and said, replying to my lord, "The previous lord was too powerful. Us two protectors couldn't fight against him and could only escape, so that lord hurriedly chased after him." Li Yan's words were the same as Long Chen's, causing Wen Ye's brows to furrow even more. By now, he had already believed what they had said. However, he was still very doubtful about this result. "I don't know what this Huang Feiyang is up to. He said he wanted to kill Long Chen, but he chased after him alone. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Senior brother Wen, should we chase after them?" Long Chen probed at this moment. At this time, Wen Ye was carefully sizing up Long Chen. No matter how he looked, he could not find any flaws. Huang Feiyang's target is Long Chen. I'll just stay here and help him keep an eye on him. As for him, he has the powerful All Heaven's death wheel, so he shouldn't be in any danger. When he thought up to here, Wen Ye shook his head and said, "There's no need to chase after them. Follow me to rescue those ladies. As for this person, kill him." When Li Yan heard that Wen Ye wanted to kill him, he immediately looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was the person who had saved him from Huang Feiyang. As expected, Long Chen said boldly, "Senior brother Wen, they are from the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. I have a grudge against the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. Right now, I want to leave one alive to ask about the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. I hope that senior brother Wen will give me a chance." Sacred Scarlet Blood Church? Wen Ye had never heard of it before. However, since Long Chen had already said this, he would not make things difficult for Long Chen because of an insignificant character. The main person who wanted to deal with Long Chen was Huang Feiyang. Therefore, without Huang Feiyang, Wen Ye did not know how to make a decision for him. He only cared about looking after Long Chen and did not care about anything else. "Follow me." After saying that, Wen Ye headed inside. Just now, he had only dealt with those small fries. He had yet to rescue those girls. Huang Feiyang had yet to return. He could only rescue those girls first and complete the task. Then, he would think about it later. Seeing Long Chen follow Wen Ye, Li Yan quickly stood up. He looked at Long Chen with a bit of fear as he followed behind Long Chen. "I'm going to ask you a question. Answer me honestly." Li Yan quickly said, "Yes, I understand." Seeing that this little brat was tactful, Long Chen's heart was filled with joy. Originally, he believed that Lu Lan had given him information about the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. However, after experiencing this task, Long Chen no longer trusted Lu Lan. Seeing that Li Yan was a coward, Long Chen probed, "I'm looking for a protector of your Sacred Scarlet Blood Church called Shui Yuan. Do you know where he is?" Long Chen's question was very clever. If the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church knew that the Yang family in Baiyang village had killed Shui Yuan, they would not be able to guess that Long Chen had any relationship with the Yang family. If they did not know, the truth would not be revealed. Sure enough, Li Yan blankly said, Protector Shui Yuan has already been missing for half a month. I don't know where he is. I wonder why Sir is looking for him. Long Chen gave a cold smile and said, Naturally I want to kill him. After saying this, he continued to ask, I'll ask you another question. Why does the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church want to capture so many young ladies? He vaguely felt that there was another reason for them to do this. From the fact that they cultivated qi that contained the aura of their bloodlines, Long Chen felt that it was a bit strange. Being asked this question, Li Yan's brows immediately furrowed. He looked at Long Chen awkwardly and stammered, unable to say anything. Do you want to die? Long Chen's voice was like a devil's voice that entered his ears. Li Yan was instantly scared and he quickly said, I'll tell you. But you have to promise me that you'll let me go. Long Chen nodded and said, Don't worry, I won't break my promise to trash like you. With Long Chen's guarantee, Li Yan clenched his teeth and said, Our sect leader has a special method to cultivate qi. That is to gather the vitaline blood of many young ladies and form a blood pond. Our Scarlet Blood Holy Church's disciples can cultivate the blood soul true qi by cultivating in the blood pool. The blood soul true qi is twice as strong as normal true qi and is a very powerful technique. The blood pond that was formed last time has already dried up, so our sect leader has decided to hold a blood sacrifice ceremony to replenish the blood pond. That's why we came to capture these women. After Long Chen heard this, he was silent for a while. Vitaline blood, this was the blood of virgins. If one wanted to form a blood pond that could accommodate the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church's disciples, then the number of young ladies needed to be in the thousands. Long Chen pursed his lips and thought of the pitiful people in the Jadeite house. In the past, he also had a few friends there. They were people who had fallen to that place and had studied literature to barely make a living. He never thought that they would die so miserably. Moreover, it seemed like they were not the only ones who had died miserably. After Long Chen heard this, his breathing became heavy. Seeing Long Chen's strange state, Li Yan was filled with fear. He asked, Sir, you should be done with your questions. Should I leave now? Long Chen finally moved. When he raised his head, Li Yan was shocked to find that Long Chen's eyes were completely bloodshot. You've also bathed in the blood pond before, right? Long Chen's indifferent gaze caused Li Yan's face to turn pale. He was about to retort when Long Chen's fist landed on his forehead, causing his brain to explode. He flew out and when he fell to the ground, he was already motionless. Truly damnable. Long Chen, you've killed him well. This kind of evil person is simply deranged and deserves to be struck by lightning from the heavens. Heavenly punishment. Never to reincarnate. Hearing about the blood sacrifice ceremony, Lingxi was also a young girl. Compared to Long Chen, she was even more furious. Long Chen had never seen the cute and kind Lingxi go berserk at this time. I never thought that there would be such a dark corner in this world. To actually harm others in order to increase one's strength. This Scarlet Blood sect leader and all the disciples, they all deserve to die. Towards the end, Lingxi was already sobbing. For someone like her who had lived a happy life since she was young, she really could not imagine that there would be such evil people in this world that would do such heartless things. Although he had broken his promise and killed Li Yan, Long Chen did not have the slightest bit of regret in his heart. Lingxi was sad, but he was also very sad in his heart. I know that as long as I have enough strength, I won't let this kind of people and this kind of power exist in this world. With Long Chen's guarantee, Lingxi's heart felt a bit better. She encouraged him, then you have to work hard. It would be best if you could stop them before the blood sacrifice ceremony. If you let so many young girls die, I will not forgive you. Father naturally knows what to do. Then again, if they find out that I killed 2 of their protectors, even if I don't make a move against them, they will still make a move against me. Little she, this means that I have a blood feud with them. That's good. Previously, when Long Chen was questioning Li Yan, Wen Ye was walking in front. He could only vaguely hear Long Chen asking questions, so he did not pay it any mind. He never thought that in just a few breaths of time, Li Yan's head would be smashed and he would be sent flying. Turning his head to look at Li Yan's miserable state, Wen Ye's brows tightly knit together. After asking the questions, he no longer had any value, so this Long Chen actually killed him to silence him? This kind of ruthlessness, if Huang Feiyang did not kill him, with Long Chen's talent, Huang Feiyang would not have a good life. But at such a critical moment, where did he go? In a deep cave, Wen Ye saved over 10 young girls who were crying and had pale faces. Because the Scarlet Blood Holy Church needed Vitaline blood, they did not suffer much. When Li Yan first saw Long Chen, he had an anxious appearance. It was probably because he had stayed with this group of young girls for too long that his anger had exploded. After saving these young girls, his mission in Yen Luo town had been completed. But the strange thing was that Huang Feiyang still had not returned. Wen Ye waited for a while and the sky gradually turned dark. Seeing that he could not stay in Yen Luo mountain any longer, Wen Ye decided to leave the mountain. When he returns, he will probably directly go to Yen Luo town. I really don't know what accident happened. Chapter 93. Huang Feiyang, the Scarlet Blood Church's 2 protectors, Li Yan, and the others were all dead. The only ones left were Long Chen, Wen Ye, and a few ladies from the Swallow Luo town. At this moment, these ladies had already calmed down. They all looked at Wen Ye with reverence and even some adoration. This was because Wen Ye had saved them from the hands of those demons. As for Long Chen, he did not make a move in front of these ladies. It was no wonder that these ladies did not look at him. I don't know when Huang Feiyang will return. It's already late. Let's go back to the Swallow Luo town first. At this moment, Wen Ye's brows were deeply furrowed. So much time had passed. Huang Feiyang might have met with an accident. However, he could not leave here. Moreover, in this boundless mountain, how could he find Huang Feiyang? The group of people descended the mountain in a grandiose manner. Wen Ye walked in front alone. Those ladies saw that Long Chen was easy to talk to and hurriedly came over, asking, "Sir, are you people from the Lingwu family?" Long Chen had killed Huang Feiyang and had successfully hidden it from Wen Ye. At this moment, he was in a good mood. Thus, when he saw the beauty surrounding him, he said complacently, "That's natural. As long as you are from the Lingwu family, we can easily save you." Wow, Long Chen was young, and Wen Ye was not old either. They were the heroes in the young lady's imagination. After being saved, although they still had lingering fears, they quickly recovered. "Is that man in front your senior brother? He saved us, right? Your senior brother must be a super expert from the Lingwu family, right?" In response to these questions, Long Chen said proudly, "That's natural. Senior brother Wen Ye is a well-known figure in the Lingwu family. Who knows how many young ladies are secretly in love with him? If you have the same thoughts, you'd better hurry up and make your move." The ladies were embarrassed by Long Chen to the point that their ears turned red. They all laughed and scolded him. After walking for less than half a step, Yen Baitian had already led a group of experts from Yen Luo town to search East Yen Mountain anxiously. When they saw Wen Ye and the group of ladies, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Then, they cheered. When Yen Baitian saw that his daughter was safe and sound, he took the lead to kneel in front of Wen Ye and said with tears of gratitude, "Today, the Lingwu family saved my Yen Luo town from a great disaster. No matter if it's as the town master or as a father, I'm extremely grateful to the two lords. Yes. Yes, if the lords have any errands for us, we will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation." Yen Baitian did not see Huang Feiyang at first glance, but he saw Long Chen, who was surrounded by ladies. He frowned. At this moment, Wunya had already told him to get up coldly. "Sir, we have already prepared a banquet. We hope that you will do us the honor." Huang Feiyang was nowhere to be seen, and Wunya was not in the mood to participate in some banquet. Hence, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "You guys go back first. I still have something to do. This banquet is cancelled." Wunya spoke with determination, causing the experts from Yanluo town to be stunned. Then, they looked at each other. They did not know why Wunya was still in a bad mood after completing the mission. Previously, Wunya had not realized the importance of this matter. He had only felt that Huang Feiyang would definitely be able to return safely by relying on the all-heavenly death wheel. However, so much time had passed, and Huang Feiyang might really have met with an accident. At this moment, he could not be bothered to look at Long Chen. After all, killing Long Chen was a small matter, but saving Huang Feiyang's life was more important. Turning his head, Wunya said coldly, "Long Chen, stay in Yanluo town for now. When Huang Feiyang and I return, we will return to Yuanling City together." Long Chen hurriedly nodded his head. Wunya looked at the young man again. He saw that he did not care about anything, as if Huang Feiyang's life or death had nothing to do with him. Long Chen was supposed to be like this, so he could not find anything suspicious. After saying a few words, Wunya left everyone behind and headed towards the depths of Yendong Mountain. At this moment, Yan Baitian and the others looked at Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen's gentle expression, and even his mood, Yan Baitian, Long Chen and the others returned to Yanluo town. At the same time, he asked carefully, "Lord, what happened to those two lords?" Long Chen answered according to the lie he made up. "Before this, senior brother Wunya went to save this lady. Senior brother Huang and I were fighting against two mortal core guardians. However, when the two guardians saw that they were no match for us, they ran away. Senior brother Huang chased after them and has not returned yet. We could not wait for him, so we could only leave the mountain first. I guess senior brother Wunya is going back to look for him now." Yan Baitian and the others finally understood. No wonder they did not see Huang Feiyang just now. So this was the reason. The group headed down the mountain. The ladies had all found their families, so they did not stay by Long Chen's side. Long Chen walked in front alone. After dealing with his opponent, Huang Feiyang, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. "Now, I can focus on dealing with the Red Blood Holy Church. However, I wonder if this lie I made up will pass the test when I return to the Lingwu family?" When he thought about Lu Lan, this crazy beautiful woman, Long Chen did not have much confidence in his heart. Among the crowd, Yan Baitian was looking at the young man silently. His eyes were filled with surprise and seriousness. Before this, in the town lord's mansion, Huang Feiyang had bullied and killed Long Chen. Yan Baitian could also see that. He had also guessed that Huang Feiyang would take advantage of Yendong Mountain to attack Long Chen. However, the result now was that Long Chen had returned unscathed, while Huang Feiyang had disappeared. Thinking about what Long Chen had said, Wunya had no idea what had happened between Long Chen and Huang Feiyang. In other words, whatever had happened had been fabricated by Long Chen himself. Yan Baitian looked simple and honest, but he was old and had a lot of experience. He was also a wily old fox. What Wunya could not see, he might be able to see. This young man has really exceeded my expectations. I'm afraid that Huang Feiyang is already dead. Although Yan Baitian thought this way, he would definitely not say it out loud. He understood who he should be afraid of. Hence, he was not stupid enough to do anything to Long Chen. "Father, why are you staring at this guy?" A beautiful lady who was around 14 years old asked curiously beside Yan Baitian. Yan Baitian looked at the obedient daughter he had lost and regained, and he was filled with emotion. At this moment, an idea struck him, and he said, he is a super genius. Do you believe me? The lady called Wan looked at Long Chen suspiciously for a while and said, I think that senior brother just now is slightly stronger. He is the one who saved us. He is so handsome. As for this, it's just so. Seeing how he is so submissive to his senior brother, I don't think that he is very strong. Yen Baitian laughed involuntarily. This little guy is extraordinarily talented and has a ruthless personality. He knows how to conceal himself. His future can only be said to be limitless. Of course, Yen Baitian only muttered these words in his heart. At the beginning, he had also been confused by Long Chen's appearance. Now that he understood the real Long Chen, he was trembling with fear. Very soon, they returned to the town lord's mansion. Since Wuxia had not returned, Yen Baitian could not hold a banquet. After receiving Long Chen in a grand manner, Long Chen found an excuse to leave. The corpses of Huang Feiyang and the others were still in his cosmos sack. If he did not quickly dispose of them, they would really be a hot potato. Long Chen moved very quickly. He left the Swallow Sparrow town and found a secluded corner. Then, he burned Huang Feiyang and the others until not even ashes remained. He completely erased all traces of them. Huang Feiyang's cosmos sack was destroyed by my sky-burning demon Sun Fist. However, the items of the two protectors were left behind. This has benefited me, Long Chen. Before Long Mai had bought the spirit-nurturing fruit, he was so poor that he only had one piece of divine jade. Now, what he needed the most was divine jade. After opening the cosmos sacks of the two protectors of the Scarlet Blood Church, Long Chen found a total of 135 pieces of divine jade. This was the largest amount of wealth he had ever obtained. As for the cosmos sack, there were some golden rank herbs and some other miscellaneous items. Since they were useless to Long Chen emptied the cosmos sack and kept them for himself. Although these things weren't worth much to a divine core warrior, Long Chen had other uses for them. I think that little girl Ling Qing will like this gift. She has a lot of things as a girl, and it's really inconvenient for her to not have something like this. After returning to the town mayor's mansion, Long Chen started cultivating in peace. Only when it was late at night did Wuxia return. He appeared in front of Long Chen with an anxious and confused expression. He stared at Long Chen and said, Long Chen, can you guarantee that what you said is true? Long Chen's eyes turned cold as he said, what do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that I'm lying to you? What a joke. Do you really think I'm capable of killing Huang Feiyang and the two protectors of the Scarlet Blood Church? Aren't you thinking too highly of me, Long Chen? Wuxia knew it was impossible, but Huang Feiyang had indeed gone missing. He had searched the entire East Swallow Mountain, but he still couldn't find him. How else could he explain this? Could it be that he was killed by the Scarlet Blood Church, and his body was destroyed? Wuxia guessed correctly that someone had destroyed the body, but he didn't know who did it. He knew Long Chen's strength very well. He was only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. If he could kill 3 mortal core warriors like this, then the sun would rise from the west. I don't care if what you said is true or not. When we return to the Lingwu family, the truth will be revealed. No one dares lie in front of Deacon Lu. If you're lying to me, you better be prepared to be punished. If Huang Feiyang doesn't return in 3 days, we'll return to the Lingwu family. After saying that, Wuxia left. What he said scared Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't her match right now, and he had to listen to her orders. He really didn't know how to deal with her. What's there to be afraid of about that bitch? Just give me 2 more soul-bearing fruits, and I'll use all my strength to kill her. Humph. Lu Lan had flirted with Long Chen before, so Lingxi hated her very much. I only have enough divine jade to buy 1 more soul-bearing fruit. 3 days quickly passed. On this day, Long Chen and Wuxia left Swallow Siv Town amidst the cheers of the people of Swallow Siv Town. After that, they started their journey back to the Lingwu family. Long Chen didn't know what kind of storm was waiting for him. Chapter 94. When he was on the wind-splitting divine rock, his mood when he came and when he left was more or less the same. Previously, because he wasn't strong enough, he didn't know how to face Huang Feiyang's murderous intent. Now, because he wasn't strong enough, he didn't know how to deal with Lu Lan. Wen Ye didn't have much confidence in this trip since such a big thing had happened. He could only leave everything to the Lord Deacon. Soon, the wind-splitting divine rock entered Yuanling City and flew above Lingwu City. Then, it landed in the backyard of Qingyang Hall's Qinglu residence. Gan Lin was already waiting here. News of what happened in Yanluo town had long been sent back to Qinglu residence. Hence, Gan Lin knew that Long Chen was among those who returned, but Huang Feiyang wasn't. Seeing this relaxed youth, Gan Lin secretly praised him, but he was also worried for him. He directly said to Long Chen, "It's been a long journey. You must be tired. Go back to your residence first. If there are any arrangements, I will inform you." Long Chen nodded and thanked Gan Lin before leaving. He knew that Wen Ye should be brought to be questioned by Deacon Lu first. After all, they were still Long Chen's examiners. "I reckon this kid will give me the lowest grade." To Long Chen, this wasn't a big deal. If he really had talent, it would gradually become more prominent in the upcoming battles. There was no need for him to be restricted by this grade. Returning to his residence, Long Chen tidied up his luggage and belongings. Coincidentally, he saw his identity jade token. Scanning it, he actually discovered that the contribution points had become 30. I did such a mission and got 30 contribution points. I wonder how the Lingwu family's items are priced with contribution points. I hope these contribution points are more useful than the divine jade. Time passed quickly as he fooled around with Lingxi. When night slowly fell, Long Chen was preparing to cultivate. Lingxi pouted again and said angrily, "That bitch is looking for you again." Lu Lan. Long Chen stood up. He was finally going to face this woman. For him, this was also a battle. If he wasn't careful, he might die in her hands. After asking Lingxi to return to Lingxi's sword, Long Chen opened the door. But as soon as he opened the door, a deadly threat rushed towards his throat. Long Chen believed that if he didn't use all his strength to resist, he might die here. This woman obviously wants to test my strength, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. Right at this moment, Long Chen's expression changed. He unleashed his mortal core true energy and barely managed to block Lu Lan's sudden attack. However, it had also caused his blood and qi to boil, and he was forced to take a few steps back. As he retreated, Lu Lan walked in as if nothing had happened. She smiled coquettishly as she stared at Long Chen, then gently closed the door. She really has broken through to the mortal core realm. It was as if nothing had happened. Her face was flushed, and she swayed her body as she walked over to Long Chen. An alluring fragrance wafted into his nostrils. She licked her red lips with her tongue and looked at Long Chen in a provocative manner. It was as if she was telling him to fuck her. Long Chen wasn't fooled by her at all. He knew what this woman was capable of. If he fell into her trap, he wouldn't even know how he died. Long Chen's hair stood on end. He took a few steps back and stared at Lu Lan coldly. "I wonder why Deacon Lu is looking for me." Looking at Long Chen's expression, Lu Lan smiled in her heart. She said in a flirtatious manner, "What do you think? It's night time now, a man and a woman are alone in a room, what could possibly happen?" Her sexy look made Long Chen's blood boil. But, he knew that this powerful Deacon Lu was definitely the kind of woman who could only be looked at, but not touched. "Lord Deacon, please conduct yourself with dignity." Long Chen put on the appearance of a gentleman. Looking at Long Chen's embarrassed look, but still trying his best to keep his heart, Lu Lan started laughing. She laughed so hard that a pair of snow-white rabbit silhouettes swayed in front of Long Chen's eyes, causing Long Chen to feel dizzy. Suddenly, Lu Lan stopped laughing. She looked at Long Chen with a faint smile and said, "You really killed Huang Feiyang, isn't that easy?" Lu Lan's sudden words scared Long Chen. But, seeing that this woman didn't seem to be angry, he calmed down a little. "You don't need to quibble. I know that Huang Feiyang was killed by you. Don't be afraid, I won't punish you. Instead, I'll encourage you. This woman really couldn't be judged by common sense." Since he didn't know what was going on, Long Chen chose to remain silent. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore." Lu Lan tidied up the black veil on her body and said, "In a few days, the juniors of our Green Clan will go through a Sky Martial Realm trial. The target is all Mortal Core warriors who are rated at 3 stars and above. You've just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, and you're rated at 3 stars. You won't be able to escape from the Sky Martial Realm trial. 3 stars?" Long Chen was a little surprised by this evaluation. He knew that in the evaluation of the potential of the outsiders, there were a total of 5 grades. To be able to reach 3 stars, one would be considered as a crane among chickens in the Green Willow House. When Long Chen first joined the Lingwu family, Gan Lin had described the Heaven Realm to him. It was a small universe, and there were many demon beasts inside. It was a training ground for the Lingwu family. He didn't expect that after completing a mission, he would have to participate in this trial again. Luckily, the people from the Holy Red Blood Church still didn't know where the Yang family was. Besides, killing Guardian Qin and Guardian Shi had distracted their attention. If not, Long Chen really wouldn't know what to do. With my current strength, it's still not enough to deal with the Holy Red Blood Church. Since the Heaven Realm has a huge amount of profound rank demon beasts, it's perfect for me to train myself and increase my strength. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen had a goal, and his eyes became firmer. Looking at Long Chen's fearless expression, Lu Lan laughed coldly in her heart, but she still said in a sweet voice, "The Heaven Realm trial isn't that big of a deal. Gan Lin will tell you about the prizes and rules," but, when she said the word "but," Lu Lan acted like she didn't care at all. "Just now, Feng Wutian asked me about Huang Feiyang, and with a moment of carelessness, I told him about you killing Huang Feiyang. And in the Heaven Realm's trial, Feng Wutian was the number 1 seeded clansman of my Azure Sun Hall who won the championship." After she finished speaking, she started laughing. However, Long Chen squinted his eyes and stared at this woman coldly. What's wrong with this woman? Before, she made me and Huang Feiyang get together, and now she's stirring up a conflict between me and Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian is at the peak of the Mortal Core realm, how can I be his opponent? Why do I feel like she's squeezing out my potential? Looking at Long Chen's cold eyes, Lu Lan stopped laughing and said indifferently, "Feng Wutian is a young warrior that I've personally trained for the past few years. He's only 3 years older than you, but he's about to break through to the Earth Core realm. He also has another identity, he has the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird family, one of the 4 big inner families. No matter if it's his potential or his current strength, he's far above you. So, I estimate that you'll most likely die in the Heaven Realm. Kid, do your best. Defeating a trash like Huang Feiyang is really nothing." Before, Lu Lan was mostly speaking in a joking tone, but now that she was speaking seriously, the coldness in her tone and the disdain in her eyes could be felt by Long Chen. She keeps praising me, but right now, I'm afraid this is her real attitude towards me, and that's disdain. After looking at Long Chen with disdain, Lu Lan turned around and left. On the path of cultivation, although hard work is important, the bloodline is even more important. You, Long Chen, are just a normal beast warrior, you haven't even absorbed a profound rank beast soul, how can you compare to the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird? Maybe you don't know this, but one's background is the most important factor in becoming a strong warrior. And Long Chen, you lack this most important factor, so you'll never be a strong warrior. After closing the door, Long Chen was still thinking about Lu Lan's last words. After that, a cold smile appeared on his face. Background? My father is someone you can only look up to. How can my background be bad? Besides, I've become a dragon warrior. In terms of talent, how can I lose to anyone? Lu Lan, just you wait and see. The Heaven Realm? In this forest, I'd like to see who's the one with the most potential in the Qingyang Hall. Thinking about Feng Wutian, who was at the peak of the Mortal Core realm, Long Chen was a little uncertain. Lu Lan was simply forcing a duck onto a perch. If Long Chen wasn't careful, he would fall into the abyss. I think that woman just wants to kill you. Before this, she found Huang Feiyang, and if it wasn't for your good luck, you wouldn't be the one coming back. Now, there's Feng Wutian, humph. Long Chen, buy me the soul-carrying fruit, I'll go kill this bitch. Thinking about Lu Lan, Lingxi gritted her teeth. On one hand, this woman had an alluring body that she didn't have, and she would tease Long Chen from time to time. On the other hand, because of her actions, she was trying to kill Long Chen. I have no grudges with her, why would she do this to me? Long Chen couldn't understand. Lu Lan must have told Feng Wutian about Huang Feiyang because she wanted Feng Wutian to kill Long Chen. Xiao Shi, don't be impulsive. Let's talk about this after you've broken through to the Heaven Realm. I was planning on exploring this heaven and earth world. But before that, I need to go to the treasure house. I just got 30 contribution points, so I won't feel comfortable if I don't go out. Alright, hee, let's go see if there's anything good you can buy for me. Chapter 95. There were 9 treasure pavilions in the Lingwu city, and they were located in the 9 outer clans. The Green Region's treasure pavilion was not far from the Qingyang Hall. Although there were a lot of people in the Lingwu family, the Lingwu city was much bigger, and it was still early in the morning, so Long Chen didn't see many people. There were many strong warriors in the Lingwu family. Even in the Green Willow House, Long Chen was facing a lot of competition, let alone outside. Right now, Long Chen was as low profile as a dragon vein warrior as he walked towards the treasure pavilion. The closer he got to the treasure pavilion, the more people he saw, and there were many young strong warriors. In the Green Clan, there were many Mortal Core warriors, and Earth Core warriors were rare. As for the Heavenly Core warriors, Long Chen hadn't seen one yet. Speaking of which, the strongest person he met in the Green Clan was Lu Lan. The Green Clan's treasure pavilion was much bigger than the small branch of the Morning Light Business League in the Eastern Spirit region. There were 3 floors, and it was extremely spacious. Long Chen knew that with his current status and strength, he wouldn't be able to enter the upper 2 floors. But, this was just the first floor, and Long Chen had everything he needed. In this resplendent treasure pavilion, which was filled with pearls embedded everywhere, Long Chen finally found the area for spiritual herbs. There were subdivisions of herbs, but there wasn't a separate category for soul herbs. Long Chen could only search in the other category for a long time, and after asking around, he finally found a soul-bearing fruit. Looking at the price, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. The price of the soul-bearing fruit was 9 contribution points. After completing the transaction and placing the soul-bearing fruit into his cosmos bag, Long Chen asked the person who recorded the price, "May I ask if there are any more soul-bearing fruits here?" "There is only 1 portion of this herb in the treasure pavilion. Since you've taken the fruit today, we'll only have to wait for 2 to 3 days before we have another soul-bearing fruit." Long Chen nodded. He could only come back in 2 to 3 days. In the outside world, a spirit incubation fruit costs 100 divine jade, but here, it only costs 9 contribution points. I got more than 300 divine jade in a single mission. No, I'm just a newbie, and I only assisted in completing a level 3 quest. There's no way I can be rewarded so much. Lu Lan must have given me a bit more. While Long Chen was thinking about this, Lingxi was still immersed in the joy of obtaining another spirit-bearing fruit. When she heard Long Chen's question, she understood that Long Chen wanted to use all 30 contribution points to exchange for a spirit-bearing fruit. She was touched, but also apologetic. She said, "Hey, this is enough for me. You can get the rest for yourself. I'll help you look around and see what's good here. I don't think I need it. I don't lack anything. However, this soul medicine can save your life. I want to get more of it." Lingxi refused to comply. "No. Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. Now, I'll help you find something good. My eyes are very sharp." Long Chen couldn't do anything to her. He could only wander around in this treasure pavilion. The one who was really looking for elixirs was Lingxi. "The dog's nose is going to shine, bastard, you ungrateful fellow, for your sake, this lady." Speaking up to this point, Lingxi paused for a moment. Then, she became excited and said softly, "Hey, do you see that thing called origin restoring fruit? Did this chick really find something good?" Long Chen was surprised. He hurriedly looked in the direction Lingxi was pointing. Sure enough, there was a black fruit about the size of a fist. It was tightly packed, and he couldn't see anything special about it. Origin restoring fruit, mid-mystic rank elixir. It's used for healing. It's useful for experts who have just entered the Earth Core realm and below. Price, 20 contribution points. Looking at the description beside the origin restoring fruit, Long Chen subconsciously read out the main points. However, his face was filled with doubt as he said, "Little she, mid-mystic rank elixirs like this can be found everywhere in this treasure pavilion. Furthermore, this origin restoring fruit doesn't seem to have a good healing effect. Other mid-mystic rank elixirs are all priced at around 50 contribution points and above. That's because you guys are too inexperienced. You don't know the magical effects of this origin restoring fruit. Listen to me, buy this thing immediately. Otherwise, you won't get another chance like this once you miss this opportunity. But I only have 21 contribution points left. You're so annoying. If you don't buy it, I'll ignore you." Long Chen was helpless. He could only spend 20 contribution points and receive this ordinary origin restoring fruit. Seeing that a warrior who was obviously not at the Earth Core realm actually bought this kind of healing elixir, the staff member was puzzled and said, "If it's for your own use, I can recommend you those beginner mystic level healing elixirs like Cloud Grass. You can buy a few of them with just 1 contribution point." Long Chen hurriedly declined. The staff immediately looked at him as if he was an idiot, then ignored the idiot Long Chen. Long Chen was secretly depressed. "Little she, if you let me waste these contribution points, I'll give you a good beating when we get back." "Whatever. You don't know what's good for you. Without me, you wouldn't have been able to discover the magical effects of this origin restoring fruit. This origin restoring fruit is not a healing elixir, but you actually bought it as a healing elixir. What a joke." Lingxi's face was filled with anger. It seemed like she was anxious to perform well in front of Long Chen. She hurriedly urged Long Chen to leave. "This girl is so mysterious, but she always brings me benefits." Believing in her words is probably the right thing to do. Although his mouth was cheap, Long Chen still trusted Lingxi very much. Now that he had spent all his contribution points, there was no point in staying here any longer. Plus, he was eager to know what the magical effects of this origin restoring fruit were. Therefore, Long Chen was ready to leave. Now that morning had passed, there were already many people gathered in the treasure pavilion. Long Chen was just an insignificant person among them. The Lingwu clan's hierarchy is very strict. Even the Bao pavilion is divided into different levels. I'm only at the lowest level and can only stay in the first level. There are only low-grade and some mid-grade mystic class items here. I guess the second and third level will have the real good stuff. When can I go up there? Just as Long Chen was about to walk out of the treasure pavilion, he suddenly felt a gaze directed at him. He immediately raised his head and saw the person walking toward him. Wasn't it Feng Wuqian who had brought the identity badges to Long Chen and the others? When he saw the cold young man, Long Chen recalled everything that Lu Lan had told him last night. As expected, after seeing Long Chen, Feng Wuqian's eyes emitted a cold murderous intent. Feng Wuqian was wearing an orange and white embroidered robe. He looked elegant, and his eyes were a faint orange color. As for Long Chen, other than his handsome appearance, he couldn't be compared to Feng Wuqian. Brother Wuqian, the wind spirit leaves are over there. I'll bring you there. Beside Feng Wuqian was a young girl wearing a light red dress. This young girl was very beautiful, with a cherry-like mouth, a slender waist, and a tall and slender figure. She attracted the gazes of many men, and her sweet voice made people's hearts itch uncontrollably. Long Chen felt that if this young girl was a little older, she would most likely be a peerless beauty like Lu Lan. However, no matter how Long Chen looked at this young girl, he felt that she bore some resemblance to Lu Lan. Brother Wuqian? The young girl was startled when she saw Feng Wuqian suddenly stop. She then looked at Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen was only an ordinary outsider, she looked at Feng Wuqian with a puzzled expression. Brother Wuqian, why are you looking at him? Feng Wuqian ignored her, and his cold gaze met Long Chen's. When the young girl saw that Long Chen had stolen Feng Wuqian's attention, an angry expression appeared on her face. The way she looked at Long Chen was getting colder and colder. Right at this moment, Feng Wuqian walked up to 2 meters in front of Long Chen and stopped. He stared at Long Chen coldly. The people around them were shocked. They had already noticed that there seemed to be some conflict between these two. Therefore, they all gathered around and started pointing at each other. Isn't this Feng Wuqian from the Qingyang Hall? Why does it seem like he cares about this nameless guy? How would I know? Looking at this guy who was neither servile nor overbearing, Feng Wuqian's face showed an indifferent expression. Long Chen could feel the cold killing intent from his body. The energy of a peak mortal core warrior was indeed not simple. Although Long Chen could kill Huang Feiyang who was at the early mortal core realm, he might not be able to do anything to Feng Wuqian who was at the peak of the mortal core realm. So this is Long Chen? An indifferent voice came out from Feng Wuqian's mouth. The young girl next to him had never heard of the name Long Chen. But when she saw Feng Wuqian's hostility towards Long Chen, she didn't feel good either. She said, "Kid, my big bro Wuqian is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer him, or else you'll suffer." After saying that, she looked at Feng Wuqian with a flattering expression. But when she saw Feng Wuqian's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but vent her anger on Long Chen. She stared at Long Chen with her big eyes, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Hearing the name Long Chen, a warrior from the Qingyang Hall suddenly remembered. He whispered to his partner, "This Long Chen is the one with the most potential among all the new members of the Qingyang Hall. A few days ago, he went to the Wunya with Huang Feiyang to carry out a mission. I heard that Huang Feiyang has gone missing, and this genius Feng Wuqian is targeting Long Chen. Could it be that Huang Feiyang's disappearance is related to this Long Chen? That's possible. I heard that during the selection, Long Chen seemed to have injured Huang Feiyang's brother." Another warrior from the Qingyang Hall said. The information they said gradually spread around. Soon, everyone knew that there was a person named Long Chen in the Qingyang Hall. When he joined the clan, he was at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein Realm. How could someone at the Dragon Vein Realm let a mortal core warrior suffer a loss? I think it's just a rumor. But this Feng Wuqian looking for trouble with Long Chen, how do you explain this? Let's just watch. When I was participating in the Scorpio Breaking Chapters event, I kept thinking that the requirements I set were too low, and there were too many explosive chapters. What if the readers gave me too many VIPs, and I couldn't handle it? Then I realized that I was thinking too much. Chapter 96. How unlucky. It's the first time I've come to the treasure pavilion, and I've already encountered a stinky face. It's so smelly. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Long Chen covered his nose and walked around Feng Wuqian with a disgusted expression on his face as he walked towards the door. Little thief, stop right there. Feng Wuqian hadn't moved, but the young girl by his side had fainted from anger. She instantly stood in front of Long Chen and glared fiercely at Long Chen as she said with an icy cold expression, "What did you just say?" The two disciples of the Azure Sun Hall couldn't help but shrink their necks when they saw this young girl. Now that he's offended Lu Ling, Long Chen definitely won't have a good time in the future. Our Azure Sun Hall's senior elder, Lord Lu Yuan, is Lu Ling's father. Moreover, she has an elder sister who's a deacon. Long Chen didn't know this young girl's identity. Based on her appearance, she was merely an admirer of Feng Wuqian. Although she was beautiful, she couldn't compare to Lingxi. Long Chen wasn't interested in her, so he mocked her directly. "I said the two of you are stinky. What about it? Bite me? You." Lu Ling was instantly seething with anger. This was the first time someone with such a lowly status had spoken to her in such a manner. She was so angry that she was about to cry, and she was about to hit Long Chen. However, at this moment, Feng Wuqian grabbed her hand and stood between her and Long Chen. Even though he'd been humiliated by Long Chen, Feng Wuqian's expression didn't change at all. He looked indifferently at Long Chen and shook his head. "I originally admired you a little, but I never expected that you're just a vile person who only knows how to take advantage of your words." Long Chen chuckled and said, "I do know how to take advantage of my words. What about you? Do you want to fight me in the treasure pavilion?" The murderous intent in Lu Ling's heart gradually grew when she saw his shameless behavior. If it wasn't for the fact that the disciples of the Lingwu family weren't allowed to fight in public, she would have made a move a long time ago. Long Chen was aware of this, which was why he'd acted so fearlessly. However, this was also his style. At the same time, he was doing it for Lu Lan to see. When he thought of Lu Lan, Long Chen felt extremely depressed in his heart. He felt that he was like a pet of hers, being kept in captivity. What can I do? Feng Wuqian wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. He glanced at Long Chen again. "Since you're so good at talking, I'll pull your tongue out. Do you have the guts to fight me in the life and death arena tomorrow?" Hearing the words, life and death arena, the surrounding people immediately started discussing. Although members of the Lingwu family couldn't fight in public, if there was a grudge between them and both parties agreed, they could go to the life and death arena. Then, life and death would be decided. Seems like this Feng Wuqian has made up his mind to kill Long Chen. Will Long Chen agree to it? Obviously not, unless he's an impulsive idiot. Fighting Feng Wuqian in the life and death arena is definitely courting death. Hearing the words, life and death arena, Long Chen had some understanding of it. At this moment, Feng Wuqian's gaze turned into a sharp sword, piercing straight at Long Chen. Long Chen sneered and walked past Feng Wuqian. He made a face at Lu Ling as if he was provoking her, then left in a carefree manner. He's not saying anything. Does that mean he's admitting it? That was what the crowd was thinking. Long Chen's words had crossed the line. He had even insulted Lu Ling's Prince Charming. To Lu Ling, this was an unforgivable sin. Thus, when Long Chen was about to leave, she said coldly, "Remember, if you don't dare to come to the life and death arena tomorrow morning, then you, Long Chen, are a big coward. You're not a man." Hearing the last sentence, Long Chen turned around and said with a smile, "Do you want to experience whether I'm a man or not? I just don't know if the one beside you is willing." Lu Ling's face turned bright red at Long Chen's words. However, Long Chen disappeared in the blink of an eye, so she had nowhere to vent her anger. Ling, you'll lose if you fight with this kind of person. There's no need to be angry at a small fry like him. I'll go find the wind spirit leaf for you. Lu Ling's face turned red with anger at Long Chen's insulting words. She gritted her teeth and wanted nothing more than to kill Long Chen. As for Feng Wutian, who was being targeted by Long Chen, his expression didn't change at all. It was as if the person Long Chen was talking about wasn't him. Alright, big brother Wutian, do you think that bastard will show up tomorrow? Feng Wutian thought for a moment and said, with his arrogant and condescending personality, there's no way he won't show up. When the time comes, I'll just pull out his tongue in front of you. Ugh, no, I don't want to see it. It's too disgusting. Let's go find the wind spirit leaf. Although she was still angry in her heart, with her lover comforting her, Lu Ling recovered her beautiful appearance. She held Feng Wutian's arm and walked into the treasure pavilion as if nothing happened. Seeing that the matter was over, the others immediately dispersed while discussing. Tomorrow morning? There's going to be a good show to watch. You think that Long Chen will go back? How is that possible? Is he an idiot? I don't think he's a person with any backbone. You'll definitely make a wasted trip tomorrow. I think so too. Besides, with his strength, he's not even 1/10,000th of Feng Wutian's. Although he'll be laughed at by others, it's better than losing his life, right? Feng Wutian's matter was only an interlude to Long Chen. However, Long Chen still remembered it in his heart. That Feng Wutian was humiliated by me like that, yet his expression didn't change. He's a very difficult person to deal with, and no matter which aspect, he's much stronger than me. The trip to the Heaven Realm is going to be troublesome, the trial of the Heaven Realm was imminent. Long Chen knew that his strength was not enough, so he calmed his heart and trained. As for Feng Wutian's bet, he was too lazy to care about it. Although Long Chen was impulsive when he had the time, he wasn't a person without brains. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was the way of the king. Hey, you won't go tomorrow, right? Only a donkey would go. But, Lingxi swayed back and forth in front of Long Chen's eyes, frowned, looked at Long Chen, and said, "Are you not afraid of being looked down upon by others, and being thought that you're not a man? What do you know? Whether I'm a man or not, we'll see in bed." Long Chen's words were so direct that even Lingxi couldn't stand him anymore. She glared at Long Chen angrily, then said, "Hurry, idiot, give me the spirit-bearing fruit, I'm hungry." Long Chen took out the spirit-bearing fruit, and at the same time, took out the origin fruit that he spent almost 200 divine jades to buy. Looking at the origin fruit, Long Chen felt a pain in his balls. After he killed Protector Shi and Huang Feiyang with great difficulty, he only obtained a total of more than 100 divine jades, and this stupid fruit cost him 200 divine jades. When Lingxi was in high spirits and completely refined the newly obtained spirit-bearing fruit, Long Chen handed the origin fruit to Lingxi, and said eagerly, "Now tell me, what's the use of this stupid fruit?" "You're the stupid one." Lingxi rolled her eyes at him, then her small body landed on top of the origin return fruit. Pretending to be a serious little adult, she said, "The origin return fruit is actually not a healing type of fruit. Instead, it is a kind of strange object that was born by the heavens and earth." "It's that amazing?" Looking at the black fruit, Long Chen really couldn't tell. "Just what is it? Tell me one by one, don't keep me in suspense. What's the rush? Haste makes waste." Seeing that Long Chen wanted something from her, Lingxi was pleased with herself and purposely slowed down the speed of her words. Long Chen was stunned, and looking at this cute little girl, he immediately chuckled, "Since you won't let me eat hot tofu, then I'll eat your soft tofu." Lingxi's face flushed red from his words, and she scolded him with a smile. Only then did she swing her finger around the origin return fruit, saying, "The flesh of this origin return fruit does indeed have healing effects, but the main point lies within its core. The origin return fruit is a rare and exotic object, and if it's an exotic object, then it naturally has its own unique aspects. The core of this origin return fruit hides a battle skill. Battle technique? This fruit's core hides a battle technique? Heavens, little Shi, your imagination has already reached this level? Long Chen was stunned, and he was tongue-tied. Seeing that Long Chen didn't believe her at all, Lingxi secretly cursed, "You'll know in a moment how powerful this lady is." Thinking of this, she said in a professional tone, "Whether you believe me or not, I believe you. First, remove the flesh of this origin fruit." Remove? Long Chen's heart twitched. This fruit's flesh is worth 20 contribution points, if Lingxi can't do anything, quickly. Yes, this lowly one will do it now. Breaking open the origin fruit, the flesh inside was actually white and tender, and a burst of fragrance filled the air. Long Chen followed Lingxi's instructions and removed the flesh, leaving only a black core. This fruit core was only the size of a thumb, and didn't look strange. Long Chen was about to ask how to use it, but Lingxi said, "Swallow this fruit core, and then use your true qi to refine it. After refining it for a day and a night, you should be able to refine it into powder. At that time, the battle technique information will naturally appear in your body." Long Chen tried to pinch the fruit core in his hand, and found that it was as hard as steel. To refine this piece of steel, only a fool would do such a thing. "Little Shi, are you sure?" Seeing that Long Chen still didn't believe her, Lingxi raised an eyebrow, and said indifferently, "If you want to swallow it, then swallow it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, your 20 contribution points have already been wasted." Helpless, Long Chen could only watch helplessly as he swallowed the iron into his stomach. The iron was hard, and sure enough, his stomach felt uncomfortable. Long Chen hurriedly circulated his true qi towards the fruit core. That's right, if the method was simple, everyone would know that this origin fruit is good stuff, and it wouldn't be my turn. After making up his mind, Long Chen sank his mind into his dantian, and focused on refining the steel fruit core in his stomach. This fruit core was abnormally hard, and with Long Chen's current true qi, it seemed that without a day and a night, he wouldn't be able to finish it. After unremitting efforts, a day and a night had finally passed. When the time came on the second day, the core of the fruit had been refined by Long Chen using his true qi until it was only the size of a pinky finger. There were even traces of cracks on its surface. At this moment, the cracks suddenly burst. Chapter 97. Life Technique. It took Long Chen an entire day and night to successfully refine the core of the fruit, which was as hard as steel. When the core of the fruit was immersed in the light red true energy, the cracks slowly increased. When it finally broke, a rich energy, like medicinal energy, flowed through Long Chen's meridians according to a fixed path. Remember the circulation path of this energy. Lingxi's reminder reminded Long Chen of the time he'd learned blood refinement to qi and dragon soul transformation. It was because he'd memorized the circulation path of the true energy that Long Chen had learned these two moves. Now, he was doing the same and memorizing the circulation path of the energy that had appeared out of nowhere in his body. The energy disappeared not long after it appeared. Long Chen felt his entire body relax, probably because of the medicinal energy in the core of the origin restoring fruit. However, the newly learned technique, Lingxi looked Long Chen up and down with pride. "How are you going to thank me? This kind of technique is called a life technique. It's very rare. I bet you don't even have it here." A life technique? Long Chen had never heard of this name before. Lingxi giggled at Long Chen's dazed expression. Life combat skills are also known as healing combat skills. Among combat skills, healing combat skills are extremely rare. Out of 1,000 combat skills, there might only be one healing combat skill. Do you think it's precious or not? Long Chen became excited when he heard this. "Little Shi, Can this healing technique replace spirit medicine to heal my wounds? Even in battle? That's not it. When you use this type of combat skill, it's best if you don't move your body. This combat skill's healing effect is very good, and it doesn't cost anything. You can use it anytime, anywhere. Even if it's a low-grade combat skill, there are still many people fighting over it. So that's how it is. After obtaining a life technique, his life would be much safer in the future. Long Chen thanked Lingxi from the bottom of his heart. Little Shi, you're so capable. Quick, tell me, what's the name of this combat skill, and what rank is it? The combat skill hidden in the core of the Origin Restoring fruit is called Origin Restoring. As for the rank, it should be a mid-mystic combat skill. In other words, you can use this combat skill to heal your wounds anywhere in the Divine Core realm. Lingxi rolled her eyes and said helplessly, 20 contribution points in exchange for a mid-mystic combat skill, this is so worth it. Little Shi, you're my baby, stop it, hurry up and get stronger. You have to give me the spirit medicine you promised me. Lingxi didn't buy it, but she was happy that she was able to help Long Chen. Try using this combat skill. You've suffered quite some injuries before this, and in order to prevent any hidden injuries in your body, you need it. Understood. Within the underground room of the residence, Long Chen sat with his legs crossed and eyes closed. He was activating the combat skill, Origin Restoring. A faint white light was glowing on his body, and white ripples were circulating around his body. Waves of energy were sweeping across Long Chen's body, slowly healing his wounds. The effect of this Origin Restoring is really good. Long Chen was filled with surprise. He wouldn't know if he didn't try it, but after giving it a try, the energy that had disappeared from Long Chen's body had reappeared. It was circulating within Long Chen's body, and with the nourishment of this energy, all the minor injuries were quickly healed. With this Origin Restoring, as long as I don't get killed in a single blow, I might have a chance to turn the tables. Thinking up to this point, and thinking about the upcoming Sky Martial Realm trial, Long Chen's heart was filled with confidence. I'm not an idiot, why would I go to the arena of life and death with you at this time? The real competition must be in the woods, that's where the blood will boil. While pondering over this Origin Restoring skill, time passed by slowly. Long Chen was getting more and more familiar with it. About half a day later, someone knocked on his door. Long Chen opened the door, and it was Gan Lin. Following Gan Lin to the martial hall, Gan Lin kept staring at him with a strange expression. In the end, he let out a helpless sigh and said, "Have you really broken through to the Divine Core realm? In such a short period of time, you've broken through 2 stages, I really have no idea how a freak like you managed to do it." Long Chen could only shake his head helplessly. With a smile on his face, he said, "It's just luck. If something like this happens again, I might not be able to come back." Gan Lin knew what Long Chen was implying. Lu Lan wanted Long Chen to enter the Sky Martial Realm, and she even told Feng Wutian about Long Chen killing Huang Feiyang. Of course, Gan Lin knew about this. "Oh right, Long Chen, I heard you and Feng Wutian agreed to fight in the arena of life and death yesterday, but did you stand him up today? How could that be?" "I didn't agree to it." Long Chen was startled. Gan Lin smiled helplessly and said, "The rumor outside is that you have agreed to it, but you don't have the guts to keep it. Therefore, your reputation in the Green Clan isn't that good. Especially the Deacon's sister, she has been telling everyone that you're a coward." Black lines immediately appeared on Long Chen's forehead. However, he didn't say anything. "Don't you want to go out there and defend yourself?" "Defend myself? What's the point? I know my own strength very well, why should I prove it to someone who has nothing to do with me?" Long Chen said in an indifferent manner. In Gan Lin's eyes, a hint of admiration could be seen. He nodded his head and said, "The reason I came here today is to tell you about the Green Clan's Mortal Core elite disciple who will break through to the Sky Martial Realm in 7 days. In 7 days? The participants are only the Mortal Core juniors of the Green Clan? Gan Lin nodded his head and said with a bitter smile, they are all outstanding juniors, and their potential value is at least 3 stars. Just like me, although I'm at the peak Mortal Core realm, I'm too old, and my potential isn't that high. That's why I didn't get the chance to participate. Speaking up to here, Gan Lin felt a little bitter. After all, his life was almost set in stone. Even if he wanted to go further, he didn't have the strength to do so. In the Green Clan, there are 8 factions. This time, it should be a competition between the 8 factions. In our Green Sun faction, all the disciples who will participate in the trial will form a group, and Feng Wuqian will be the leader. Under the 5 deacons, there are only 10 people in total. There are 3 people from the Green Willow House, and they are you, Feng Wuqian, and Lu Ling. He's the leader? Doesn't that mean I have to be under his control? Thinking about Feng Wuqian, Long Chen felt uncomfortable. After all, Feng Wuqian was really strong, and he was his enemy. If he had to listen to his orders, that would be bad. Looking at Long Chen's cold eyes, Gan Lin smiled bitterly and said, as for the others, they have to listen to Feng Wuqian's orders. As for you, actually, the reason I came here today is to give you a suggestion. When the time comes, don't worry about the orders. Once you break through to the Sky Martial realm, find a way to leave by yourself, and then hide. Feng Wuqian will be busy fighting for the Tai Ching sword, so he won't have time to trouble you. What Long Chen wanted to know was whether or not he could act alone. What Gan Lin meant was that he could. Since he could act alone, everything would be much easier. But, would Feng Wuqian allow him to act alone? Gan Lin's suggestion was not without reason. Long Chen was far from being Feng Wuqian's opponent, so it was not worthwhile for him to have a conflict with him in the Sky Martial realm. If he truly had potential, then he would have to wait until he caught up to Feng Wuqian before he could understand him. Senior Gan, the Tai Ching sword you spoke of, is it the prize of the test this time? Gan Lin nodded, and with an expression in his eyes, he said, this Tai Ching sword is a medium-level spiritual sword, and within the Tai Ching sword, there is a sword battle skill called the Tai Ching sword principle. Even within the medium-level spiritual treasures, the Tai Ching sword and the Tai Ching sword principle are extraordinary existences. They are very precious, and I want them very much as well. Long Chen also secretly praised the Lingwu family's generosity. Not only did they make a spiritual sword, they made a spiritual sword with a battle skill hidden within it. How do we get this Tai Ching sword? Gan Lin said helplessly, before the test, our Green Clan's Supreme Elder will put the Tai Ching sword into a cosmos sack, and then hide it in the Sky Martial realm, in the stomach of a profound level 4th rank demonic beast in the Mortal Core region, the heart-devouring demonic beast. You must first find this flame golden Swanee beast, kill it, and then snatch the Tai Ching sword from its stomach. The one who obtains it first will be the winner this time. So that's how it is. Long Chen nodded his head. A profound level 4th rank demonic beast was about the same as an Earth Core expert who had just entered the Earth Core realm, but with a total of 8 outstanding Mortal Core disciples attacking it together, it should be possible. Long Chen did a quick count. He killed Huang Feiyang, but his potential value was only evaluated as 3 stars. In other words, in the Green Clan alone, there were almost 100 people like him. Did they have the same talent as him? This pressure, it was not an ordinary kind of pressure. Long Chen, for the next few days, don't go out. Stay at your residence and cultivate properly. During the Sky Martial Realm test, try to have as little contact with others as possible. In this life and death battle, you stood them up. If you go out and meet people, it will be hard to avoid being laughed at by others. With your character, as long as you act impulsively, I'm afraid your life will be over. If you trust senior brother Gan, then listen to me, how about it? In fact, Long Chen really liked Gan Lin. He was amiable and approachable, and didn't put on any airs. If Long Chen had any questions, he would clearly explain them. Even now, he was still very concerned about Long Chen. In any case, Long Chen was too lazy to go out, so he nodded his head and said, "All right, then I won't go out." However, when the matter of the life and death battle was brought up again by Gan Lin, Long Chen still felt somewhat sullen. At that time, he didn't agree at all, but now, he didn't have the guts to accept the challenge. It must be that girl's doing. She's young, but she has a lot of tricks up her sleeves. In this time Sky Martial Realm test, I have to be careful of her. After all, she has a powerful backer. Lu Lan, as well as the #1 person in the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan, weren't people that Long Chen could fight against. After giving some instructions, Gan Lin left. Not long after Long Chen returned, Gan Lin brought another person over. Long Chen took a look and saw that it was actually Audiobook from the Morning Light Business League. The Morning Light Business League is looking for me. Could it be that there's news about the spirit-bearing fruit? For this thing, the more Long Chen had, the better. Chapter 98. After sending Audiobook here, Gan Lin left. To him, the Morning Light Business League's people looking for Long Chen belonged to Long Chen's freedom, so he couldn't interfere. It was obvious that Audiobook was very unhappy about being sent here. She was even angrier when she saw Long Chen smiling at her. Manager Zhao said that the Morning Light Business League has a new soul-bearing fruit and asked if you need it. Audiobook looked coldly at Long Chen as she spoke in a low voice. She had been doing well in the Morning Light Business League, but she had been called here from afar to tell Long Chen this news. This was too much for her to accept. She didn't understand why Manager Zhao had done so much just for Long Chen. Yes, of course I need it. Long Chen had been a prodigal since he was young. Now that he only had a little more than 100 pieces of divine jade left, he didn't have any intention of keeping them. When I'm strong enough, I can have as many as I want. I might as well buy some spiritual medicine for my baby so that she can live longer. With that thought in mind, Long Chen saw that Audiobook was glaring at him with hatred. He wasn't afraid of being burned, so he said arrogantly, "Miss Audiobook, please lead the way." Before coming here, Manager Zhao had emphasized that she couldn't be rude to Long Chen. Audiobook didn't dare to offend Manager Zhao's orders, so even though Long Chen had gone overboard, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. "Brat, if I get the chance, I'll skin you alive. I'll just get a few more hearts of steel." Manager Zhao actually treats him like a treasure. "I'll prove to you later that this Long Chen can't even compare to me." Audiobook thought hatefully in her heart. She didn't say anything and walked in front with a frighteningly gloomy face. This chick's looks aren't bad, but her face is too ugly, like a pile of cow dung. "My Lingxi is still prettier." After Audiobook, Long Chen pointed at her in a low voice, which made Lingxi secretly happy and giggle. If Audiobook heard Long Chen's words, she would definitely fight with Long Chen on the spot. However, Audiobook's gloomy gaze made Long Chen a little wary. "I don't know what Chief Steward Zhao is up to. If it was just the spirit carrier fruit, he could have just asked Audiobook to bring it to me. But he went through so much trouble just to get me to his side." Following behind Audiobook, Long Chen admired her graceful figure and swaying footsteps while secretly thinking about how to deal with Chief Steward Zhao later. It was currently afternoon, so there were fewer customers in the Morning Light Business League. When Long Chen arrived, Chief Steward Zhao had already warmly welcomed him. He gave Long Chen a hug and patted his shoulder. "Brother Long Chen, you're finally back. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions." Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi curled her lips at Chief Steward Zhao's behavior. Long Chen also warmly responded to Chief Steward Zhao. Only then did Chief Steward Zhao lead Long Chen into the VIP room where he received Long Chen last time. He invited Long Chen to sit down, then he asked Audiobook, whose face had turned pale, to pour a cup of tea for him. She looked at Long Chen with a smile on her face. I heard that you killed a warrior at the initial Mortal Core realm in a small town. You've reached the Mortal Core realm? At this moment, Aoshue was pouring a cup of tea. When she heard Chief Steward Zhao getting straight to the point and saying something like this, she was at a loss for words. That's why she accidentally spilled the tea out of her cup. I'm sorry, Chief Steward, I was too careless. Chief Steward Zhao didn't want to lose his temper in front of Long Chen, so he wanted to send her away. But right at this moment, Long Chen waved his hand and looked at Aoshue arrogantly. Don't leave yet, you've dirted this place, you should at least clean it up, right? You. When Aoshue was about to go berserk, Chief Steward Zhao hastily said, Aoshue, clean it up. Hearing Chief Steward Zhao's calm voice, Aoshue didn't dare disobey. She just glared at Long Chen with a gloomy expression, then she gritted her teeth and started cleaning the place. When Long Chen saw the sullen look on her face, he felt happy in his heart. Last time when he came to the Morning Light Business League, this guy's arrogant attitude had really annoyed him. Now, he could finally let her taste the feeling of annoyance. At this moment, Long Chen and Chief Steward Zhao finally started talking business. Chief Supervisor Zhao, it's true that I've broken through to the Divine Core realm. However, the rumor that I killed senior disciple Huang Feiyang, it's just a rumor that someone wanted to harm me. If I really killed senior disciple Huang, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you without any injuries. Regarding the rumor of Long Chen killing Huang Feiyang, Chief Steward Zhao didn't think it was reliable. After all, Long Chen had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm. However, even if he didn't kill Huang Feiyang, it wouldn't affect how much he valued Long Chen. Right at this moment, he took out a big wooden box. The wooden box was wrapped in red silk, and inside it were 2 soul-bearing fruits. Looking at the 2 soul-bearing fruits, Lingxi's eyes lit up, but Long Chen had a bitter expression on his face. Brother Long Chen, these are the soul-bearing fruits you wanted. The amount of divine jade in Long Chen's universe bag wasn't enough to buy 2 soul-bearing fruits. Therefore, he said with a regretful tone, Chief Steward Zhao, I don't need 2. With my current wealth, I can only buy 1 soul-bearing fruit. Long Chen's poor appearance immediately made Aoshue, who was standing next to him, look at him with disdain. She had thought that Long Chen could really kill a warrior at the Mortal Core realm, and she was afraid of him. But she never thought that it was just a rumor. This little bastard, he has just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, what's there to be proud of? In a few days, I will also break through to the Mortal Core realm. At that time, let's see who is stronger, you or me. In Aoshue's mind, Chief Steward Zhao valued Long Chen so much, and this made her jealous. Looking at the bitter expression on Long Chen's face, Chief Steward Zhao laughed out loud and said, didn't I say it last time? We've met twice, and we can be considered friends. How about this, you buy 1, and I'll give you the other one as a gift. What do you think? This Chief Steward Zhao was just admiring him, but he had really spent a lot of effort on this. Long Chen knew that it was impossible for him to leave the Lingwu family right now, so he still didn't want to accept Chief Steward Zhao's gift. Seeing that Long Chen was still hesitating, Chief Steward Zhao's eyes lit up. He stared at Long Chen and said, how about this, brother, you do something for me, and I'll give you this soul-bearing fruit. We don't owe each other anything, what do you think? I wonder what I can do for Chief Steward Zhao. When Zhao Tianfang said this, his expression became serious. Therefore, Long Chen guessed that this was the main reason why he asked Long Chen to come here today. If not, he wouldn't have asked Aoshue to welcome Long Chen from afar. Zhao Tianfang smiled faintly and asked Aoshue to leave. Then, he took out his heaven-earth pouch and took out a crystal the size of a baby's fist. Long Chen took a closer look and realized that this crystal was blue and rhombus-shaped. The top and bottom sections were extremely sharp, and there were traces of lightning flashing on this crystal like blue crystal. At the same time, there were traces of blue flames emitting from this crystal. Thunder flame crystal? From within Lingxi's sword, Lingxi's surprised voice sounded. Right now, Long Chen was too close to Chief Steward Zhao, so after Lingxi shouted, "Thunder flame crystal," she didn't dare to say anything else. However, Long Chen knew that this crystal called Thunder Flame Crystal should be something good. "Do you know what this is?" Chief Steward Zhao asked solemnly. Long Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. This item is called Thunder Flame Crystal." Spinning the Thunder Flame Crystal in his palm, Chief Steward Zhao stared at it without blinking. There was some excitement in his voice as he said, "This Thunder Flame Crystal is a miraculous treasure of the world. It does not have any rank, and as long as one successfully fuses it into one's body will possess the power of thunder and fire. This power is extremely effective when used to refine one's body. As long as one fuses more than 10 Thunder Flame Crystals, one will be able to form the Thunder Flame Battle Body." Long Chen looked at the Thunder Flame Crystal in shock and said in astonishment, "Just fusing it, and one does not need to train?" Didn't this mean that it was even more convenient than the Yuan Gui that Long Chen had just obtained? One must know that the Yuan Gui was a life battle skill that had taken Long Chen an entire day and night to refine. Of course, it is not only that. Chief Steward Zhao shook his head and said, "The number of Thunder Flame Crystals one can fuse with depends on one's talent and physique. As long as one is able to fuse more than 10, one will be able to form the Thunder Flame Battle Body. With a raise of one's hand, one will be able to obtain the power of thunder and fire. This is when one is called a Thunder Flame Martial Artist." Thunder Flame Martial Artist? That sounded pretty good. Only now did Long Chen realize that the world he knew was still a little too small. The Yuan Gui fruit that he had just obtained, as well as the Thunder Flame Crystal that he had just obtained, were both amazing and mystical items. However, Zhao Tianfang had just said that he wanted him to do something, yet he had taken out the Thunder Flame Crystal now. What was the purpose of this? As he thought of this, Long Chen asked doubtfully, "Chief Steward Zhao, what does this Thunder Flame Crystal have to do with me?" Returning to the main topic, Chief Steward Zhao smiled faintly and carefully sized up Long Chen. He said, "Honestly speaking, I think very highly of you. What I want you to do for me is to let you try and see how many Thunder Flame Crystals you, Long Chen, can fuse with your talent." Long Chen felt as if he had been smashed by a pie from the heavens, and his face was filled with disbelief. Chief Steward Zhao had originally said that he wanted Long Chen to do something, and Long Chen had thought that it would be very difficult to do. Who would have thought that it would be such a good thing? Chief Steward Zhao only wanted to rope Long Chen into the Morning Light Business League, but he had repeatedly given Long Chen such great benefits. Long Chen was hesitating. If he accepted these benefits, what kind of fetters would there be? Seeing his hesitation, Chief Steward Zhao said seriously, "Long Chen, don't think that this Thunder Flame Crystal is easy to fuse with. This Thunder Flame Crystal has a violent energy, and if you cannot withstand it, your body will explode and die. I want you to try this Thunder Flame Crystal. If your body is not good enough, and you cannot even fuse with one Thunder Flame Crystal, then there is a high possibility that you will die. Therefore, it is not easy for you to obtain those two spirit-nourishing fruits. Therefore, you should think about it carefully." Just as Long Chen was hesitating, Lingxi suddenly said, "Quickly agree to him." Lingxi was experienced and knowledgeable, and she was very clear about Long Chen's situation. Therefore, when Lingxi said this, Long Chen did not hesitate in the slightest. He nodded vigorously and said, "Riches are found in danger. Since Chief Steward Zhao thinks highly of me, no matter what, I must try this Thunder Flame Crystal today." Chapter 99. Fusion. After receiving Long Chen's agreement, Manager Zhao immediately laughed heartily. "It's a little inconvenient to fuse with the Thunder Flame Crystals here. Long Chen, I'll bring you to a quiet place. Long Chen nodded and exited from the back door of the Morning Light Business League. After arriving at a large courtyard, Manager Zhao found an incomparably spacious, quiet room for Long Chen. There wasn't anyone here, but Long Chen wasn't afraid that Chief Steward Zhao would have any ill intentions towards him. On one hand, he was poor, and the Chief Steward wouldn't be interested in him. On the other hand, Lingxi had refined 2 spirit-breeding fruits in a row, and now she had 2 more spirit-breeding fruits in her possession. These spirit medicines were enough for Lingxi to show off her power, and there wouldn't be any danger to her life. I'll put 5 thunder flame crystals here. I hope you know how many you can fuse with. If you know that you can't withstand one more, then don't force yourself. Do you understand? As Manager Zhao spoke, he took out 5 thunder flame crystals from his Qianquan bag and placed them on the floor of the quiet room. Looking at the 5 beautiful crystals that were filled with tiny lightning and flames, Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elder Zhao. I, Long Chen, am not a fool. There's no reason for me to throw away my life because of greed." Manager Zhao looked at Long Chen with approval and said, "Then I won't disturb you fusing with the thunder flame crystals. I'll wait for you in the courtyard outside. If anything happens, just call me." After Manager Zhao left, Long Chen could not help but ask Lingxi, "Little Shi, you want me to fuse with these thunder flame crystals? Are these thunder flame crystals really something good?" After holding it in for a long time, Lingxi was finally able to speak. At this moment, she was extremely excited as she said, "Of course it's something good. Moreover, it's an extremely good thing. Long Chen, you're a dragon warrior, so your physique is much stronger than the average person. I estimate that you should be stronger than the average person. In a while, fuse with a thunder flame crystal and estimate where your limits are." Long Chen did not immediately fuse with it. Instead, he picked up the thunder flame crystal and held it in his hand. The tiny lightning and flame energy of the thunder flame crystal swept past his skin, causing him to feel a numbing sensation. The advantage of the thunder flame crystal is that the higher your strength and the stronger your physique, the more thunder flame crystals you can fuse with. Moreover, there's no upper limit. Compared to ordinary body refining battle skills, it's much stronger. Lingxi's words had indeed moved Long Chen, but he was not an impulsive person. After carefully analyzing, Long Chen said doubtfully, "Little Shi, this Manager Zhao and I are not related in any way, but he wants me to try this thunder flame crystal. Do you think that he has the idea of testing my talent? If I fuse with too many, he will definitely do his best to get me to join the Morning Light Business League, and even use the backstage support of the Morning Light Business League. If I don't agree, they might kill me. So that's how it is." Lingxi finally came to her senses, feeling some lingering fear in her heart. She hurriedly patted her slightly bulging chest, stuck out her tongue, and said, "You're a dragon warrior. The brand in your body naturally has the power to make this thunder flame crystal submit. If you were to freely fuse with it, it's possible that the amount you can fuse with will be much more than others. Therefore, what you said is not impossible." This good thing was right in front of his eyes, but it was clear that Long Chen did not dare to completely fuse with it. This kind of miserable feeling made Long Chen want to vomit blood. "That's right." Lingxi suddenly said excitedly, "Hey, did you see that just now?" He casually took out 5 thunder flame crystals from his universe bag, and since he took them out to test you, it means that the Morning Light Business League has a lot of these things. Maybe there's even a thunder flame crystal mine. You can just fuse with 1 or 2 of them now, and once you leave this place, I'll come back and steal his universe bag." Long Chen was shocked by Lingxi's bold idea, and he hurriedly said, "Boss, don't be like this. I've spent a lot of effort to get 4 soul-bearing fruits, and I've already served you well. Don't put me in a near-death state again, or else I'll just die." Lingxi pouted and said, "Idiot, am I really that useless in your mind? I have the soul force of 4 soul-bearing fruits, and I'm just going to steal a universe bag from a guy at the early Earth core realm. For me, isn't it just a piece of cake? Lingxi's cowardly words were filled with confidence. Thinking about how the Thunder Flame crystal could make him stronger, Long Chen's heart wavered, and he doubtfully asked, "Little Shi, are you sure you can steal that universe bag without anyone knowing?" Ling Shi looked at him angrily and said, "That's only natural. Even though I wasn't serious about my cultivation in the past, when it comes to strange techniques, I was a top-notch existence. Even my father was full of praise for them. You idiot, how dare you look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson." With Lingxi's guarantee, Long Chen felt much more at ease. Without further ado, he looked at the 5 thunder flame crystals on the ground and said, "There's not much time left. Let me try out these thunder flame crystals and see what's so special about them." The 5 thunder flame crystals were lined up on the ground. Long Chen took one of them and placed it on his palm. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took a deep breath as he looked at the thunder flame crystal. Manager Zhao said that as long as I use my true qi to guide the thunder flame crystal into my body, I'll be able to fuse with it. Thinking up to this point, a light red true qi gradually flowed out from Long Chen's palm and slowly wrapped around the thunder flame crystal. The originally silent thunder flame crystal suddenly seemed to wake up, and it suddenly turned into a blue flame electric current. It entered Long Chen's body from his palm. This thunder flame crystal is indeed not simple. When this flame electric current entered Long Chen's body, it rapidly spread to every corner of his body. Instantly, Long Chen's entire body was bathed in this liquid electric current that burned with flames. Traces of blue light flowed out from the surface of his body, and Long Chen gradually felt a numbing, prickling pain starting to appear in every corner of his body. First, the numbing sensation was like a tidal wave that attacked Long Chen in waves. Then came the prickling pain. Wave after wave, it became more and more intense. In the end, it actually turned into an excruciating pain. Every part of his body, whether it was his blood, organs, bones, or muscles, was being torn apart by lightning and burned by flames. How could this kind of feeling not make one collapse? It could be seen that on the surface of Long Chen's body, the blue lightning and flames had already appeared and were rapidly swimming around his body. At this moment, Long Chen had a pair of eyes. Within the light red eyeball, there were flames and lightning contained within. Immediately, a turbulent electric light shot out. Under the tempering of the lightning and the burning of the flames, although my entire body is in unbearable pain, my body is slowly becoming stronger. This feeling is much more terrifying than when I cultivated the star's battle body. No wonder little Shi told me to fuse with it. So this thunder flame crystal is really something good. The effect of the thunder flame crystal lasted for about an hour before it finally passed. At this moment, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He moved his body a little and realized that the strength had indeed increased by a lot. Moreover, there was a faint blue power within the true energy. This blue power was constantly changing within the lightning and flames, and it was extremely powerful. Steward Zhao said that after fusing with the thunder flame crystal, the true energy within the true energy will contain the power of fire and lightning, and its nature will undergo a huge change. It is indeed true. However, compared to the light red true energy, this blue power was really too little. This trace of blue did not enter the human core at all. It only existed in the blood-colored mist outside the human core. Indeed, one thunder flame crystal is completely not my limit. Although the feeling just now was very terrifying, in order to become strong, one had to experience enough hardships. Long Chen had already thought this through. How is it? After Long Chen fused with the first thunder flame crystal, Lingxi hurriedly asked anxiously. Long Chen grinned and said, "Good, very good. Little Shi, when we return, Big Brother will reward you properly. You are really too awesome." Then, his gaze turned to the other thunder flame crystals and said with a smile, these 4 thunder flame crystals will be placed here. Little Xi, I will leave the rest to you. Remember, the thunder flame crystals are a small matter. Your safety is the most important. You must not force yourself. Hearing that Long Chen was so concerned about her, Lingxi's heart was filled with sweetness. However, Long Chen's next sentence caused her face to darken again. If something happens to you, I will have to work myself to the bone again. If that happens, I really can't afford to be hurt. Bastard, big bastard. Thinking of Long Chen's despicable face, Lingxi could not help but grit her teeth. At this time, Long Chen had already decided to leave the quiet room and look for Steward Zhao. Opening the door, he saw Steward Zhao in a pavilion far away. Long Chen quickly walked over, and Steward Zhao quickly noticed him. Seeing that Long Chen had come out in less than half an hour, Steward Zhao had a bad feeling in his heart. Long Chen, how was it? How many did you fuse? Long Chen revealed a helpless expression and said, I can only blame myself for being useless. I only fused with 1. 1? Steward Zhao was in disbelief. He knew that Long Chen should be stronger in this aspect. According to his estimation, he must have fused more than 2, maybe even 3. However, Long Chen just fused with 1. Steward Zhao could not help but be very disappointed. He originally thought that Long Chen would be a rare genius. Moreover, through his discovery, he was able to poach Long Chen from the Lingwu family. If Long Chen's future was bright, he would also benefit from it. However, it seemed that his efforts were in vain. Steward Zhao was a little disheartened. He waved his hand at Long Chen and said impatiently, if that's the case, then you can go back. From being extremely enthusiastic, to now being so cold after realizing that he could not do it, Long Chen really admired Steward Zhao's ability to change his face. This was good. Originally, he felt that it was a little hard for him to take the Thunder Flame Crystal since Steward Zhao appreciated him so much. But now, there was no such obstacle in his heart. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Long Chen sneered and left calmly. Anyway, in this Morning Light Business League, there should be a lot of Thunder Flame Crystals. It shouldn't be too much for me to let Lingxi steal some. My participation in creation has changed my life. Who is going to give me the first creation stamp? Breaking point. Chapter 100. After sending Long Chen back to the Morning Light Business League, Zhao Tianfang went to busy himself with his own matters. When Aoshue saw Zhao Tianfang's indifferent expression, she revealed a cold smile that was within her expectations. Go ahead. She spoke as if she wanted to chase Long Chen away. From Zhao Tianfang's expression, she knew that Long Chen could at most absorb 1 Thunder Flame Crystal, and she, Aoshue, could also absorb 1. If she worked a little harder, she might even be able to absorb 2. This also meant that Zhao Tianfang's invitation to Long Chen was completely meaningless. Isn't he just trash? How dare he pretend to be a genius? What a joke. Behind Long Chen, Aoshue sneered. If she knew that the number of Thunder Flame Crystals you can fuse with is far more than this number, I wonder how wonderful her expression would be. Lingxi snickered in Long Chen's ears within the Spirit Dawn sword. Little Xi, let's go take a walk outside first. It's already dusk, and once night falls, that's when you'll show your might. Otherwise, if he loses something right after I leave, we'll be too suspicious. Long Chen could only coldly smile at Aoshue. However, he didn't have the mood to bother with such a person. Soon, under Aoshue's disdainful gaze, Long Chen walked out of the Morning Light Business League. After walking a few streets, he found a quiet tea house and sipped some tea while thinking about his current body. As long as I absorb 10 Thunder Flame Crystals, I can form the Thunder Flame Battle Body and become a Thunder Flame Martialist. Long Chen sensed the faint flow of energy in his body, causing him to feel a numbing sensation. Thunder and fire were two of the most violent energies in the world. That is indeed the case. Moreover, the thunder flame battle body is also divided into different levels. After merging with 10 thunder flame crystals, it is the first level of the thunder flame battle body. After that, there should be the second level of the thunder flame battle body and the highest level, the third level. I'm not too sure about the number of thunder flame crystals required, but it definitely won't be less than 10. Then how can I fuse with more thunder flame crystals? Long Chen asked in anticipation. The fusion of the thunder flame crystal, firstly, is related to one's physique. You are fundamentally a dragon warrior, and the majority of your true qi is the power of a dragon. Your body is almost equivalent to the embryonic form of a dragon, so in terms of physique, you definitely suppress the thunder flame crystal. You are a first-class existence. On the other hand, it also has something to do with the amount of your true qi. The more true qi you have, the stronger the true qi that contains the aura of a dragon in your body. Let's call it the dragon soul true qi. The stronger the dragon soul true qi, the more thunder flame crystals you can suppress and control. The thunder flame crystals contain the power of the thunder flame. As long as you ensure that the dragon soul true qi is stronger than the power of the thunder flame, it will be fine. After saying so much, I still don't know if I can obtain the thunder flame crystal. Thinking of this, Long Chen helplessly smiled. The thunder flame crystal not only had the powerful effect of tempering one's body, but it could also increase the power of the thunder flame in one's true qi. Long Chen was indeed very envious. Back then, when he had the dragon soul transformation, his strength had explosively increased, and he had basically reached a level that high-class yellow rank body refining battle physique could not reach. This was merely 1,000th of the inheritance blood essence. Thus, when his opponents were getting stronger and stronger, and they also possessed body refining, agility, and other powerful battle skills, Long Chen felt that he was lacking. If he wanted to use the inheritance blood essence, he did not know how long it would take. Thus, Long Chen decided to first set his target on the thunder flame crystal. Bastard, you still don't believe me, right? In a while, you will stay here. I will personally take care of it. I guarantee that I will make it beautiful for you. In Lingxi's sword, seeing that Long Chen did not believe her, Lingxi was infuriated. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still early, she would have immediately rushed to the Morning Light Business League. My methods are not something you can imagine. No matter what you say, I will definitely obtain the thunder flame crystal for you. Lingxi had suddenly become so resolute today. This was not like her in the past. However, Long Chen knew exactly what this girl was thinking. In the past few days, Long Chen had been extremely good to her. Basically, every bit of money he had used it to exchange for spiritual medicines. Before the family was about to face a huge battle, Long Chen had even entered the desolate beast region alone and risked his life to find the dream Lingxi for her. This kindness made Lingxi feel extremely touched. Thus, she also wanted to do something for Long Chen. With this girl, if I don't hook up with anyone else for the rest of my life, it would be worth it, Long Chen thought evilly in his heart, then shook his head. On one hand, his relationship with Lingxi had not reached that stage yet. Furthermore, Lingxi's background was mysterious. Long Chen also vaguely felt that the two of them sometimes seemed to be people from two different worlds. On the other hand, I, young Master Long, have always been an extraordinary man who has never been stained by a single leaf. Why would I hang myself on a single tree? Furthermore, this tree has yet to mature. It was just something he didn't expect. Sometimes, the world was just so wonderful. It was unexpected, but it was still within reason. However, Lingxi is already so beautiful now. In a few years, when that woman's scent comes out, I will definitely fall for her pomegranate skirt. If such a fairy were to be taken advantage of by other beasts, how tragic would that be? At the thought of Lingxi being with another man in the future, Long Chen had an urge to die. Could this be the legendary love? Long Chen smiled bitterly. However, he had indeed gone through a lot with Lingxi in the past few days. He vaguely felt like they had gone through thick and thin together, laughing and cursing each other. Every time Long Chen thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Jadeite Jade Pavilion's big sister Yu said that love at first sight is bullshit. True love is only nurtured after two people have walked a path together, cried together, and laughed together. If I continue to be like this with Lingxi, wouldn't this be the case? Thinking of this, Long Chen was extremely conflicted. He had fantasized about having 3 or 4 wives since he was young, but this was not the case. Hey, idiot! What are you thinking about with your disgusting smile? Lingxi asked with a frown when she saw Long Chen suddenly falling into thought with such an expression. Long Chen could only smile embarrassedly. The sky was already dark. Long Chen looked in the direction of the Morning Light Business League and suddenly smiled. Little she, did you notice that the name Morning Light Business League, is there something strange about it? Long Chen smiled faintly. Chenxi, I'm Chen, and you're she. When we combine, don't we become Chenxi? Feeling Long Chen's passionate gaze, Lingxi blushed. Flustered and exasperated, she bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Brat, you dare to take advantage of me? I'll spank you until your butt blossoms. Although she was scolding him, her tone was sweet and gentle. Lingxi was startled to see herself suddenly in such a state, and then she changed the topic. The time has come, right? I want to go now. Long Chen didn't want to stop Lingxi's operation. If he didn't let her demonstrate her usefulness, she might cause trouble for Long Chen. The danger this time was relatively low, so Long Chen agreed. Remember, safety is more important than anything else. The small Lingxi sword gradually slid out from Long Chen's ear and quickly disappeared into the night. Without Lingxi's sword by his ear, Long Chen suddenly felt empty, as if his heart couldn't find a place to rest. When Lingxi wasn't by his side, he suddenly realized how lonely he was. I'm actually afraid of this loneliness. He couldn't imagine how he would have made it this far without Lingxi. How would he continue on his path in the future? Dawn is the beginning of the day, so we will always be like dawn, a symbol of new life, and will never die. Thinking of this, Long Chen closed his eyes and placed his hands on the armrests of the chair. He leaned back and felt the sound of his heartbeat. Listening carefully, Long Chen realized that his heartbeat was indeed very loud. This sound was infinitely magnified in his ears. Vaguely, it was as if a blood-red dragon that covered the sky was roaring and roaring in his heart. Primordial blood spiritual dragon. Bloodshed and slaughter, is this my destiny? Time gradually passed. After about a quarter of an hour, Long Chen opened his eyes. At this moment, a Qiankuan bag fell into his palm. In his ears, the feeling of fullness reappeared. Idiot, hurry up and go back to Lingwu City. Without another word, Long Chen started walking in the direction of Lingwu City. Hearing that Lingxi's voice didn't sound weak, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Along the way, Long Chen asked anxiously, "How's the situation? Are you hurt? How is that possible?" Lingxi was a bit complacent as she said, "That stinking bastard didn't even notice me, yet this Qiankuan pouch was taken away by me. Moreover, I helped you teach that Ao Shui a lesson. Who told her to be so annoying?" Hearing that Lingxi was up to no good, Long Chen was very interested. "What did you do to her?" Being asked about this, Lingxi blushed and felt a little embarrassed. This feeling of being a bad child was really great, but it wasn't in line with her style. I cut off her hair, pfft." Long Chen was very depressed, but the more he thought about this girl, the cuter she was. "By the way, there's one more thing. I exchanged blows with Director Zhao in order to snatch this Cosmos sack, and I used a secret technique to hide myself, which consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, I've used up more than 2 of the 4 spirit-breeding fruits. Long Chen was quite speechless towards this prodigal girl, but he waved his hand and said heroically, "It's fine, spend as much as you want. When you're done, I'll go get more." Yay! Come, let's go back and see how many thunder flame crystals you've taken. In the blink of an eye, the dragon god had been sending letters for almost a month and a half. This was the 100th chapter, and it was a little memorable. When I woke up in the morning, I found that the favorites count was over 1,000, the flowers were close to 10,000, and the clicks were close to 1,000,000. Let's work harder, I've already reached my initial goal. All I'm missing are flowers and clicks. Chapter 101. After breaking through to the mortal core realm, Long Chen's status had changed from a rank 4 disciple to a rank 3 disciple. His living quarters had also changed from a rank 4 disciple's living quarters to a rank 3 disciple's living quarters. However, during his time in the Lingwu family, he was either cultivating or going out. He rarely interacted with others, so he did not recognize many of the other rank 3 disciples. After moving here, his living quarters were bigger, and he even had his own courtyard. It was a beautiful place with birds chirping and flowers blooming. After returning here, Long Chen quickly walked into the basement and sat down with his legs crossed. In his hand, he was holding the cosmos bag that Lingxi had taken from him. "Quick, let's see what's inside." I remember that he took out the thunder flame crystal from this Qianquan bag last time. That guy still has another Qianquan bag, but I couldn't snatch it away. That should be his other belongings. As soon as Long Chen opened the cosmos bag, he could feel the power of thunder and fire rushing towards him. Although the power was contained within the thunder flame crystals, it was still not simple. Long Chen and Ling Xi's eyes lit up with excitement as they unfurled the familiar thunder flame crystal in front of them. There's a total of 47 crystals. After the calculations were complete, Ling Xi was indescribably happy. And Long Chen knew that with only 10 thunder flame crystals, he would be able to complete the thunder flame battle body and become a thunder flame warrior. These 47 thunder flame crystals were enough for him. I guess the headquarters of the Morning Light Business League only gave him 50 thunder flame crystals. They gave me 1 and 2 to the others, so there's only 47 left. After coming out from the quiet room of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen had already returned the remaining 4 thunder flame crystals to Zhao Tianfang. But in the end, they still ended up in his hands. If Zhao Tianfang knew the whole truth, he would definitely vomit blood. From the heart of steel, he knew that I'm strong and talented, so he wanted to use this thunder flame crystal to test himself. That's why he treated me so well. If he really found out that I'm suitable for this thunder flame crystal, then he might also use it to let me join the Morning Light Business League. Long Chen had already seen through Zhao Tianfang, so he didn't have any qualms about it. Long Chen, there are only a few days left until the Sky Martial Realm's trial. You should hurry and fuse with this thunder flame crystal and see how many you can absorb. Long Chen nodded. In the rooms of the Lingwu clan, the door could only be opened with the identity jade card, so the concealment was guaranteed. In the training basement, Long Chen put away the other thunder flame crystals, leaving only 1 in his hand. When I fused with one before, although I felt very uncomfortable, it wasn't like I couldn't endure it. So, fusing with the second one shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, he did it. With a deep breath, Long Chen fused the thunder flame crystal into his body. Instantly, the same pain as last time surged into his body. In this process, Long Chen was in pain, but he was happy. The impact of the second thunder flame crystal was much greater. Basically, it was more than twice the impact of the first thunder flame crystal. Under the destructive impact of the power of lightning and flames, Long Chen gnashed his teeth in pain. Lingxi was originally a bit worried, but seeing that Long Chen's body was fine, but his expression was extremely painful. She rejoiced in his misfortune. She happily spun around at the side and started giggling. At this time, the power of lightning and flames surged through Long Chen's body. It destroyed his body, and at the same time, constructed a new one for him. In this process, his body gradually solidified and strengthened. Long Chen took less than an hour to fuse with the first Thunder Flame Crystal. As for the second Thunder Flame Crystal, it was essentially the same as the first Thunder Flame Crystal. However, the Thunder Flame Crystal was such a strange thing. The difficulty of fusing two Thunder Flame Crystals was more than twice as difficult as fusing one. If Long Chen were to fuse with three, the difficulty would likely be more than twice as difficult as fusing with the second one. This difficulty increased exponentially. One could imagine just how difficult it would be to fuse with the Thunder Flame Crystal in the later stages. Long Chen spent a total of more than 2 hours on the second Thunder Flame Crystal. At this time, it was already late at night. Long Chen stood up and happily stretched his body. Compared to before, the strength of my body has indeed increased by a lot. Moreover, the thunder flame power contained in my Dantian's true energy has also increased by a bit. How is it? Can you endure another one? Beside Long Chen, Lingxi asked expectantly. She felt that this should not be Long Chen's limit. Yes. The pain brought about by fusing with the thunder flame crystal would completely disappear as long as the fusion was successful. All that was left was a slight numbness in the muscles. Although this feeling caused Long Chen to tremble in fear, it was not enough to make him afraid. The third thunder flame crystal was absorbed into his body. Sure enough, the difficulty of the fusion was much higher. This time, Long Chen used more than 4 hours to completely fuse with the third thunder flame crystal. Not only his strength, but his true energy had also increased by a certain amount. However, the pain this time was much more terrifying. Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured this thunder flame crystal with great difficulty. Only after this experience did he become a little afraid. 3 thunder flame crystals. This has already exceeded the expectations of Manager Zhao. Long Chen, let's leave it at this. I can tell that you are unable to endure any longer. Seeing that Long Chen was finally able to catch his breath, Lingxi said worriedly. Only 3 thunder flame crystals. This is still not my limit. There are still 4 hours until daybreak. I will give it another try. Long Chen's personality was stubborn and his gaze was resolute. Since Lingxi could not out-talk him, she could only let him be. Moreover, although the fusion of the third crystal was terrifying, Long Chen clearly still had the strength to continue fighting. The fusion of the fourth thunder flame crystal was about to begin. As expected, the fusion of the fourth thunder flame crystal was much more terrifying than the third one. Long Chen felt as if there were several swords hidden within his body that were continuously waving about, shredding his body into pieces. The pain this time caused Long Chen's face to turn green. Beside him, Lingxi watched the lightning and flames emerging from his body. Seeing his painful appearance, her 2 tiny fists were tightly clenched as she anxiously stared at Long Chen. Time gradually passed. Long Chen continued to grit his teeth and endure the pain. As expected, the thunder flame crystal was not easy to subdue. The power of the fourth thunder flame crystal entered Long Chen's body and seemed to fuse with the power of the previous 3 thunder flame crystals, resisting Long Chen's dragon soul chi together. Fight. Persevere. Only then can I stand out. In Long Chen's life, his conviction to become strong had always been incomparably strong. This was also the case now. The Yang family needed him to use his powerful strength to save them, and Lingxi also needed him to use his powerful strength to save them. Therefore, he knew that he had to become strong. These little thunder flame crystals, do you really think they can stop me, Long Chen? As long as he could become stronger, Long Chen was willing to risk everything. The pain he was experiencing right now could be heart-wrenching for a normal person, but Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured it with a pale face. If this continues, I can only fuse with 4 thunder flame crystals at most. At this level, it seems like I'm still far away from the thunder flame combat body and becoming a thunder flame warrior. Long Chen was not satisfied with himself, but he didn't know that in the Morning Light Business League, there were only a few young warriors who had just broken through to the mortal core realm who could fuse with 4 thunder flame crystals. Besides, those were the top geniuses of Yuanling County. Oh right, Long Chen, how could we forget about the dragon soul transformation? That kind of you is the true form of a dragon martial practitioner. Ling Xi's delighted voice suddenly rang out. When Ling Xi said this, Long Chen also remembered that after transforming into the dragon soul transformation, all the marks related to dragons on his body had increased by a few times. The nature of his true qi had also increased from 4 times to 10 times. In other words, he could completely transform into the dragon soul transformation right now and fuse with the thunder flame crystals. Thinking about this, Long Chen's eyes lit up. In the next second, he had completed the dragon soul transformation. Perfect and tidy red scales and sharp bone spikes emerged from his body. In just an instant, Long Chen had transformed into this eye-catching image. After transforming into the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen could feel the aura of countless dragons surrounding him. The pain caused by the 4th thunder flame crystal actually quickly disappeared without a trace after he completed the dragon soul transformation. Long Chen actually discovered that whether it was the dragon soul qi or his current dragon body, they had completely overwhelmed the thunder flame crystals. The power of the 4th thunder flame crystal was simply not enough. It was easily absorbed by Long Chen into his body, causing Long Chen's body to undergo an earth-shattering change. This speed of fusion is even smoother than when I first fused with the thunder flame crystal. Long Chen was filled with amazement at this dragon soul transformation. After transforming into this body, even the number of thunder flame crystals he could fuse with had increased by several times. This was truly heaven-defying. It is indeed effective. When Ling Xi saw that Long Chen had only spent a short amount of time to completely fuse with the thunder flame crystal, which he had spent 4 hours fusing with, Ling Xi was astonished by the mysteriousness and strength of the dragon martialist. Hey, if this is the case, how many thunder flame crystals can you fuse with? Won't I know if I continue trying? Long Chen smiled brightly. He had originally thought that he would not be able to endure until the 5th thunder flame crystal, but the reality was that he was already fusing with the 5th thunder flame crystal. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he was extremely relaxed. This freak, seeing Long Chen's expression of enjoyment, Ling Xi was a little speechless. Her beautiful eyes stared intently at Long Chen. Her expression was filled with a sense of accomplishment. After all, without her, Ling Xi, Long Chen would not have been able to obtain so many thunder flame crystals. In less than an hour, the 5th thunder flame crystal was completely fused. Long Chen opened his eyes with a pleased expression. This 5th thunder flame crystal is even easier to fuse than the first one. Girl, watch me perform tonight. I guarantee that I will be handsome to the point of dropping to the ground. TCH, the 7th and 8th thunder flame crystals are 100 times more difficult than the first one. Let me see how you fuse with them. How can you be proud? Today is Sunday, and tomorrow is Monday. It's time to rush the rankings. I hope that all the handsome men and women will arrive on time and send flowers to help me rush the rankings. 3rd place for 2 weeks in a row, I can't stay calm anymore. Begging for flowers. Chapter 102. Lu Yuan. Although the sky was bright, there were still 6 days until the Sky Realm trial. During this time, most people would be cultivating diligently in their residences, so no one came to disturb a small figure like Long Chen. The 6th thunder flame crystal didn't cause much pain to my body, but it still took more than 4 hours to completely merge with my body. Long Chen thought to himself as he sensed the tyrannical power in his body. I can imagine that if I didn't transform, I would have died when I merged with the 5th Thunder Flame Crystal. The higher the number of Thunder Flame Crystals, the more difficult it is. I wonder how many Thunder Flame Crystals my dragon body can absorb. In the next few days, Long Chen was ready to risk it all for the Thunder Flame Crystals. The Sky Realm trial was just around the corner, and nothing else would help him. He might as well use the Thunder Flame Crystals in his hands to increase his fighting strength and his true energy. With my current strength, I can deal with early-stage Mortal Core cultivators, but high-level Mortal Core cultivators, I won't stand a chance. Not to mention Feng Wutian, who has all kinds of powerful combat skills and a powerful bloodline. Although the peak of the Mortal Core realm was also the peak of the Mortal Core realm, it was only a step away from the Earth Core realm. If he had more resources, then his combat strength would be a few times stronger than an ordinary peak Mortal Core warrior. With your current strength, if he really attacks you, you can probably kill him with one strike. Lingxi said with a frown. Thinking of Feng Wutian, Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed. He knew that if he wanted to pass the test of the Heaven Realm, the breakthrough point was the 7th Thunder Flame Crystal in his hand. Whatever. I'm going to risk it all. Who cares what sky it is, when the time comes, I'll smash it with one punch. Looking at Long Chen's passionate expression, Lingxi shook her head. The difference between him and Feng Wutian was not something that could be made up for with just a little bit of passion. But, she didn't have the heart to emphasize the difference to Long Chen. The assimilation of the 7th Thunder Flame Crystal made even Long Chen, who had transformed into a dragon soul, feel the pressure. However, it wasn't as big as the 4th one. But in terms of time, it was taking longer. After Long Chen endured for almost half a day, the 7th Thunder Flame Crystal was finally fused. Next, the 8th one. The time for the Heaven Realm test was getting closer and closer. Long Chen did not dare to be slow even for a moment. When he reached the 8th Thunder Flame Crystal, the pain he had to endure was actually about the same as the 4th Thunder Flame Crystal. However, when he recalled the pressure Feng Wutian had put on him, Long Chen knew that he couldn't be a coward at a time like this. Only those who are able to endure will be able to make a name for themselves. Those who can't even endure are not considered capable at all. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen fought with all his might. His effort made Lingxi's voice a little hoarse. Looking at this hard-working and quick-witted young man, Lingxi didn't know what she should say. This time, the duration of the assimilation was unprecedentedly long. Long Chen spent a total of almost 2 days before finally fusing with the 8th Thunder Flame Crystal. At the start, it was indeed extremely painful. But in the end, he was more or less numb to it. The determination in his heart was incomparably firm, so he was able to endure until now. Long Chen, it's better if you don't take the 9th one, right? Lingxi worriedly said. Long Chen's determination and tenacity had already reached a level where she admired him. What a joke. This little bit of pain is far from my limit. Long Chen smiled and took out the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal from his Cosmos sack. Right now, he had already assimilated 8 Thunder Flame Crystals. Under the refinement of the Thunder Flame Crystals, his strength had already increased by several times. Moreover, the power of the lightning and fire in his Dantian had already started to gradually invade his human core. Because the power of the lightning and fire was already sufficiently strong, it wrapped around the blood-red human core. In fact, all the powers had even started to fuse. As long as I truly assimilate, I will be able to become a Thunder Flame Martialist. This was something that Long Chen was very clear about. Without further ado, he quickly began the assimilation of the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal. This time, the assimilation was several times more difficult than the 8th one. It was also several times more painful. Basically, Long Chen's face had already turned green. Currently, Long Chen was bathed in blue flames and lightning, looking extremely sinister. A powerful aura gradually erupted from his body. The flames enveloped his entire body, while the lightning bolts darted back and forth between the flames. Fortunately, after so many days of training, Long Chen had more or less gotten used to the pain of the thunder flame crystal. Therefore, although it was difficult, he gritted his teeth and ultimately managed to endure it. This 9th thunder flame crystal, I actually spent almost 3 days to assimilate it. Since that's the case, tomorrow will be the Sky Realm trial. I still can't try to assimilate the 10th thunder flame crystal. Thinking about this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel bitter. He was about to become a thunder flame martialist, but he didn't have the time. Although I don't know if I can assimilate the 10th thunder flame crystal, if I can succeed, at least in the Sky Realm, I will have a higher chance of staying alive. However, Long Chen didn't feel discouraged. Right now, I have the medium mystic rank Burning Devil Yang Fist and the life combat skill, Returnance, as well as the beginner mystic rank movement skill, Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps. Because of the thunder flame crystal, no matter if it's my body or the nature of my true energy, they have all increased by a lot. Together with the dragon soul transformation and the blood refinement technique, should be able to fight against a mortal core warrior. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen was filled with confidence. Since he had just assimilated so many thunder flame crystals, he spent another day to sort out his current situation. The next day came quickly. Early in the morning, Gan Lin had already brought him out of the Green Willow house. Let's go to the Qingyang Hall now. Just now, the deacon has brought Lu Ling and Feng Wuqian over. There are a lot of strong warriors from the Qingyang Hall, and there is even a heavenly core warrior. He is the founding elder of the Qingyang Hall, Master Lu Yuan. You have to be respectful to him. Long Chen secretly remembered Gan Lin's words. There were countless strong warriors in the Lingwu family, and right now, Long Chen was just one of them. Besides, he hadn't attracted much attention. Now that he was going to meet another strong warrior, he couldn't help but feel excited. Speaking of which, Mo Xiaolang and Lu Yuan were the strongest warriors Long Chen had ever met. But, Lu Lan had actually brought Feng Wuqian and Lu Ling over first, and this made Long Chen feel a bit depressed. Is she looking down on me? Thinking about it, this was the only explanation. During the Sky Martial Realm trial, the conflict between Long Chen and Feng Wuqian was caused by this beauty Lu Yuan. Long Chen had no idea what she wanted, but he was sure it wasn't because she had nothing better to do. Under the Qingyang Hall, there were 5 deacons, and each of them had their own rooms. The Green Willow House was one of them. As for the Green Willow House, it was one of the 8 great halls of the Green Clan. Of course, its building was much more magnificent than the Green Willow House. If the Green Willow House and the other places were for the young disciples, then the Qingyang Hall was for the strong warriors. When Long Chen walked into this place, he immediately saw a few middle-aged or old men who were obviously no longer at the mortal core realm. Right now, in the main hall of the Qingyang Hall, only those with real strength were here. In every hall, the doyens were the highest authority, and the deacons were in charge of the disciples at the mortal core realm. Apart from the deacons, if they were old and had great strength, they could be given the title of elder in each hall. As for the Qingyang Hall, besides the 5 deacons, there were 4 other elders. At this moment, a middle-aged scholar with a sage-like appearance was sitting on the seat in the middle. To his left were 4 reserved old men. To his right were 5 young men and women. The extremely charming Lu Lan was among them. As for the person in front of them, it was the Mortal Core disciple who was representing the Qingyang Hall and participating in the Green Clan's Sky Martial Realm trial. When they arrived at the main hall, Gan Lin greeted everyone and then sent Long Chen in. After that, he respectfully left the main hall and went back to the Green Willow house. Because Long Chen had arrived late, and because of his relationship with Feng Wuqian, there were some rumors about him. Therefore, when he entered the hall, almost everyone was staring at him. "What are you looking at?" Your father, am not a girl, do you really need to stare at me like this?" Although he was cursing in his heart, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Long Chen immediately raised his head and bowed towards the people sitting in front of him. Disciple Long Chen greets the doyens, 4 elders, and 5 deacons. The 4 elders were probably so old that they couldn't even move their faces. They were still looking at Long Chen with an indifferent expression. The other 4 deacons just smiled at Long Chen and didn't pay much attention to him. Lu Lan's reaction was the same as the others. It was as if she had just met Long Chen. "I don't know what this wretched bitch is thinking." Only then did Long Chen notice Lu Yuan, who was sitting in the middle of the hall. At that moment, Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen for a while and thought of what his younger daughter had said. Then, he looked at his eldest daughter, Lu Lan, speechlessly. His gaze was clearly saying that Lu Lan had given Long Chen a 3-star evaluation, which was a bit inappropriate. He has just entered the Lingwu family, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of bloodline. He promised to fight but failed to keep his promise. This young man named Long Chen is only at the mortal core realm. Why did Lan give him a 3-star evaluation? Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Long Chen, the name list had already been submitted. Lu Yuan didn't have the heart to change it. He said indifferently, "So you are Long Chen? You have just entered the family and you already have a great opportunity to participate in the Sky Martial Arts Realm Trial. I hope you can make good use of this opportunity and don't embarrass the Qingyang Hall. This is a competition between the halls of the Green Clan. It concerns everyone's reputation. Therefore, all 10 of you must do your best, understand?" Tomorrow was Monday. Same rules, send flowers as soon as possible. Chapter 103. After paying attention to Long Chen for a brief moment, Lu Yuan swept his gaze across the faces of the 10 young experts. Long Chen appeared to be well behaved on the surface, but he did not like this kind of environment from the bottom of his heart. Under Lu Yuan's scolding, the 10 young men remained silent for the rest of their lives. Long Chen, on the other hand, was not in the mood to listen to Lu Yuan's scolding. Initially, he was looking forward to meeting this expert, but Lu Yuan had basically treated him as a stopgap, so Long Chen did not have a good impression of him. "It seems like I didn't participate in Feng Wutian's life and death ring battle. My bad reputation has spread throughout the entire Qingyang Hall." Seeing the disdainful gazes the elders and deacons were giving him, Long Chen immediately guessed that it was because of that incident. "Feng Wutian, Lu Ling, you 2 shameless couple, how dare you make me be looked down upon?" As Lu Yuan continued to scold them, Long Chen secretly shifted his gaze away. The little beauty, Lu Ling, did not even dare to make a sound when her father was speaking. Suddenly, she sensed that someone was looking at her, so she turned her head around and threw a cold smile at Long Chen. "Don't give me a chance, or I'll give you a good spanking." When Long Chen was thinking in his heart about how to deal with them, Lu Yuan had already nodded at the crowd and said, "It's about time. Go to the Azure Clan's Heaven Martial Hall right now. This time, Feng Wutian will be the leader of the Heaven Realms trial. Everyone must listen to his orders and act according to his directions. Everything will be for the sake of the Qingyang Hall's reputation." After that, he turned around and said to Lu Lan, "Bring them to the Sky Martial Hall now." Lu Lan nodded her head and stood up, revealing her tall and slender figure. She nodded at Lu Yuan, before leading Long Chen and the others to bid farewell to the elders, before leaving the Qingyang Hall and heading to the Sky Martial Hall. Lu Yuan sent them off with his gaze. After which, he turned to the 4 great elders and said, "You guys, do you think our chances this time around are high?" One of the sect elders quickly said, "The competition for the Tai Ching sword is more about the top strength. The others are just there to make up the numbers. Although the overall strength of our Qingyang Palace isn't that strong, coincidentally, we have a genius with a great bloodline and talent like Feng Wutian in the mortal core realm. That's why I think it won't be a problem. Another elder shook his head and said, if you want to compete in terms of peak strength, the other halls are not bad, especially the Azure Emperor Hall. The leader this time should be Elder Chu Fengqing's, that 16-year-old daughter, Chu Yunyao, right? Compared to this young genius, Wu Tian is under a lot more pressure. Lu Yuan frowned, nodded and said, with Chu Yunyao's strength, Feng Wu Tian is under a lot of pressure. However, the other party is young, and she is at a disadvantage in terms of gender. Our chances of victory are still quite high. If the Qingyang Hall can win the championship this time, we will definitely be in the limelight. At that time, the Grand Elder will pay more attention to us. This is an opportunity for us to rise up. Thinking up to this point, everyone became excited. After chatting for a while, they were ready to leave. Oh right, Elder, that Long Chen just now seems to be in conflict with Lu Ling. He won't be looking for trouble with Ling Er during the Heaven Realm trial, right? Lu Ling was the little princess of the Qingyang Hall, so everyone loved her a lot. Lu Yuan sneered and said, he's just an outsider who has just entered the family. If he really has any bad intentions, Wu Tian will kill him for me. Besides, Ling Er is also at the early mortal core realm, she's not someone this kid can bully. Just as they walked out of the Qingyang Hall, Long Chen felt that out of the 10 people, 9 of them were leaning against each other. With Feng Wutian in the lead, there were even 3 late mortal core warriors. Lu Lan didn't say anything, he just led the way. As for the other 9 people, they all stared at Long Chen with faint smiles on their faces. It was as if they were playing a monkey. Their eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. He already agreed, but he doesn't even have the courage to keep the appointment. This Long Chen is so weak. One of the men shook his head and said to the man next to him. Didn't Miss Ling Er say it? People from small places don't have any guts. This time, he's going to join the Heaven Realm trial with us. Maybe he'll be a burden to us. I think it's better for him to die early. Don't run away at the last minute and lose our Qingyang Hall's face. If that happens, the Elder will punish us as well, and we'll be finished. Don't say any more. I don't think Feng Wutian will let him leave this place alive. I heard that Huang Feiyang, who used to follow Feng Wutian, was killed by this Long Chen. He doesn't have any real strength, and he only knows how to secretly hurt people. He's not a real man. The group of people whispered to each other as they walked. When Lu Ling heard their conversation, she felt happy in her heart. When she thought of how repulsive Long Chen was, she felt happy in her heart. Lu Ling knew that Long Chen would be able to hear what they were talking about. She turned her head around because she wanted to see Long Chen's sullen and angry expression. However, contrary to her expectation, Long Chen was walking with his head lowered and an indifferent expression. Is he pretending to be calm, or does he not have the guts to resist? Lu Ling thought to herself, and then looked at Feng Wutian, who was walking with her, looking into the distance with a resolute gaze. His tall nose bridge and determined face made Lu Ling feel a wave of intoxication. Big brother Feng Wutian is truly the most perfect man. Even if there were 10,000 Long Chen, he wouldn't be as good as big brother Feng Wutian. What if, when she thought that she would marry such a man in the future, Lu Ling's heart was filled with joy. At this time, Feng Wutian looked at her warmly, causing her heart to beat wildly like a little deer. Ling, you're the one who spread the news that Long Chen accepted the challenge but didn't have the guts to keep it, right? Feng Wutian's indifferent voice contained a hint of displeasure. Lu Ling panicked and quickly said, who asked him to be so annoying? He actually dared to humiliate you that day. When I saw his wretched expression, I got angry. Feng Wutian shook his head and patted her head, be good, don't be like this in the future. Weak people will eventually pay the price for their actions. You don't need to waste your effort to deal with him, he will seek his own death. Why waste your effort on such a person? Oh. Lu Ling nodded her head obediently, then said happily, "Thank you, big brother Wutian. I'll remember it." Lu Lan also heard Feng Wutian's words. She turned her head around and nodded at him with a smile, before continuing on her way. Feng Wutian has matured a lot in the past 2 years. Ling won't have to suffer if she follows him in the future. As for me, father actually wants me to marry him. What should I do? Lu Lan's heart was in a state of panic. She turned around and glanced at Long Chen, who was walking alone. The 11 of them were very close to each other, so Long Chen could basically hear Feng Wutian's words. However, in Lu Lan's eyes, although the young man was lonely, his expression was calm. His spirit is very strong, but his background is not as good as his. Lu Lan gave him an evaluation before focusing on walking. There were quite a lot of people outside the Qingyang Hall. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Martial Palace. The Heaven Martial Palace was the most crowded place in the Cyan clan, apart from the Yibao Pavilion and the training hall. The daily life of the people of the Lingwu clan was nothing more than training, and carrying out missions. One of the training missions was to enter the Tian realm and fight against monstrous beasts. While fighting against monstrous beasts, at the same time as tempering their fighting skills, they could also obtain things from the bodies of monstrous beasts and exchange them for contribution points. Long Chen knew that the Heaven Martial Realm was divided into 3 areas, the Mortal Core area, the Earth Core area, and the Heaven Core area. In the Mortal Core area, the strongest demon beast was only at the 4th level of the Mystic level. In the Earth Core area, the strongest demon beast was about the 6th or 7th level of the Mystic level. As for the even stronger demon beasts, they were in the Heaven Core area. The Mortal Core disciples of the Cyan clan were training in the Mortal Core area. The Mortal Core area was usually the most crowded place in the Heaven Martial Realm. However, today was the day of the Green Clan's Mortal Core trial, so the other 8 families would show some respect. They would evacuate their disciples from the Sky Martial Realm and make some space for the Green Clan's people to have their own trials. This time, the Heaven Martial Realm trial will last for 8 days. In 8 days, you must find the heart-devouring demon beast and take the Tai Ching sword from its body. If you still can't get the Tai Ching sword after 8 days, the trial will be over. After all, the other families still need to enter the Heaven Martial Realm. When they arrived at the Heaven Martial Palace, Lu Lan repeated this again. 8 days? Long Chen calculated for a while. I'll need around 6 or 7 days to fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal. Anyway, that Tai Ching sword doesn't seem to be suitable for me. I'll find a place to fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal after I enter the Heaven Martial Realm, and then, Long Chen was mumbling to himself, but Lingxi could hear it from the sword. She said worriedly, Long Chen, don't be too optimistic. Let's not talk about whether you can fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal or not. When you enter the Heaven Martial Realm, we don't know if they will let you leave. I can see the way they are looking at you, they don't seem to be friendly. Lingxi's observation was more detailed than his. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the other 9 people. He realized that there was indeed some killing intent in their eyes. The one with the calmest expression was Feng Wutian. Here, he had the biggest grudge against Long Chen, but from his expression, it didn't look like he cared about Long Chen at all. With Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen knew he had to be careful. At this moment, everyone followed Lu Lan into the Heaven Martial Hall. Right now, the vast Heaven Martial Hall was completely empty. There were only a few groups of people, and each group consisted of roughly 10 people. These are probably the outstanding disciples of the Mortal Core realm from the other clans in the Green Clan. Altogether, there are around 100 of them. Among these people, all of them had heroic spirits. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people. Among them, there were quite a number of warriors who were at the high level of the Mortal Core realm at Long Chen's age. The Heaven Martial Realm trial had officially begun. It's a new week. After reading the new updates, send me fresh flowers every day. Help me break through the rankings. Just for the sake of my hard work. Chapter 104. The teams from the other halls also arrived one after another. Very soon, a total of 8 teams had gathered in the Heavenly Martial Palace. Long Chen was in the corner of the Qingyang Hall team, sizing up the people from the other teams. Long Chen knew that among all the great halls of the Azure clan, the combined strength of the Qingyang Hall was one of the last 2. But this time, with the existence of Feng Wutian, they had the chance to become the champion. However, in the other halls, there were also peak Mortal Core warriors, especially that young girl from the Azure Emperor Hall. As soon as she entered, she attracted everyone's attention. The Azure Emperor Hall was the strongest branch of the Azure clan. Whether it was their combined strength or their future potential, they were ranked number 1 in the Azure clan. That young girl, is she Chu Yunyao from the Azure Emperor Hall? Looking at the young girl who was wearing a light yellow dress and had a finely sculpted face, but her expression was cold. She had an indescribable aura of otherworldliness, Lu Ling said while gnashing her teeth. From her tone, it was obvious that she was jealous. They were both the daughters of Doyan-level experts, but the difference between the two of them was not small. Lu Ling was only at the initial Mortal Core realm, and the other party was already about to break through to the Earth Core realm. Moreover, Chu Yunyao was receiving the attention of everyone, while Lu Ling was only nestled next to Feng Wutian, occasionally receiving admiring gazes. At this moment, even Feng Wutian was sizing up Chu Yunyao. Lu Ling clenched her teeth, her face filled with anger. She wished she could twist her big brother Wutian's head back. Long Chen also looked at the young girl. Sure enough, her strength was at Feng Wutian's level, and she was even younger. Most importantly, her appearance was outstanding. Although she didn't have Lu Lan's mature charm, compared to Lu Ling, she was still a level higher. At this time, Lu Lan and the leaders of the other 7 clans gathered together. Although the Qingyang Hall was ordinary, because of Lu Lan's beauty, her reputation in the Azure clan was very big. When the leaders were talking, most of their gazes stopped on her sexy and delicate body. Everyone, since everyone is here, shall we begin the Heaven Martial Realms trial? Of course, there's no time to lose. Let's lead them into the Heaven Martial Realms tunnel now. Before everyone came, you should have already told the juniors clearly, right? Of course. After making some arrangements, Lu Lan returned to the Qingyang Hall. At this moment, someone had already called out to the juniors of the clan and was walking towards a tunnel not far from Long Chen's side. This passageway was 10 meters wide, and at the end was a light membrane. This light membrane rippled like water, giving off a sparkling feeling. It was extremely beautiful. A strange aura emanated from the ripples of light. This is the entrance to the Minor Cosmos world. This Minor Cosmos world seems to be a ruin left behind by an expert. In the sword, Lingxi said with some surprise. In other words, there might be something good inside? I don't think so. The Lingwu family has been here for so many years. This relic isn't big, so it has long become their private property. There must have been some good stuff inside, but I'm guessing none of it is left. Long Chen didn't have such thoughts. To him, the Heaven Martial Realm trial this time was a forced one. What he wanted was to train and become stronger. At this time, there were already teams that passed by Long Chen's side and entered the entrance of the Heaven Martial Realm. After a while, the Azure Emperor Hall, which had around 20 people, also walked over. The position of the leader wasn't as high as Chu Yunyao's, so Chu Yunyao walked in front. When they got close, Chu Yunyao suddenly walked towards Lu Lan and said, "Yunyao greets Sister Lan. My brother told me to tell you that he has some matters to attend to and can't get away, so he didn't come to see you." He said he misses you. Hearing this, Lu Lan's expression was a little unnatural, and she said, I understand. Yunyao, you have to be careful in the Heaven Martial Realms trial. Chu Yunyao nodded, then turned around and left. This young girl's attitude towards everyone was very cold. Only when she was facing Lu Lan did her expression show a trace of respect. Big brother? Could it be that this woman is having an affair with her brother? Thinking about how such a beautiful woman was already someone else's woman, Long Chen suddenly had a feeling that all the good cabbages had been arched by pigs. Right at this moment, Lu Lan turned around and said indifferently, you have to remember the details of the trial. I'll be waiting for you here. I wish you all success. Feng Wutian and the others did as they were told. After that, he brought the other clansmen and headed towards the entrance of the Heaven Martial Realm. When Long Chen passed by Lu Lan, he kept looking at her. Lu Lan also looked at Long Chen with a faint smile. She had arranged for Long Chen to enter this dangerous place, but she didn't feel guilty at all. When Long Chen passed by, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, how can someone who has just entered the mortal core realm survive under the pressure of a heavenly core warrior? Isn't my training method a bit too unreliable? Thinking about that man, Lu Lan furrowed her brows. If there's no one to protect me, I'm afraid I won't be able to change my fate. Could this be my destiny? While Lu Lan was in deep thoughts, Long Chen had followed the others and walked into the light barrier. In an instant, a cool feeling surrounded him. Long Chen felt like he had fallen into a pool of water, and he started falling at an incredible speed. After a few seconds, his body stopped falling. Suddenly, he realized he was standing on a yellow ground. Raising his head, he saw that he was standing on a piece of solid yellow soil. Short trees and shrubs were scattered all over the ground. Although it couldn't be said to be beautiful, it wasn't ugly either. Looking at the sky again, it was a yellow sky. There were thick yellow clouds everywhere, so dense that they covered the sky and covered the sun. A desolate aura filled this place. Long Chen knew that the world he was in right now was not the world he was in just now. Is this, the Heaven Martial Realm? Compared to Long Chen, the others had all entered the Heaven Martial Realm before. Therefore, only Long Chen had a blank look in his eyes. Seeing Long Chen acting like a country bumpkin, the others all had mocking looks on their faces. In the Azure Clan, the other groups that had arrived in the Heaven Martial Realm had already left. Feng Wutian first brought the crowd to a short shrub. Finding the heart-devouring demonic beast depended on luck. Feng Wutian glanced at his surroundings, pointed in a direction and said, all of you, follow me. No one is to be left behind. After saying that, he intentionally glanced at Long Chen, as a warning to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't want to stay with them. Therefore, at that moment, he calmly said, I'll leave the Tai Ching sword to you guys. I'll be going first. He didn't get along with Feng Wutian, nor did he get along with the others. There was no point in staying here. Therefore, he didn't want to waste his breath. Long Chen already knew that although Feng Wutian always had a calm expression, he had long wanted to deal with Long Chen. As expected, when Long Chen said that, Feng Wutian's expression became colder and colder. Lord Elder has already said that in this operation, everyone has to listen to my orders. Are you going to disobey? Disobey? I don't dare. However, with my strength and status, I, Long Chen, will inevitably be a burden to you geniuses. In my opinion, you should let me leave by myself. You can focus on getting the Tai Ching sword. That's more worthwhile. Long Chen said with a mocking tone. The others originally didn't think much of Long Chen. At that moment, seeing that he actually became unyielding, they were instantly interested. With mocking expressions, they took Long Chen to be a clown. Lu Ling hated Long Chen the most. At a time like this, there were no seniors here, and Long Chen still dared to stir up trouble. She immediately coldly smiled and said, Big Brother Wuxian is our leader. His words are orders to us. If he wants you to die, you have to die. You still dare to be so talkative and contradict him? Long Chen looked at them and hiddenly analyzed in his heart. If Feng Wuxian valued the Tai Ching sword, he wouldn't be bothered to leave me and let me leave first. But since he spoke to stop me, he clearly wants to deal with me. That's right. To him, I am a small threat. If it was me, I wouldn't allow Venomous Sting, who is a threat to me, to exist in this world. As expected, at that moment, Feng Wuxian indifferently said, "The senior elder handed the authority to my hands. This time, the journey to the heaven realm is completely up to me. Long Chen, if you don't know what's good for you and cause trouble for me, I have the authority to kill you. I'm afraid that if I follow you, I will only die by your hands without knowing why, Feng Wuxian." Long Chen coldly smiled and said those words that caused Feng Wuxian's expression to suddenly change. Even Lu Ling, who was at the side, couldn't help but say, "You're courting death." Seeing that she was about to attack, it was still Feng Wuxian who pulled her back. At that moment, killing intent finally appeared in Feng Wuxian's eyes, and his voice also became incomparably cold. "Everyone, Long Chen didn't listen to orders and caused a huge obstruction to our movements. I represent the seniors to kill him. Does anyone have any objections?" The other 8 people were respectful towards Feng Wuxian, and in their hearts, Long Chen was only a dispensable character. So they all smiled and said, "Senior brother, go ahead and do it. If the seniors ask, we'll bear the responsibility together with you." They were aggressive, but Long Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. This Feng Wuxian is pretending to be magnanimous. Is the fox's tail finally revealed now? At that moment, Feng Wuxian, who had obtained approval, already walked out from the crowd, step by step. "Do you still have flowers? Please give them to me." Chapter 105. When Feng Wuxian had the intention to kill Long Chen, the powerful energy immediately pressed down on Long Chen's body. The energy of a peak mortal core warrior was not just for show. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, Feng Wuxian was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Long Chen tensed up his body, and only then was he able to withstand the pressure from his opponent. Being bullied by Feng Wuxian like this, Long Chen was furious, but he knew that he was no match for his opponent. "This Feng Wuxian, he has underestimated me. Although I'm no match for you, escaping from your hands is a piece of cake. But, if I escape like this, I'll leave you guys with some good luck. If you see Daddy again, you'll still be so noisy." Although Long Chen was no match for Feng Wuxian, the gap between them wasn't too big. Besides, Feng Wuxian still had to take care of the Qingyang Hall's team and the Tai Ching sword. He couldn't just abandon everyone and chase after Long Chen alone. Now that Long Chen had confidence in his heart, he felt a lot more relaxed. Right now, Feng Wuxian was already less than 10 meters away from him. "Huang Feiyang was killed by you. Today, I'll take revenge for him." After saying that, Feng Wuxian clenched his fist. Immediately, a powerful energy wave formed around his fist. "I don't even need combat skills to deal with a brat who has just broken through to the mortal core realm like you." Feng Wuxian glared at Long Chen coldly. After that, his body became like a tornado as he charged towards Long Chen. That violent punch felt like it could cover the sky and cover the earth. Is that so? Long Chen immediately sensed that if he were to take the attack head-on, not only would he have to transform into his dragon soul form, he would also have to use the Taishian dragon seal, which would be taxing and exhausting. Therefore, Long Chen slid on the ground and performed the dragon swimming steps as fast as he could. As soon as Feng Wuxian made his move, heat swam past him. Long Chen didn't need to transform into his dragon soul form, but he still managed to do this. First of all, Feng Wuxian thought that Long Chen had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and that's why he didn't have much strength left. Second of all, Long Chen had almost formed the Thunder Flame combat body, and it had increased his speed and agility by a lot. Therefore, although Feng Wuqian was really strong, Long Chen still managed to dodge him. Seeing that Feng Wuqian was about to get rid of the annoying Long Chen, the people of Qingyang Hall were all looking forward to it. Lu Ling, in particular, was about to see the invincible Feng Wuqian kill Long Chen with a single strike, but she didn't expect that Long Chen would slide to Lu Ling's side in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? His speed is faster than mine. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ling's eyes immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. As for the others, they were also shocked that Long Chen was able to dodge Feng Wuqian's attack. However, what no one could have imagined was that after Long Chen dodged Feng Wuqian's attack, he actually dashed towards Lu Ling at an even faster speed. The distance between the two of them wasn't that far, and Long Chen's movement was out of everyone's expectation. Lu Ling didn't know how to react, but in this short period of time, Long Chen had arrived in front of her. With a pair of light red eyes, he was looking at Lu Ling with a playful expression. "Little bastard!" Lu Ling cursed. She was about to attack Long Chen. In her mind, although Long Chen's speed was faster than an ordinary Mortal Core warrior, his attack would definitely be weaker. In a hurry, she shouted out and anxiously threw a punch towards Long Chen. An attack from an early Mortal Core warrior, if Long Chen encountered it before, he would definitely be beaten half to death. But since he had absorbed 9 Thunder Flame crystals, he was not afraid of Lu Ling's attack at all. Besides, Lu Ling was a young girl. If she didn't go through life and death situations, she would definitely be lacking when it came to fighting. Long Chen could tell that she basically had no fighting experience at all. Therefore, in just a split second, Long Chen threw out a punch. The light red true energy from his dantian, along with the power of thunder and fire, immediately gushed out and collided with Lu Ling's fist. 2 fists collided. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen, who was supposed to be defeated, was actually unharmed. On the other hand, Lu Ling let out a painful cry, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. The power of thunder and fire from Long Chen's true energy had collided with her fist, and it immediately turned her pink and tender fist black. She had never experienced pain like this in her life. She immediately started crying, and her face was covered with tears. And at this moment, Long Chen suddenly leaped behind her, his hands turned into claws, and suddenly clamped down on Lu Ling's pure white neck, and with a loud bang, he threw her backwards. "Bastard, you're courting death." Feng Wuqian turned his head around and saw this scene. His face immediately turned red, and he unleashed an overwhelming attack towards Long Chen. The other 7 men were also furious. They all started attacking Long Chen, creating a pincer attack. This guy, he has just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, but he can actually dodge Feng Wuqian's attack and kidnap young lady Lu Ling, who is an early Mortal Core warrior? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Before this, they had thought that Long Chen was just a coward who came from a small town. But now, their opinions of Long Chen had completely changed. How dare he kidnap a doyen's daughter? This Long Chen is really courting death. Everyone was attacking Long Chen with all their might, but they didn't expect that Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. While Lu Ling was screaming, he raised her up high and used her as a shield in front of everyone. Feng Wuqian immediately quivered in fright and hurriedly stopped his attack. Long Chen took this opportunity to quickly retreat and said coldly, "If you don't want her life, then go ahead and do it for me. All of you, stop right there. All of you, I'll let this girl die in front of you." Hearing Long Chen's ruthless words, the huge strength he used to grab her neck, and the pain she felt all over her body, Lu Ling was so scared that she started trembling. She had never experienced such a terrifying thing in her life. That's why her face turned pale, and she immediately cried out, "No! Don't kill me, big brother Wuqian, quick, save me!" Wah! Feng Wuqian, who she thought was omnipotent, was now spitting fire from his eyes. He looked at Long Chen viciously, but he didn't dare to move. He could only roar, "Long Chen! Lu Ling is the doyen's daughter. If she loses even a single hair, the doyen will definitely cut you into pieces. If you have any brains, let go of her. You're courting death. Is that so?" Long Chen coldly smiled, "Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't you already want to kill me? Since I'm going to die either way, why don't I find someone to be my scapegoat?" Long Chen felt a little better when he saw the girl trembling in fear and Feng Wuqian's helplessness. During this period of time, he had already taken Lu Ling hostage and moved about 30 meters back. This girl has a big background, I better stop before going too far. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer joked with them. Under everyone's gaze, Long Chen suddenly pressed Lu Ling down on his knees and raised his hand up high. "You little girl, how dare you spread rumors and slander me? Today, I'll make you suffer." As he spoke, in front of Feng Wuqian, Long Chen's palm fiercely slapped onto Lu Ling's raised buttocks. With a clear paw sound, it instantly resounded in the air above the heaven realm. Lu Ling let out a scream that shook the heavens and the earth. Her originally white and tender face was completely filled with blood. On her fair buttocks, there was a handprint that would probably stay there for a long time. At this moment, when Feng Wuqian saw this scene, his eyes immediately popped out. "Ling, Long Chen, go to hell." After ruthlessly slapping Lu Ling, Long Chen was finally satisfied. He looked at Feng Wuqian with a provocative smile and said, "I slapped your woman, you must feel very good in your heart, right?" After saying that, he ignored Feng Wuqian's face, which had basically turned into a pig's liver, and threw Lu Ling at Feng Wuqian with all his might. Initially, Feng Wuqian wanted to kill Long Chen, but when he saw Lu Ling's body already smashing toward him, how could he not carefully catch it? As he went to catch Lu Ling, Long Chen let out a hearty laugh and burst out into the distance at his fastest speed. With this difference in time, by the time Feng Wuqian put Lu Ling down, Long Chen was already out of sight. As for the others, after chasing for a while and seeing that Feng Wuqian was still in the same place, they could only return helplessly. When they saw Feng Wuqian's face that had already turned into a pig's liver, they all became silent out of fear. At this moment, Lu Ling, who felt the burning pain on her buttocks, had already begun to cry loudly. Seeing that she was crying, Feng Wuqian tried to calm her down, but it was useless. "Why are you still standing here? Big brother Wuqian, why aren't you going to kill him?" Faced with the little beauty's questioning, Feng Wuqian's face revealed a bitter expression as he said, "Ling that kid runs very fast, and we still have to find the Supreme Purity Sword, bastard. You get lost. All you think about is the Supreme Purity Sword, and you don't care about me. I was bullied by him like this, and you still didn't kill him. Feng Wuqian, are you still a man? Enough." Feng Wuqian's face was livid as he said coldly, "Ling I promise you that the next time I see him, I will definitely capture him and let you chop him up with your own hands. Stop messing around now. Sob sob. But it hurts so much." After escaping far away from their line of sight, Long Chen only heaved a sigh of relief when they could no longer catch up. He hurriedly said, "Little she, hurry and find me a place to hide. I want to try the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal." "Bastard, you only remembered now that I'm still here? Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now?" Lingxi's voice came from Lingxi's sword as she gnashed her teeth. Long Chen immediately knew that the way he bullied Lu Ling had made her angry. A black line immediately appeared on his forehead. He said to Lu Ling in a flattering manner, "Darling, don't misunderstand. I was teaching her a lesson. Don't you think she was very hateful before? So I taught her a good lesson. What does that have to do with me? It's not like I have anything to do with you. Continue begging for flowers. Today was an important day, because the number of views was about to break 1,000,000. Would anyone congratulate me with their actions? Over 1,000,000 views, this was an important moment. Chapter 106. Within the heaven realm, it was not just plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Within it, there were also mountains, hills, valleys, and basins. Basically, almost everything in the outside world could be found there. The heaven realm is exactly the same as the outside world. I can't even tell that it's a minor cosmos world. It is truly mysterious to the extreme. As he looked at the world, Long Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. The vastness and mysteriousness of this world surpassed his imagination. That is indeed so. However, if you reach the edge of this minor cosmos world, you will touch the extreme wall of this world. As for the outside world, it seems that no one knows where the extreme wall is. As for the term extreme wall, Long Chen knew that it was still a bit far from him. At that moment, he arrived in a valley. The valley was filled with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Long Chen carefully advanced within it, and only then did he find a relatively concealed place to hide. It could be considered a natural crack in the rocks. Only after moving away several huge rocks did Long Chen enter the crack and cover the huge rocks. I've turned into a gopher this time. He still had to hide himself like this. Long Chen was a bit depressed. However, the people outside were searching for the Tai Ching sword, so naturally, they were jumping around everywhere. If Long Chen wanted to absorb the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal, he definitely needed a quiet environment. If he was disturbed by someone, especially by Feng Wutian, his life would be a tragedy. Long Chen, have you really decided to try the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal? Thinking of the possibility that Long Chen would not be able to endure it, Lingxi's heart was extremely nervous. However, as she spoke, Long Chen had already used his dragon soul transformation and instantly turned into his strongest state. Then, he sat down cross-legged and took out the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal from his cosmos sack. As he looked at the Thunder Flame Crystal, Long Chen's expression was filled with determination. Of course. Don't worry. I know where my limits are. If I can't even endure this, would I still be Long Chen? Furthermore, even though I've vented my anger just now, I've incited their desire to kill me. If I don't break through, I'll definitely die without a burial. Seeing that she couldn't change Long Chen's mind, Lingxi could only sigh and say, then be careful. She thought to herself that if Long Chen could not hold on any longer, she would have to think of a way to help him. Long Chen looked at the Thunder Flame Crystal in his hand and faintly smiled. Without hesitation, his true energy surged and quickly absorbed the Thunder Flame Crystal into his body. The moment it entered his body, the Thunder Flame Crystal transformed into a flame electric current. Then, it instantly merged with the power of the Thunder Flame in his dantian. Together, a huge explosion occurred. The 10th Thunder Flame Crystal is indeed terrifying. At the start, Long Chen was shocked. Then, he felt waves of pain start to engulf his body. Even though he had already transformed, it was still very difficult to endure. He could feel that the power of the Thunder Flame was unceasingly destroying the structure of his body. This destruction completely surpassed the speed at which he could reconstruct it. Therefore, not long after, Long Chen felt a pain that was even more severe than the 9th Thunder Flame Crystal. It appeared from every corner of his body, tearing at him. It was as if there were countless small blades hidden in every corner of his body. At this moment, they were all frantically twisting. This twisting motion was so intense that it could drive anyone insane. At this moment, Lingxi caught sight of fresh blood flowing out from the corner of Long Chen's mouth. However, she could see that his teeth were still tightly clenched as he persisted. The lightning and flames continued to twist and turn on his body. As they passed by him again and again, even his dragon scales were damaged to a certain extent. If this goes on, he won't be able to escape the fate of death even if he can hold on. What should I do? Ling Shi paced around anxiously. As he sensed his current situation, Long Chen tried to think of a solution while enduring the massive destructive power of the Thunder Flame Crystal. My body has already suffered a lot of damage. Under the tempering of the lightning and flames, it has probably exceeded its limit. At this thought, Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Essence restoration has a very good healing effect on every single injury in the body. I can try out the effects of this restoration. Thinking up to here, Long Chen hurriedly used Origin Returnance. This was a mid-level profound rank life combat skill. Even if he was heavily injured, Long Chen could use Origin Returnance to recover. Traces of warmth started to flow through the cracks between the lightning and flames and slowly flowed through Long Chen's body. Wherever it went, his bones and muscles seemed to be nourished and slowly recovered. It's actually effective. Long Chen was overjoyed. He hurriedly increased the rate at which he used energy restoration. Immediately, a warm current circulated through his body. Every time the lightning and fire destroyed a part of his body, it wouldn't be able to reconstruct it. Under the effect of energy restoration, it would be nourished. This caused the rebuilt flesh and blood, which had been tempered by the lightning and flames, to become even tougher and stronger. After consuming the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal, Long Chen looked miserable. However, after a short while, Lingxi could see that Long Chen's complexion had already started to recover. This is the aura of restoration. Only then did Lingxi remember that restoration might be effective against Long Chen's pain. If he were to consume elixirs, he would still need to refine the elixirs in order to refine the elixirs. Long Chen's qi was currently resisting the power of the Thunder Flame, so he couldn't split his attention to refine the elixirs. However, restoration was hidden within Long Chen's body. All Long Chen needed to do was think about it and he could summon it. This was also the magical part of life combat techniques. They were fast, convenient, and very effective. Most importantly, they were limitless and didn't cost any money. This kid is really lucky. If it hadn't been for restoration, Lingxi didn't know if Long Chen would have been able to pull through this time. Now that the situation was slightly better, Lingxi felt a little more at ease. With Yuan Gui Yuan, Long Chen was barely able to persevere. However, it was extremely difficult to extend this perseverance to 5 or 6 days. Therefore, Long Chen's current situation wasn't optimistic. After all, using restoration would deplete his Dragon Soul Qi, and the depletion of Dragon Soul Qi would be an opportunity for the power of the Thunder Flame to take advantage of. Long Chen quickly predicted this in his mind. When this moment finally arrived, almost 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Long Chen's cultivation had soared rapidly, and he was only a step away from the legendary Thunder Flame battle body. As the Dragon Soul Qi was depleted, the power of the Thunder Flame finally began to counterattack. The originally obedient Thunder Flame Crystal was like a swarm of bees, sweeping towards Long Chen's body. Lingxi had originally realized that Long Chen's body was quiet. The lightning and flames were quietly refining Long Chen's body. However, at this moment, the power of the Thunder Flame Crystal seemed to rebel. Not only did it invade Long Chen's body, but it also surged towards his blood-red mortal core. Not good, this is a sign of death by explosion. Long Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The surging power of the Thunder Flame had already reached the mortal core in his dantian, and the remaining qi was completely unable to resist it. If the power of the Thunder Flame entered his dantian, and Long Chen's qi was unable to resist it, his mortal core would be destroyed by the power of the Thunder Flame Crystal. Most people who had an accident while fusing with the Thunder Flame Crystal and died by explosion were in the same situation as Long Chen. The 10th Thunder Flame Crystal. Am I so close to it? I can't accept this. As he thought about how he still had so many things to do, Long Chen's heart was filled with all sorts of reluctance. The Yang family was still waiting for him to save them, and Lingxi also needed his help. Previously, when he had chosen to fuse with the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal, Long Chen had already anticipated such a situation. As long as there was a risk, there was definitely a possibility of failure. Long Chen had somewhat underestimated the power of the 10th Thunder Flame Crystal, so the tragic outcome was also within others' expectations. No. I won't die here. A cold light exploded from Long Chen's eyes. The obsession in his heart was incomparably strong. If he lost his life here because of the Thunder Flame Crystal, then his death would not be worth it. How can I, Long Chen, die? This sentence was basically roared out by Long Chen, and it instantly reverberated in the small mountain crevice. At this moment, the power of the thunder flame in Long Chen's body turned into streaks of blue flames and thunder, and they headed towards Long Chen's dantian to destroy. In his dantian, there was only a dim mortal core. Because he had previously used too much qi, the mortal core basically could not be of much use. Only the dark red dragon-shaped pattern on the blood-red mortal core finally appeared a little more prominent at this moment. Seeing that the power of the thunder flame was about to enter his dantian, Long Chen gritted his teeth and prepared to risk his life to block the power of the thunder flame crystal. At this moment, the dark red pattern on the mortal core in his dantian suddenly seemed to come alive, and it shone with a dazzling light. A pair of blood-red light shot out from the eyes of the dragon-shaped pattern and headed towards the gradually approaching power of the thunder flame. A wave of blood-red mist instantly filled all the power of the thunder flame. Under the control of this powerful force, Long Chen could feel that the power of the thunder flame was undergoing a miraculous change. Not long after, Long Chen actually saw that the blue power of the thunder flame that filled his dantian had now completely turned into a blood-red color. Thunder and flames existed in his dantian at the same time. Chapter 107. This sudden turn of events caused Long Chen to be stunned. He had never imagined that the blood-colored dragon pattern on the mortal core would spit out a beam of light and completely turn the power of the 10 thunder flame crystals blood-red. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had gained control over the blood-colored lightning and flames. The power of the thunder flame crystals has already fused with my true qi. Has it become one with my true qi? At this moment, the lightning and flames had already attached themselves to Long Chen's mortal core. The originally blood-red mortal core was now burning with blood-colored flames and being surrounded by blood-colored lightning. The power of the thunder flame crystals had completely fused with Long Chen's dragon soul true qi. The nature and attacking power of this true qi was not only 10 times stronger than before, but even more. At the same time, under the gentle tempering of the blood-colored lightning and flames and the nourishment of the returning energy, Long Chen gradually became stronger as time passed. After another day or two, Long Chen felt that he should have reached a critical point. Previously, Lingxi had suddenly felt that Long Chen's body was going berserk. At that time, she had been so scared that her face had turned pale. However, in the blink of an eye, Long Chen had subdued the power of the flames and lightning. Lingxi could only use her beautiful eyes to look at this young man in amazement. Long Chen, what exactly is his secret? Back when he obtained the primordial divine dragon's essence blood inheritance, he was already on the verge of death. However, he miraculously came back to life and obtained the inheritance. Now, he was originally unable to resist the power of the thunder flame crystals, but he miraculously came back to life. From the looks of it, he should have successfully fused with 10 thunder flame crystals. Even though Lingxi was knowledgeable, she still did not know what secret manuals Long Chen had on him. Long Chen could feel the existence of a critical point. As long as he broke through this critical point, he would be able to master the Thunder Flame battle body and become a Thunder Flame martialist. If it was before, with the Thunder Flame power of the Thunder Flame crystal rampaging in his body, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through this critical point. However, it was different now. The current him could completely control the power of the thunder flame to slowly and gently temper and forge his body. Time passed bit by bit. Under his comprehensive control, he naturally broke through the critical point. Thunder Flame Martial Artist, at this moment, he could feel his body's strength soaring. Long Chen faintly smiled as he stood up. Opening his palm, he discovered that a thunder flame crystal pattern had appeared on his palm. However, unlike the thunder flame crystal, this pattern was blood red. Long Chen knew that this was the mark of a thunder flame martial artist. The current him, in addition to his status as a dragon martial artist, also had a thunder flame martial artist. Not only did a thunder flame martial artist have a high-quality true energy, they were also very powerful in other aspects. Long Chen was only at the first level of the thunder flame battle body, but the effect of his body tempering was probably comparable to a medium mystic rank body tempering combat skill, or even more. It had to be known that a middle profound ranked battle skill wasn't easy to find. Long Chen's sky-incinerating demon sun fist came from the mysterious iron plate, while a middle profound ranked life battle skill came from the exotic origin fruit. Now, in the entire Green Clan, the final reward for the Mortal Core Warrior's trial was only a medium mystic rank spirit sword and combat skill. This showed how precious a medium mystic rank combat skill was. But Long Chen, who had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, already had a medium mystic rank attack, body tempering, and life combat skill. Not only that, but all of them were extraordinary. Long Chen, you've become a thunder flame martial artist? Ling Shi revealed an extremely joyful expression. She hurriedly circled around Long Chen and continuously touched his body. At this moment, Long Chen had stopped his dragon soul transformation and returned to his harmless appearance. Speaking of the dragon soul transformation, Long Chen still had one thing to worry about. He was considered a beast warrior, and now that he had broken through to the Mortal Core realm, he obviously needed to absorb a new beast soul. But Long Chen's dragon soul transformation made people feel that he was still using a yellow rank demon beast's beast soul. This was a very stupid thing to do, and it indirectly proved that Long Chen hadn't even killed a single mystic rank demon beast. However, Long Chen didn't think about this for now. He had finally become a thunder flame martial artist, and he felt a lot more relaxed. With this kind of strength, although he might not be able to fight against Feng Wutian, at least it would be easy for him to stay alive. I've completed the thunder flame battle body. Little Shi, aren't I great? Looking at Long Chen's proud expression, Lingxi said with disdain, "Pfft, when I was young, I was 10,000 times stronger than you are now. Only an idiot like you would be so proud of such a small achievement. Be careful, don't be too happy and too sad." Actually, she knew that it was not easy for Long Chen to reach this level in such a short period of time when he had nothing. At least, it was much harder than what she had achieved when she was young. She admired Long Chen from the bottom of her heart, but of course, she wouldn't say it out loud. This guy, if I compliment him, his tail will definitely fly up to the sky. Lingxi thought to herself. Long Chen did some calculations. It had only been 4 days since he had broken through to the sky realm. I wonder if those idiots have found the heart-devouring demonic beast. Anyway, I still have a lot of time, and I haven't used blood refining chi for a long time. I can go out and see if there are any demonic beasts that I can kill. Walking out of his hiding place, Long Chen came to the middle of the valley. The valley was narrow and long, and deep in it was a dark forest. He could vaguely sense a heavy aura hidden in the depths of the forest. Walking in the sky realm, Long Chen had already encountered several demonic beasts, the lowest of which was at the first level of the mystic rank. But here, there was not a single yellow rank demonic beast. If I make good use of it, this sky realm will be my paradise, Long Chen sighed as he gradually entered the depths of the forest. With Lingxi's guidance, Long Chen soon encountered a few demonic beasts that lived in groups. This is a great demonic ape, a first-level mystic rank demonic beast. Its advantage is that it is very strong and full of vitality. It should be very suitable for you, is that so? Long Chen also looked from afar at the great demonic apes that were roaring as they chased after him. This demonic beast was more than 3 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in black fur, and its muscles were as hard as rock. Pass, you will be my food for today. As soon as he said that, Long Chen charged at the great demonic apes. His current strength had increased once again. Although he was in the same realm as the great demonic apes, his combat strength was countless times stronger. The great demonic apes were no match for him. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had all turned into corpses. Long Chen used blood-refining qi to refine them, but he immediately frowned. What's wrong? Did you have a breakthrough? Lingxi asked with concern. Long Chen shook his head. No. I'm guessing that the blood essence of a first-level mystic rank demonic beast is no longer effective for me. I need to find a higher-level demonic beast. I reckon that even if there are more of these first-level mystic rank demonic beasts, they won't have any effect on me. That's right. When you were at the 5th level of the Dragon Vein realm, you devoured a 7th-level yellow rank underground blood lizard king. When you were at the 8th level, you devoured a 1st-level mystic rank demonic beast, the Emerald Snow Lion. At this moment, Long Chen had already extracted the beast cores of the great demonic apes and took out 4 transparent beads. These beast cores and beast souls can be exchanged for contribution points. I can't waste them. Seeing the transparent beads in Long Chen's hand, Lingxi asked, when did you bring the soul consolidation bead? Why didn't I see it? Do I have to report everything to you when I take things? Laozi smiled faintly and used the soul consolidation bead to extract the beast souls of the great demonic apes. The soul consolidation bead had a strong attraction to dead beast souls. The beast souls had to exist in the soul consolidation bead in order to not dissipate. Long Chen, tell me, do I look like one of the beast souls trapped in the soul consolidation bead? Lingxi's voice was a little sad at the mention of this. Long Chen was startled and said, silly, what are you thinking? You're 10,000 times more adorable than these beasts. Don't compare yourself to them. Moreover, you won't be trapped in this broken sword for your entire life. In fact, the Lingxi sword was also an extremely mysterious item. Long Chen knew that Lingxi must have been very powerful in the past. A mysterious sword that even Lingxi couldn't resist must be a secret treasure. It was just that neither Lingxi nor Long Chen could discover the secret of this sword. As for the name of the Lingxi sword, it was purely a name given by Lingxi for fun. After condensing the beast souls, Long Chen began to look for his next target. In just one day, he killed several mystic second-level demonic beasts and obtained many good things. Laozi is really going to be rich this time. Little Shi, tell me how many contribution points I can get. If I sell the beast cores and beast souls to the Lingwu family, mystic first-level demonic beasts can be exchanged for about 2 to 3 contribution points, and mystic second-level demonic beasts can be exchanged for about 10 contribution points. In the Lingwu family, Lingxi had read some books about the Lingwu family in Long Chen's room when she was bored. She probably knew more about the Lingwu family than Long Chen did. In other words, my contribution points are going to exceed 50? He was rich again. Long Chen suddenly felt like a nouveau riche, and he was extremely happy. However, although he had refined a few mystic second-level demonic beasts, they still didn't have much of an effect on Long Chen. Although there were a few of them, they still couldn't help Long Chen break through to the early mortal core realm. I wonder if they have finished searching for the Great Qing sword. Ling Qing has learned the 7 deadly phantom sword, and if it's possible, when she breaks through to the divine core realm, I can give her the Great Qing sword path. As her brother, I have to work hard. But, before that, I still found a mystic 3rd-level demonic beast. Daddy doesn't believe that a mystic 3rd-level demonic beast with combat strength that exceeds the late mortal core realm is not enough for Daddy to break through. Today is my best brother, Mandrill's birthday. I hope when he sees this, he will give Daddy a VIP ticket worth 10,000 renminbi. Happy birthday, I hope we can know each other forever. Chapter 108. Red Flame Golden Succubus. In the mortal core realm, there were level 1 mystic level beasts everywhere. Sometimes, there were level 2 mystic level beasts. However, level 3 mystic level beasts were not that easy to find. The demonic beasts were also divided into different regions. The place where Long Chen was currently at had fewer demonic beasts. Therefore, Long Chen had no choice but to change his location and head in the direction that Ling Shi had pointed. During this time, Long Chen did not see a single team. The Green Clan is holding the Sky Martial Realm trial. At least in the Mortal Core realm, there are no other clansmen. There are only 8 teams in such a big Mortal Core realm. It's normal that I didn't see a single one. This also means that the heart-devouring demonic beast has yet to be found. Otherwise, the Heaven Realm's trial would have ended ahead of time, and the other clansmen would have rushed into the Heaven Realm. At that time, there would have been more clansmen that could be found. The entire Sky Martial Realm was as big as the Lingwu city. And the place where Long Chen was staying was only a small part of the Lingwu city. After walking for about half a day, Long Chen came to a barren sandy land. After arriving here, the shrubs and trees were relatively sparse. Only a few cacti grew in this place where there was a lack of water. A small Sky Martial realm not only has a forest, but also a desert. Long Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. After walking on the desert for a while, Long Chen felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. He asked, Xiao Shi, there shouldn't be any beasts here, right? Even if there are, they won't be level 3 mystic level beasts. Let's walk a bit more. Under Ling Xi's request, Long Chen had no choice but to continue walking. After a while, the desert in front of them suddenly caved in. Ling Xi hurriedly stopped Long Chen. What's wrong? There was a bit of excitement in Ling Xi's voice as she said in a soft voice, Look, there's a demonic beast at the very bottom of that sandy area. It should be cultivating while bathing in the sunlight. Long Chen continued forward. After walking for a long time, he finally laid down on the sand and looked at the bottom of the sand not far away. Soon after, his eyes lit up with joy. Isn't that a level 3 mystic level Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni? The demonic beast at the bottom of the sand was a tall lion-type demonic beast. This Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni was more than 10 meters long. At this moment, it was crawling. If it stood up, it would probably be taller than an ordinary house. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, especially around its neck, where there was a thick mane, giving it an awe-inspiring appearance. The most frightening thing was that on its fur, there was actually a faint red flame circulating, and its 2 eyeballs were like 2 lantern-sized fireballs, extremely frightening. It really is a Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni. Among the level 3 mystic level beasts, this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni is one of the strongest. Long Chen estimated. This beast is close to Feng Wutian's level. Fine, I'll use you to test my Thunder Flame combat body. After making up his mind, Long Chen's fighting spirit exploded. When he was fighting against a level 2 mystic level beast, he didn't need to transform. But now that he was facing a strong enemy like the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni, he had no choice but to use his strongest form. Perfect dragon scales and bone spikes appeared on his body. Since he had become a Thunder Flame warrior, he was different from before. The faintly discernible blood-red lightning and flames were flying across Long Chen's body at high speed, producing a terrifying force. And the blood-red thunder flame crystal pattern on his palm was the gap between the force and the thunder flame force in his body. My current strength is much stronger than before. With this alone, I think I can fight against an early mortal core warrior. Plus, I have the Thunder Flame Force and the Dragon Soul True Energy. Long Chen had enough confidence to fight this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. When Long Chen finished transforming and appeared not far away from the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee finally noticed him. Originally, it was resting with its eyes closed, but suddenly, a little guy walked into its territory unscrupulously. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was instantly enraged. In this area, it was always the king. But now, an unknown little guy dared to offend it. It immediately stood up and stared at Long Chen from above. Flames of anger rose from its body. Although Long Chen was small, there was something strange about him that made the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee feel fear. Lions were kings to begin with, but Long Chen was even more of a king. Roar! Letting out a furious roar, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee landed on all fours and suddenly exploded. Instantly, a huge killing intent locked onto Long Chen, who was running towards it. One man and one beast, with a huge difference in their bodies, collided in mid-air. The huge flame energy of the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee headed towards Long Chen. Since I've formed the Thunder Flame combat body, do you think I'm afraid of your flames? Long Chen sneered. Under the sky full of flames, he actually dashed into the flames. After that, he unleashed a storm of attacks towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. With the support of the Thunder Flame combat body and the Dragon Soul True Energy, Long Chen suddenly attacked. Taishian Dragon Seal. Suddenly, the surging image of a divine dragon blasted towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was extremely shocked and it saw Long Chen dashing directly into its flames. However, this wasn't enough to scare it. Instead, the Taishian Dragon Seal that Long Chen used next made its heart skip a beat. This time, the Taishian Dragon Seal actually contained violent blood-colored thunderbolts. The blood-colored image of the divine dragon was burning with blood-red flames. Even the Red Flame Golden Swanee didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a terrifying attack. Roar! With a loud roar, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee suddenly opened its huge mouth. Suddenly, a huge scarlet fireball with a diameter of more than a meter shot towards Long Chen's Taishian Dragon Seal. Boom! The Taishian Dragon Seal and the huge fireball collided. Instantly, a huge shockwave spread in all directions, causing sand and rocks to fly and dust to fill the sky. This beast was able to break my Taishian Dragon Seal with just a scarlet fireball. It's not simple indeed. In terms of quantity, Long Chen's true energy was many times weaker than the demonic energy of the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. However, it was superior in terms of its nature, which was why their battle strength was on par. Long Chen suddenly realized that this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Demonic beasts have long honed their fighting skills through generations of battles. Even a casual attack of theirs has the power of a battle technique. The huge scarlet fireball that the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee used just now was one of its divine abilities. Although the Taishian Dragon Seal, which contained the power of thunder flames, had been broken, Long Chen was not discouraged. He once again dashed towards the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee like a bloody whirlwind. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was shocked to see how fast this little thing was. In terms of agility, it was several times stronger than the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. Suddenly, it let out a series of angry roars, and a frenzied scarlet fireball burst out. At least 10 fireballs were flying towards Long Chen. Long Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly used the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. His nimble body suddenly turned into a phantom, brushing past the scarlet fireballs. The scorching flames caused a certain degree of damage to him, but it didn't affect him at all. Long Chen could not dodge the last scarlet fireball, so he had no choice but to use the Taishian Dragon Seal again. Rumble! The scarlet fireball exploded. Long Chen shook off the thick smoke and pierced towards the scarlet flame golden swanee like a blood arrow. The bodies of demonic beasts were usually very strong. They were even much stronger than martial artists who had tempered their bodies. At this moment, Long Chen was actually able to get close to it. The scarlet flame golden mastiff was even more enraged. Its claws, which were even sharper than steel, slammed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was not to be outdone. He had just rushed past the scarlet fireball when he was faced with the opponent's attack. The mountain-like claws made Long Chen feel suffocated. "I have the thunder flame battle body, so why would I be afraid of you?" A fist and a claw collided. Both man and beast were knocked back. What shocked the scarlet flame golden swanee was that this little thing, Long Chen, was able to completely block its claws with just the strength of his body. This made the scarlet flame golden swanee even more furious. Roar! The huge figure pounced towards Long Chen. "You're so clumsy, and you still want to fight me in close combat?" Long Chen sneered. He used the 9 heavens dragon roaming steps and quickly leapt out from under his opponent's body. The flames on the scarlet flame golden swanee's body were really making him feel uncomfortable. Devil Sun Burning Fist, fire attribute, and my true energy also contains the power of fire. I wonder how much power I can unleash if I use this Devil Sun Burning Fist. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen dodged his opponent's angry attacks while preparing to use the Devil Sun Burning Fist. Fighting with him has caused such a huge commotion. Looks like it's time to kill him. During the battle with the scarlet flame golden swanee, Long Chen gradually understood the power of the thunder flame battle body. Of course, there was also the thunder flame energy within his true energy. This scarlet flame golden swanee was a 3rd-level mystic rank demonic beast, and its demonic energy was extremely strong. For Long Chen to be on par with it in terms of true energy was not an easy feat for someone who had just entered the mortal core realm. Within the scarlet flame golden swanee's body, the scarlet fireballs seemed to be endless. At this moment, the entire sandy ground was filled with holes from the explosions. Sand and dust flew everywhere, almost blurring one's vision. And Long Chen was right beside the scarlet flame golden swanee, entangling it. That's it, scarlet flame golden swanee. This time, Long Chen jumped out from under the scarlet flame golden swanee's stomach. The scarlet flame golden swanee locked onto his figure and immediately spat out another 7 or 8 scarlet fireballs. And at this moment, Long Chen's entire body was burning with blood-red flames. On his fist, a blood-red fireball was quickly forming. When the scarlet flame golden swanee used the scarlet fireball, Long Chen shouted and punched out. Devil Sun Burning Fist, Scarlet Flame Burning Sky. A blood-red flaming fist mark was pushed out, and a human face could be vaguely seen within the sky-burning Devil Sun Fist. This huge flaming fist directly shattered the scarlet flame golden swanee's scarlet fireball, and then, it completely hit the scarlet flame golden swanee's forehead. Boom! Chapter 109. The scorching Devil Sun Fist hit the red flame golden swanee beast head-on. The surging force instantly shattered its head. The red flame golden swanee beast let out an earth-shattering howl. Then, its huge body crashed onto the ground. Only then did the commotion come to an end. After killing the red flame golden swanee beast, Long Chen was extremely excited. He quickly took out a fist-sized crimson beast core from the red flame golden swanee beast's head. Then, he took out a soul concentrating pearl to collect the beast's soul. With these two things, I, Long Chen, am really rich. The red flame golden swanee beast was a 3rd-level mystic rank demon beast. Its beast core and beast soul could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. As for the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen didn't dare to go. He had already formed the Thunder Flame combat body. If he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he could only go to the Yibao Pavilion in the Lingwu city to exchange for things. Of course, he needed contribution points. While he was refining the beast's soul, Long Chen was thinking of using the blood refinement technique on the scarlet golden Swanee beast after he was done refining the beast's soul. However, a group of people appeared on the horizon and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the battle between him and the red flame golden Swanee beast had caused a huge commotion. That was why these people came after hearing the news. All of them were geniuses, so their speed was naturally fast. When Long Chen had just finished refining the beast's soul, there were already 3 young men in their 20s surrounding Long Chen in an aggressive manner. As for the rest of the people, they also arrived one after another. When they saw Long Chen's face, they were all startled. Because they didn't know which hall Long Chen was from. The 3 young men who arrived first were all warriors at the late mortal core realm. To be able to reach such a high level at such a young age, they were all geniuses. At this moment, Long Chen placed the soul concentration pearl back into his cosmos sac and looked at the others with a faint smile. He said indifferently, "Everyone is surrounding me and looking at me like this. Is it because I am handsome that you are head over heels for me?" The 3 young men were startled. One of them said coldly, "Which hall are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I'd like to ask, who are you, and why haven't I seen you before?" When he was in the Sky Military Hall, Long Chen had actually seen them before, but he didn't know which hall they were from. "We're from Qingfeng Hall. Kid, let me ask you, did you kill this scarlet flame golden Swanee?" Long Chen was now in his dragon soul form. He had the aura of a king, and of course, he also had a ferocious nature. However, in their opinion, Long Chen's aura wasn't very strong, so it shouldn't be enough to kill the scarlet flame golden Swanee. "Are you kidding me?" Long Chen teased them and said, "Such a huge beast, how could I kill it? But first come, first served. This beast core and beast soul belong to me. Do you want to snatch it?" The 3 young warriors from the Qingfeng Hall looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Although they were a bit scared of Long Chen's fearless appearance, it couldn't extinguish the greed in their hearts. "Let's do it." After saying that, the 3 of them started attacking Long Chen. So they really want to snatch it? As soon as they appeared, Long Chen knew that they were envious of the flame golden Swanee beast's corpse. In their minds, Long Chen was just a disciple who was lucky enough to get a treasure. They could easily kill him with just a few moves, and it wouldn't take too much time. All 3 of them were late mortal core warriors. Although each of them might not be a match for the flame golden Swanee beast, their combined combat strength was much stronger than the flame golden Swanee beast. However, Long Chen didn't want to fight them head-on. Right at this moment, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Long Chen broke open the flame golden Swanee beast's chest and entered it. The clumsy flame golden Swanee beast suddenly started moving at high speed, heading towards the outside. Trying to run? The 3 young warriors' expressions changed. They immediately chased after Long Chen. The flame golden Swanee beast's corpse wasn't moving as fast as theirs, but as they chased after Long Chen, they saw the flame golden Swanee beast's corpse slowly withering. In the blink of an eye, the flame golden Swanee beast had turned into a dried corpse. This shocked the 3 young warriors. What's going on? Why is this happening? They quickly chased after Long Chen and stretched out their hands, trying to grab the dried corpse of the flame golden Swanee beast. But right at this moment, the dried corpse suddenly exploded. The dried flesh and blood of the corpse flew everywhere, and most of it landed on the 3 young men who were chasing after them. The dried corpse looked harmless at first, but right now, it contained a huge amount of energy. The 3 young warriors were shocked to the point that they stopped in their tracks. Right at this moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Long Chen, who had disappeared just now, had reappeared in front of them. But this time, his eyes were even redder, and his gaze was even sharper. He was much stronger than before. "Kid, you're finally willing to show yourself? Hand over the flame golden Swanee beast's beast core and beast soul, and I'll spare your life." Long Chen didn't care about what the young man said. He just smiled faintly. At this moment, the surging blood qi in his body had finally been suppressed. One could see that the mortal core in his dantian had shrunk a little, but it had become more solid. If the previous mortal core was 9, then the current mortal core was 8. Long Chen knew that as long as he persisted, this mortal core would get smaller and smaller, and when he reached the heavenly core realm, it would only be the size of a soybean. The cultivation of the mortal core realm is to use more and more true energy to break through to the mortal core in my dantian, or the earth core or heavenly core. This way, the mortal core will continue to be tempered and solidified. If there is enough true energy to break through, Long Chen will be able to break through to the next stage. Before this, he was already stuck at the early stage of the mortal core realm. When he absorbed a few mystic rank second rank demon beasts, although the effect wasn't that great, many a little makes a mickle. He wasn't too far away from the initial mortal core realm. When he absorbed the blood essence of the red flame golden lion beast, a huge amount of blood red true qi was produced. It immediately rushed towards his dantian and solidified his mortal core. He had successfully reached the initial mortal core realm. From now on, Long Chen's true qi had increased by a few times. So this is the power of an initial mortal core warrior. Before this, when he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was able to defeat a mystic rank third rank flame golden Swanee beast. Now, his strength had increased once again. The current Long Chen didn't need to worry about these people in front of him anymore. I wonder what kind of surprise I will bring to Feng Wuqian when we meet again. Thinking up to here, Long Chen was really looking forward to it. He had successfully broken through to the initial mortal core realm, and he had even become a thunder flame warrior. His goal of coming to the sky martial realm had been accomplished. Next, he would have to risk it all and see if he could help Yang Lingqing obtain the Tai Ching sword and the Tai Ching sword skill. For these three young men who were at the late mortal core realm, although Long Chen seemed to have suddenly become stronger, he was still at the early mortal core realm. Any one of them could easily kill Long Chen. However, during this sky martial realm trial, the elders of the family had warned them not to kill anyone in order to not cause too much conflict. Therefore, one of the young men said coldly, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us when you die. I'll count to 3. After 3, if you still don't hand over the beast core and the soul concentrating pearl, we won't show any mercy to you because we're all from the Lingwu family." Feeling the surging energy in his body, as if it didn't belong to him anymore, Long Chen had an urge to test it out. 3 stupid donkeys, look at me, your father. I'll beat the crap out of you. Long Chen said slowly. Immediately, the 3 guys were so angry that their necks straightened. Just when they were about to attack, a firework exploded in the sky not far away from them. The sound of the firework was heard, and the 3 young warriors were stunned. They looked at each other and said nervously, "The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared. What should we do?" They should have rushed there as fast as they could, but as for Long Chen, everything had its priorities. Long Chen had offended them, but as long as they were all from the Lingwu family, they would definitely have a chance to take revenge. Therefore, they immediately decided to lead the other disciples to the place where the firework was released. "Everyone, follow me." Fiercely staring at Long Chen, the 3 guys from Qingfeng Hall once again ran in front of the group. As for the rest of the people from Qingfeng Hall, most of them were at the early mortal core realm. They all used their fastest speed and followed behind them. Only a young man who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was only about 13 years old. Unfortunately, he was left behind by everyone. He used all his strength to follow behind the group. But now that the heart-devouring devil beast had appeared, no one had the time to care about him. Very soon, he was left behind. The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared? Then no matter what, I have to join in the fun. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen smiled faintly. Soon, he was together with the last young man from Qingfeng Hall. When the young man saw Long Chen, he was shocked. He used his connections to intimidate others and said, "Don't even think about fighting me. My senior brother Li, senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang, they will kill you." "Are you talking about the three guys who wanted to rob me?" Long Chen said with a smile without any pressure. "Nonsense. The reason why they want to rob you is because you're not strong enough, that's why you're not qualified to have it," the young man said confidently. "Really? Then do you believe that I can make your three senior brothers stay here so that they can't see the heart-devouring devil beast?" The young man was startled when he heard this. Then he sneered and said, "Young man, are you daydreaming? My three senior brothers are the three late mortal core warriors of our Qingfeng Hall. With your poor skills, how dare you boast like this?" "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know when you see it." Long Chen had a strange smile on his face. After that, under the young man's shocked gaze, his speed suddenly increased by more than 100 times. He flew past all the early mortal core warriors, and like a tornado, he dashed towards the front of the group. P.S. Congratulations to Long Chen for breaking through to the early mortal core realm. Also, I wish myself 10,000 flowers and 1 million clicks. Also, go check out the newcomer ranking. What did you guys find? I'm now in second place. To celebrate this, I'll add a new chapter today. After reading it, send me flowers and help me stabilize my position. P.S. WAP readers, if you like this book, please recommend it and leave a review. It doesn't take much effort, but it will give me a lot of motivation. Thank you. Chapter 110. How could he be so fast? At the back of the group, the young man was completely stunned. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes a few times, and sure enough, he saw that Long Chen had already rushed to the front of the group. Those early Earth Core experts who were overtaken had the same expression as the young man. At this moment, senior brother Li, senior brother Wang, and senior brother Zhang had already discovered Long Chen. Like the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. Because of the importance of the heart-corroding demon beast, they had already used their fastest speed. But how did Long Chen catch up with them? "Brat, you're just courting death." When senior brother Zhang, who was at the back of the group, saw Long Chen, he coldly shouted at Long Chen. He originally thought that he could scare off Long Chen, but what he didn't expect was that Long Chen still had that evil smile on his face as he threw himself at him. Senior brother Zhang's expression changed when he saw that speed. Turbulent true qi filled Long Chen's body and suddenly turned into a blood-red flame, burning fiercely on his body. That flame had already taken shape in Long Chen's fist. With the rapid changes of the dragon's 9 heavens roaming steps, Long Chen was like a phantom as he rushed in front of senior brother Zhang. The violent qi in Long Chen's hand made senior brother Zhang's face filled with horror. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He clenched his teeth and didn't care how strong Long Chen's attack was. He instantly used his most powerful attack. Raging Sea Tide. Burning Sky Devil Yang Fist, red flames burning the sky. Rumble. The two people who were rushing forward suddenly collided with each other. Immediately, a shockwave spread out. What made everyone behind them stunned was that senior brother Zhang, who was running in front but was caught by Long Chen, was sent flying by Long Chen's punch. His clothes were burning fiercely, and he spurted out a stream of blood that soared into the sky. Senior brother Zhang. Old Zhang. In the eyes of the people who were still trying their best to catch up, this scene was extremely spectacular, especially the last youth. At this moment, his legs were unconsciously moving, and his entire body was in a daze. He said he was going to teach the 3 senior brothers a lesson. Is this true? Impossible, senior brother and the others have never been defeated before. Even though his heart was filled with disbelief, the truth was right in front of him. Looking at the blood-red figure in front of him, the young man was in complete despair. Senior brother Zhang had been beaten up, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The people chasing after him all went to catch senior brother Zhang, who had been sent flying backwards. Long Chen had succeeded in one move, so he used the same move again. He used the burning sky demon Yang Fist's red flames burning the heavens, and rushed towards the second senior brother Wang. Senior brother Wang, be careful. Just as he finished shouting, the enraged senior brother Wang unleashed his most powerful move, colliding with Long Chen. It was as if time had returned to a moment ago. Another figure was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Everyone looked over and saw that this tragic figure was clearly senior brother Wang. Impossible. At this time, senior brother Li, who was running at the front, had a face full of disbelief. As for the others, they were all numb. Senior brother Li was their leader this time, and also the strongest one. Therefore, while everyone was rushing, they had placed their last hopes and gazes on senior brother Li. At this time, senior brother Li was still running in the direction of the heart-corroding demon beast. He looked back in shock at the miserable state of senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang, then saw that Long Chen was already running towards him. That evil smile on his face made senior brother Li's hair stand on end. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? What kind of bad luck did I have to provoke him today? Senior brother Li had completely lost his will to fight. When he saw Long Chen chasing after him, he clenched his butthole and immediately ran away with his fastest speed. Seeing that even the strongest senior brother Li had run away, everyone stopped and looked at each other. They saw the shock and sorrow in each other's eyes. As for the last young man, when he saw senior brother Wang and senior brother Zhang's injuries, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Who the hell is he? His last hope, senior brother Li ran for his life. As he ran, he screamed in despair, "Who the hell are you? Which hall are you from? There is no enmity between us. You have already hurt my 2 junior brothers. Are you still not satisfied? Who said there is no enmity? Just now, you wanted to rob my things. I just said a few words. I beg you to spare me, okay? Qingfeng Hall will withdraw from the fight for the Taiqing sword. I will withdraw, okay?" When he said this, he felt that Long Chen's fatal aura was getting closer and closer to him. Senior brother Li was about to break down. What does it have to do with me whether you withdraw or not? At this time, senior brother Li was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Seeing senior brother Li's perky buttocks swaying rhythmically in front of his eyes, which was extremely moving, Long Chen's eyes turned rapidly. He immediately sped up and swept past senior brother Li, then quickly disappeared into the horizon. This time, senior brother Li was completely stunned. While he was in a daze, Long Chen had already disappeared. Why didn't he hurt me? Senior brother Li was at a loss. He turned around woodenly, his mind blank. No matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a reason why Long Chen would let him go. Could it be that he is afraid of Qingfeng Hall? Thinking of this, senior brother Li finally found an explanation in front of him. Soon, he walked to the front of the other disciples, only to see them looking at him in a daze. He was stunned and said, "What do you mean by this expression of yours? Senior brother Li, you have no clothes on." Senior brother Li looked down and suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. It turned out that when Long Chen swept past him, he had already skillfully ripped off his clothes. The heart-eroding demon beast is a profound level for demonic beast. Although it is not good at attacking, it has a move called heart-eroding demon that can affect people's mind. It is extraordinary. Long Chen recalled the memory of the heart-eroding demon beast in his mind. Long Chen, you actually treated senior brotherly like that, you don't like men, do you? In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi was entangled and asked in a low voice. Long Chen suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He curled his lips and said indifferently, "Little girl, when I strip you naked and push you on the bed, you will know whether I like men or women, you rogue." While laughing and scolding, Long Chen had already felt that there were many people's auras in the forest in front of him. This area was completely different from the yellow sand. The soil here was black and fertile, so there were many tall trees, forming a forest. The trees were knotted together, the rocks were messy, and the terrain was complicated. When Long Chen entered the forest, there were many people who entered the forest at the same time as him. Long Chen could hide his tracks, so not many people saw him. Soon, Long Chen felt that there was a thick and strange aura hibernating in the depths of the forest. This forest is full of yin qi, so is the humidity. The heart-eroding demon beast is a yin-type demonic beast, so it must be hiding here. It is the opposite of the scarlet flame golden swanni. Following the aura, Long Chen quickly entered. Soon, the area in front of him opened up. Long Chen hid behind a tall tree and observed the situation inside. At this time, there were many people coming in from the outside, surrounding the pure black demonic beast in the middle. Is this the heart-eroding demon beast? This demonic beast was slightly smaller than the scarlet flame golden swanni. It was a four-legged beast, and its entire body was pitch black. On its fur, there were strange blood-red lines that formed rune-like symbols. What stood out even more was its pair of blood-red eyes. They were like fog, and if one looked too deeply into them, they would quickly sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. This demonic beast looked like a wolf, but not a wolf. It looked like a dog, but not a dog. Its muzzle was long and sharp, and its four claws were sharp. Its tail was like a braid, and it was covered with thorns. It looked like it was also a powerful offensive weapon. This heart-eroding demon beast is indeed much stronger than the scarlet flame golden swanni. At this time, the heart-eroding demon beast was gradually getting angry, but there were a few people it was wary of, so it did not attack immediately. This heart-eroding demon beast's intelligence was much higher than the scarlet flame golden swanni. Among the crowd, there were several experts blocking the front. At this time, the experts of the other 7 halls had all arrived. The only one who was not here was the Green Edge Hall. Right now, everyone was wondering why the Green Edge Hall was not here, but the others were too lazy to care. Aside from the Green Edge Hall, the only ones who could be useful were those at the late mortal core realm. Among the 100 or so people, there were only a dozen late mortal core warriors. As for Feng Wutian, there was only Chu Yunyao who was at the peak of the mortal core realm. Although the others were at the late mortal core realm, and their strength was close, there was still a gap between them. Right now, Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao were guarding the front and back of the heart-eroding demon beast, deterring it. Long Chen looked at the high-spirited Feng Wutian, and a cold smile emerged on his face. "You're acting almighty now, but when I attack later, you'll be in for a tragedy." Feng Wutian found Lu Ling in the crowd. A few days had passed, and Lu Ling was now acting like nothing had happened. She was nervously staring at Feng Wutian in the crowd. "I don't know if my bloody hand seal has disappeared or not," Long Chen thought happily, then he looked at Chu Yunyao. Although this little girl is young, she has a mature temperament, and is full of charm. If it wasn't for Lingxi's supervision, would have definitely attacked her. Just as Long Chen was fantasizing, Lingxi suddenly said, "What are you planning?" Long Chen was shocked, and he quickly said, "I'm thinking, why is my Lingxi so beautiful, and they are so ugly?" Right at this time, the heart-eroding demon beast finally couldn't help but attack. I'll update another chapter at noon. Where are the flowers? Chapter 111. In the past, whenever something happened, I, your father, would rush to the front. Today, I, your father, will let you kill your way to the front. Once you've almost succeeded, I, your father, will come and interfere. I'll make you all die from anger. With this thought in mind, Longchen decided to hide on the side. He was ready to watch them put on a good show. Among the people on the scene, no one would have thought that there was still a powerful warrior hiding on the side. Right at this moment, all the initial Mortal Core warriors had retreated to the side under the orders of their leaders. The remaining dozen were all late Mortal Core warriors. A dozen late Mortal Core warriors were more than enough to deal with the heart-corroding demon beast. For them, killing the heart-corroding demon beast was only one part of the plan. Once they killed the heart-corroding demon beast, they would fight for the Tai Ching sword, which was the most important part of the plan. When that time came, all the Mortal Core warriors in the Green Clan would start killing each other. At this moment, the battle suddenly began. Before Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao could do anything, a young late Mortal Core warrior threw a punch at the heart-corroding demon beast. This was obviously a low profound rank combat skill, and in the hands of this powerful warrior, it was perfectly executed. The massive strength of the attack caused the heart-corroding demon beast to let out a deep roar. Suddenly, the heart-corroding demon beast turned into a black shadow. With a speed that was 10 times faster than the late Mortal Core warrior, it dashed towards the Mortal Core warrior. This heart-corroding devil beast's speed also made Longchen very shocked. As expected of a 4th-grade profound rank demon beast. With this speed, I'm afraid that guy is done for. Just as Longchen's thought reached this point, everyone saw that the guy who attacked just now had been knocked away by the heart-corroding demon beast. His face was pale, it was obvious that he had suffered a huge impact. This was just a normal collision from the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a scene, everyone frowned. At this time, Chu Yunyao's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, let's attack together. Let's see who this beast is going to deal with." Longchen realized that this young girl was really good at inciting people. Right after she finished speaking, the rest of the Mortal Core warriors looked at each other, then they all let out roars and unleashed powerful attacks towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Even Longchen himself would have been injured if he were to encounter such a situation, but the heart-corroding demon beast did not panic at all. It coldly looked at this group of people. Suddenly, its body emitted a strange aura, and it suddenly let out a long howl. Then, it spat out thick black smoke from its mouth. This black smoke was like a long snake, sweeping towards the attacking crowd. Chu Yunyao quickly changed her expression and exclaimed, "Quickly dodge, this is the heart-eroding demon. Anyone who came here would definitely have a better understanding of the heart-corroding demon beast." Of course, they had also heard of the heart-corroding demon beast's name, and understood its famous move. At this time, everyone backed off. Chu Yunyao's words, coupled with her own strength, had already caused the heart-eroding demon beast to notice her at this time. Its scarlet eyes stared at Chu Yunyao. In the next moment, its body was like an arrow that had just left its bow, and it pounced towards Chu Yunyao. Under such a huge pressure, Chu Yunyao was not in a hurry. It was obvious that her mental strength was not something Lu Ling could compare to. At this time, the heart-corroding demon beast had already used its claws. As it waved its sharp claws, it emitted a majestic demonic energy. Rays of pitch-black light were attached to its claws. Obviously, this was an attack comparable to a combat skill, and it was not a weak combat skill. This is the legendary heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. Chu Yunyao's expression did not change. At this time, Longchen saw a pure white, as tough as white jade, appear in her hand. She suddenly raised it, and immediately, rays of sword light rushed towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Pure heart sword shadow. The streaks of sword light were like waves that suddenly blocked the heart-corroding demon beast's path. Long Chen frowned when he saw this attack. He thought to himself, this sword is obviously a mystic rank elementary spiritual sword. I wonder if I can block this little girl's sword move. Long Chen thought that he was the only one who was watching the battle from afar. What he didn't know was that not far to his left, in the forest, there were 8 people who were chatting and laughing as they watched the battle. Miss Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow has already reached a level of perfection. She is basically invincible in the mortal core realm. Lu Lan's full chest was slightly moving up and down as she spoke. After that, her beautiful eyes were still looking at the battlefield. That's right, they were the leaders of the 8 halls. In this Sky Martial Realm trial, they didn't appear until the heart-corroding demon beast appeared. Only then did they watch the situation from afar. At the same time, it was to prevent some unexpected situations from happening. No, what Deacon Lu said is wrong. Feng Wutian of the Azure Sun Hall possesses the Vermilion Bird bloodline of the Vermilion Bird family. He is not a simple person, and he is a bit older than Miss Yunyao, so he has more battle experience. I think the champion this time will be the Azure Sun Hall. Seeing the person who spoke looking at her body with a burning face, Lu Lan smiled lightly. She didn't pay attention to this person who was drooling over her body. Instead, she looked at another person and said, I wonder why the people from the Azure Edge Hall haven't arrived yet? That person was looking around. When he heard Lu Lan ask him, he forced himself to be calm and said, I don't know where those bastards ran off to. I guess they are a bit far away. I think it won't be long before we arrive. Is that so? I thought it was the Azure Edge Hall's idea to wait until the end of their battle and then stage a good show of a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. Lu Lan's provocative words immediately caused the other party to be stunned. However, if Chu Yunyao was the king of the mortal core realm, then Lu Lan was the king of the earth core realm. He was not Lu Lan's match, so he could only swallow his anger. As for everyone, they once again cast their gazes towards the arena. At this time, the situation changed again. Chu Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow collided with the heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. A powerful force erupted, blocking the heart-corroding demon beast's advance. Chu Yunyao had already retreated and shouted at the crowd, everyone, let's attack together. Amongst the Green Clan, the Azure Emperor Hall was the strongest. Furthermore, amongst the people present, Chu Yunyao was the main force, so everyone listened to Chu Yunyao's words. Some of them also wanted Chu Yunyao to be injured a little more. When they fought for the Tai Ching sword later, they would be able to take advantage of her. However, if Chu Yunyao's injuries were too severe, they would all have to die here today. Therefore, at this time, everyone chose to attack, including Feng Wutian. Long Chen knew that this Feng Wutian was still an arrogant person. Previously, Chu Yunyao had stolen the limelight, causing him, as another great expert, to be somewhat displeased. At this time, he erupted with his strength. Immediately, an illusory pair of fiery red flame wings appeared behind him. Feng Wutian gently fanned the wings, and suddenly, with an unparalleled speed, he passed by the crowd and punched the heart-corroding demon beast's head. Boom! Whoa! The heart-corroding demon beast let out a painful cry and retreated a few steps. On its forehead, there was already a trace of blood flowing out. Its originally black hair was also charred black by Feng Wutian's attack. This was the first time the heart-corroding demon beast was injured, and this immediately aroused its anger. Originally, its attention was still on Chu Yunyao, but when Feng Wutian attacked it, its blood-red eyes were already fixed on Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian cursed inwardly. However, Lu Ling, who was not far behind him, saw Feng Wutian's power and was the first to injure the heart-corroding demon beast. She immediately jumped for joy and said, Brother Wutian, you're so awesome. However, at this time, the heart-corroding demon beast no longer cared about the others. For the person who injured it first, it wanted nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Feng Wuqian also realized this situation and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, at this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Thus, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the heart-corroding demon beast. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back actually became a lot more solid. With the help of the flapping wings, Feng Wuqian actually flew at a low altitude. His aura also suddenly skyrocketed in the process of flying. The true qi turned into surging flames and whistled around him. Soon, it turned into a firebird and appeared in his palm. Vermilion Bird Technique. Spirit Gathering Feathers. Under Feng Wuqian's control, the firebird flew toward the heart-corroding demon beast and then suddenly exploded, turning into flaming feathers that filled the sky. It was like rain, smashing toward the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a wide range of attacks, the heart-corroding demon beast immediately let out a sharp cry. In that instant, its speed increased again, and it actually overtook most of the spirit-gathering feathers. Moreover, in the process of running, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of black smoke that swept toward Feng Wuqian. As long as one was touched by the surging black smoke, it would definitely not be good. At this time, seeing that the heart-corroding demon beast was actually targeting him, Feng Wuqian couldn't help but feel very depressed. However, now that he was forced to do something beyond his ability, he had no choice but to brace himself and resist this attack. Everyone, please lend me a hand. When the heart-corroding demon beast was specifically targeting Feng Wuqian, this was a great opportunity for the others. The heart-corroding demon beast only cared about Feng Wuqian and didn't pay attention to the attacks of the others. And the others could take advantage of this opportunity to kill the heart-corroding demon beast. Thus, everyone looked at each other and saw the fanaticism in each other's eyes. Thus, Chu Yunyao led everyone and crazily charged toward the heart-corroding demon beast. What no one saw was that Chu Yunyao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. I don't believe that you can block a middle-class sword technique. When the heart-corroding demon beast used the heart-corroding demon poison smoke to deal with Feng Wuqian, everyone used their trump cards and charged towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Amongst them, Chu Yunyao's killing move was the most terrifying. Chapter 112. Feng Wuqian's attack had angered the heart-devouring demon beast, causing it to ignore all the other attacks and focus solely on attacking Feng Wuqian. Of course, this was also because the heart-devouring demon beast had underestimated the others. To it, there were only two threats here. One was Chu Yunyao, and the other was Feng Wuqian, who he was currently attacking. As long as he could get rid of these two fellows, then the others would just be slaughtered by him. Seeing the thick black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast rushing towards him like a torrent, Feng Wuqian didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back became even more intense, and a crimson flame gradually appeared in his eyes. Bastard, can't I kill you? At this moment, Feng Wuqian was rapidly forming hand seals. These hand seals were actually much more complicated than Long Chen's dragon seal. Suddenly, a whistling fiery light surrounded Feng Wuqian's body. Faintly, the cry of a divine bird could be heard from within. Vermilion Bird Technique, Fire Spirit Seal. After forming the seal, he suddenly pounced towards the black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast. What dealt with the black smoke was a surging flame. The flame suddenly transformed into a flaming divine bird, and then it collided with the black smoke. Suddenly, an even thicker black smoke was ignited and shot up into the sky. Not far away, one of the experts from the hall sighed with emotion. Feng Wuqian's fire spirit seal is really not bad. He can even barely block the attack of the heart-devouring demon beast. Look, the heart-devouring demon beast is about to die. Lulan also looked at Feng Wuqian happily. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a sparkling light, filled with pride. Oh right, where's that kid Long Chen? Glancing around the crowd, Lu Lan didn't find Long Chen. Her originally proud face instantly turned cold. Sure enough, I'm disappointed. I guess he was killed by Feng Wuqian as soon as he entered the Heaven Martial Realm. This time, I wasted my time again. No one could hear the words in Lu Lan's heart. Right at this moment, the heart-eroding devil beast's attack had been barely blocked by Feng Wuqian. At the same time, all the late Mortal Core warriors unleashed their powerful attacks onto the heart-eroding devil beast's body. Wounds appeared on the heart-devouring demon beast's body, but these wounds did not affect the heart-devouring demon beast at all. At most, it would only make it more furious. Indeed, other than Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao, no one present could deal with this heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, this heart-devouring demon beast had just attacked Feng Wuqian, and was attacked by so many people. It still hadn't turned around, but the rage in its heart had already reached its peak. Although Feng Wuqian had blocked the heart-devouring beast's attack, it knew that if it attacked again, Feng Wuqian would die without a doubt. As long as he killed Feng Wuqian, he would be able to specifically deal with Chu Yunyao. Thus, the heart-devouring demon beast hardened its heart, endured the pain on its body, and continued to crazily charge towards Feng Wuqian. It poured out all of its anger onto Feng Wuqian, and at this moment, the powerful killing intent behind it had already locked onto it. The heart-devouring demon beast finally knew that it had underestimated Chu Yunyao. Even Long Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this attack. This level is definitely a middle-grade profound rank battle skill. Not everyone could cultivate a battle skill that was at a higher level, and the higher the level of the battle skill, the more difficult it would be to cross levels. There weren't many freaks like Long Chen who had no obstacles. On the other side, Lu Lan's brows were also deeply furrowed. This Chu Yunyao has actually already learned the first move of the Tai Ching Sword Dao. It seems like this time, it is a trial arranged for Chu Yunyao. The Tai Ching sword is clearly prepared for her. However, Wu Tian will make all of you drop your jaws. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. At this time, Chu Yunyao's entire body was covered in a misty white light, making it seem as if her entire body was the white jade blade in her hand, sparkling and translucent, beautiful beyond compare. But if this was the case, and denied her terror, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, a whirlwind was crazily coiling around her blade. Within the whirlwind, there were actually countless tiny blades hidden. These blades were all illusory, but in terms of sharpness, they were not the slightest bit inferior to a real blade. In fact, they were countless times sharper than a real blade. Hundreds and thousands of blades rapidly wrapped around the white jade blade. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. With a sudden shout, she brandished her sword. Immediately, countless blades turned into blade light and sword shadows, pouncing towards the heart-devouring demon beast. And at this time, the heart-devouring demon beast was about to kill Feng Wuqian. Chu Yunyao's timing was just right. Even Long Chen, who was watching from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This girl is really not simple, Tisk, this is nothing. If I were to release those sword moves back then, you would definitely be scared out of your wits. Seeing Long Chen praise Chu Yunyao, Lingxi pouted and became unhappy. Long Chen was currently staring at the stage, and did not care about her. When Chu Yunyao released that move, for a moment, there was actually a feeling that the weather had changed. The sword light and blade light instantly pounced on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. Tai Ching sword. Clear jade sword. The heart-eroding devil beast let out an earth-shattering howl as it was struck by the countless swords and sabers. Its entire mind was focused on killing Feng Wuqian. At this moment, it spat out another mouthful of black smoke that was much thicker than before as it pounced towards Feng Wuqian. And at this time, Chu Yunyao, who was behind him, seized the opportunity and suddenly exploded, giving it a fatal blow. Instantly, densely packed wounds appeared on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. The deepest wound had already broken through its head, directly piercing into the head of the heart-devouring demon beast. This huge injury immediately caused the heart-devouring demon beast to let out a mournful cry. Its entire huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although such a huge injury wasn't going to take its life right away, the heart-devouring demon beast had already completely lost its fighting strength. It could only wait to be slaughtered. As long as Chu Yunyao gave it another strike, even if it was just a casual strike, it would still die. At this time, Chu Yunyao had indeed prepared a sword move, but the direction was towards Feng Wutian. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately let out cries of alarm. Previously, in order to deal with Feng Wutian, although the heart-devouring demon beast was killed by Chu Yunyao, the final, heart-devouring demon attack was still aimed at Feng Wutian. At this time, Feng Wutian was busy dealing with the heart-devouring demon, but he didn't expect that Chu Yunyao would actually be so ruthless as to attack him at this critical moment. Feng Wutian, who was dealing with the heart-devouring demon, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. That pure heart sword shadow suddenly pounced onto his body, and Feng Wutian struggled to resist. At this moment, that ball of black mist, the black mist called the heart-devouring demon, completely collided with Feng Wutian's body. Big Brother Wutian. Seeing that Feng Wutian had been so majestic just a moment ago, but now that he was hit by the black smoke, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale. Then, she looked at Chu Yunyao with hatred in her eyes, and with tears in her eyes, she was about to attack Chu Yunyao. Vicious woman, you deserve to die. Very quickly, the other people from the Qingyang Hall stopped Lu Ling. Without Feng Wutian, none of them were a match for Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao indifferently stood beside the heart-devouring demon beast that was rolling around in pain, sweeping her gaze over the crowd. That cold expression, the strong visual impact of the beauty in the beast, caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. The other martial artists at the advanced stage of the Dan stage knew that they should go and snatch the Tai Ching sword at this time, but seeing Feng Wutian's miserable state, no one moved. Regarding this result, Long Chen was also very surprised. At this moment, he carefully sized up this young girl and said somewhat helplessly, "A good little girl, but her methods and heart are a bit ruthless. She really isn't the type that I like." On Lu Lan's side, everyone looked at each other in dismay, not saying a word. Lu Lan's eyes were fixed on this young girl. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. The fellows nurtured by the Azure Emperor Hall are all top-notch existences in terms of temperament and strength. This Tai Ching sword can be considered our wishful thinking. Then, she looked at Feng Wutian, who was still surrounded by the black fog, and frowned. After being hit by the heart-devouring demon, although he won't be injured, he will temporarily lose his mind. I hope he won't cause any trouble. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, on the other side, just as Chu Yunyao was about to take out the Tai Ching sword, the black smoke on Feng Wutian's body suddenly dissipated, and his body was still surrounded by a faint black smoke. Long Chen also discovered that there was also a faint black smoke in Feng Wutian's eyes, and a dense killing intent was being emitted from his body. He's actually bewitched? Long Chen had originally wanted to show himself now, but when he saw Feng Wutian like this, he still wanted to see what would happen next. After becoming bewitched, this Feng Wutian's aura seems to have become quite a bit stronger. Most of the people present could see this point. Chu Yunyao was no exception. She originally wanted to directly take out the Tai Ching sword, but she discovered that Feng Wutian's cold eyes were staring at her. If I were to fight to the death with him, it would definitely benefit someone else in the end. However, if I were to retreat first, he would make a move on someone else, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that he has become bewitched, he won't go and take the Tai Ching sword, so I don't have to worry at all. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao tactfully pretended to be harmless, and gradually retreated to the side of the heart-devouring demon beast. Only then did Feng Wutian's eyes not look at her, but at the heart-devouring demon beast on the ground. When Feng Wutian saw the heart-devouring devil beast in such a pitiful state, the black mist in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. It was almost as if he were the one who had been injured. He let out a howl, and it was as if he had transformed into the heart-devouring devil beast, eyes brimming with killing intent as he glared at everyone. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.